America's Voice family.
Are you on Getter yet? No?
What are you waiting for?
It's free.
It's uncensored.
And it's where all the biggest voices in conservative media are speaking out.
Download the Getter app right now. This is America's Voice Live.
And welcome to America's Voice Live. I'm Steve Gerber.
The pulse of the people.
We need somebody that's going to hear the people's voice.
The truth the mainstream won't touch.
This guy is by definition a globalist.
And the stories that matter.
RAV's own Ben Bergquam.
Right up over this hill, we got an armed cartel. I see him.
Live.
Breaking news right now here on Real America's Voice.
Unfiltered.
These people are domestic terrorists.
And unapologetic.
We're here to take a stand for God and country. Does feel good, doesn't it?
America's Voice Live starts now.
And welcome to America's Voice Live. I'm Steve Gerber, watching Donald Trump just outside the White House at this moment. It is Wednesday, the 9th of April. Very busy day. Let's get to the day's top stories. And as always, thank you for being with us here on Real America's Voice. All right, now Donald Trump is now talking. Big day. Listen to what he has to say.
It's sort of the civilian version of the Congressional Medal of Honor. And I watched him win his 18th Indianapolis 500. And now I just said, did you win 19? He said, well, actually, we won 20. He won 2 more since then. So that was like 5 years ago, and he won 2 more since then. And just well-deserving. If you look, Germany, Japan, the countries, they spend billions of dollars trying to win Indy. And I guess they do it sometimes, but not much. But he's done it 20 times, Phil. So he must know something about cars and racing, and trucks, too, by the way. He knows a lot about trucks. But he's been a very special guy, and he's brought some of our outstanding racing champions with tremendous courage and guts and grit. Hello, fellas. I didn't see you guys over there. That's a good-looking couple of teams, too. They have a lot of courage. And we'll see you in a second. So we're joined by the 2023-2024 NASCAR champion, Ryan Blaney, and Joey Logano. That's really fantastic, fellas. That's great. Get that car going, like as an example, on average, how fast will you
About 190.
About 190, you can have it. I don't want to go, but 190, that's fantastic. And on a straightaway, you'll go how much?
About 190, 200.
190 to 200. Well, it takes a special genetic, you know that, right? It's genes. Not only it's genes, really. Most people couldn't do that. Very few people could do it. The 2023 and 2024 Indianapolis 500 winner, Joseph Newgarden. Hey, Joseph. And the 2025 champions of the 24 Hours of Daytona, Felipe Nasser, Nick Tandy, and Lawrence Ventura. Thank you. This is just a celebration of racing, and it's a celebration of Roger and his great success and his life, and these incredible champions who really do what very few people could do. Mentally, psychologically, it's a big factor here, like it is in all sports, really, but you need a great physical ability. People that do this, they don't realize what great athletes they are. It's just not the car. I had a friend, he's a very successful guy, but he was a driver, and started off, he wanted to be a race car driver. He wanted to be like you. He wanted to be just like Joey Logano. and he had it for business, but he didn't have it for he said, I just couldn't compete with the good drivers. He couldn't do it, no matter what he did. And he got lucky. He went into business. He made a lot of money. He was very successful. But he said, I couldn't press the accelerator down all the way, and the best drivers could. So there was just a difference. It was really, I never forgot that story. But these are great champions, and it's a great sport. And what you've done in Indianapolis also with the track and everything has been incredible. I mean, it's really incredible. People tell me it's been amazing. I'll have to get there. I'm going to have to get there maybe this year with you. But
open invitation.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you. We did Daytona. We went around the track in the Beast, what's called the Beast, with the thick windows and the whole thing. And you're not supposed to hear anything, but I heard the fans. They were going crazy outside. So it was a great honor. So I just wanted to welcome them to the White House, a special place, very, very special place. And we love champions, and these are the greatest champions in the world. These are the greatest champions in racing, and it's an honor to have you all. And thank you very much, all of you. Thank you very much. I wouldn't ride in that thing if you paid me. How fast will that go?
240 plus.
240.
Yeah.
That's unbelievable.
Weapon.
Two-time winner of the Indianapolis 500. Consecutively, right?
Yes, sir.
So what the hell are you doing? What do you eat?
A lot of milk. Drinking a lot of milk, hopefully.
Okay, I'm going to take some. And that one is pure speed and endurance, right?
Correct, sir.
Speed and endurance. Is that car a very different car than, let's say, this one? Very different?
Very different.
Very different.
Yeah.
Made for...
You gotta last so many hours.
Right.
And we all share the car, so three drivers.
Totally different engine.
Engine.
Everything's different.
Everything.
And you go, is it 24 hours?
Yep.
That's a long time. And that car just, there's no let up, it's just constant, right? That's fantastic. Congratulations. That's endurance. Endurance is a big factor in life and success, I can tell you. So you guys have it. Well, thank you very much. Would you like to ask Roger or any of these champions any questions while we're here? Yeah.
You started the morning saying be cool, and just a few hours later, there was a pause put in on the tariffs. Can you walk us through your thinking about why you decided to put a 90-day pause?
Well, I thought that people were jumping a little bit out of line. They were getting yippy, you know? They were getting a little bit yippy, a little bit afraid, unlike these champions. Because we have a big job to do. No other president would have done what I did. No other president. I know the presidents, they wouldn't have done it. And it had to be done. What was happening to us on trade, not only with, if you look at it, not only with China, but China was by far the biggest abuser in history, and others also, but somebody had to do it. They had to stop because it was not sustainable. Last year, China made $1 trillion off trade with the United States. That's not right. And now I've reversed it. It's for a short period of time, but we made $2 billion. We're making now $2 billion a day. And somebody had to do it. Roger actually said it. Charles Schwab was here a little while ago, one of the great financial people, and he said he's been waiting for 40 years for somebody to do what I did over the last month. And if you didn't do it, you wouldn't have a country. It wouldn't be sustainable. So I'm honored to have done it. And, look, nothing's over yet, but we have a tremendous amount of spirit from other countries, including China. China wants to make a deal. They just don't know how quite to go about it. It's one of those things they don't know how quite. They're proud people. And President Xi's a proud man. I know him very well. And they don't know quite how to go about it, but they'll figure it out. They're in the process of figuring it out, but they want to make a deal. And we have many other countries, as you know, many more than 75, and they all want to come, and they want to come here, or they'll go to Commerce, or they'll go to Treasury. We have our great senators here and congressmen. They'll call John, they'll do somebody, they'll go through somebody, but they're all calling, how do we do this? They all want to make a deal. Somebody had to do what we did, and I did a 90-day pause for the people that didn't retaliate, because I told them if you retaliate, we're going to double it. And that's what I did with China, because they did retaliate. So we'll see how it all works out. I think it's going to work out amazing. I think that our country is going to be at the end of a year or shorter, but I think we're going to have something that nobody would have dreamt possible. A man like Roger Penske, I don't want to get him in trouble with China, so I won't, but he would know that someday you have to cut the bow and you have to do what you have to do, right, Roger? And that's what I did, and I'm very happy to have done it.
Mr. President, was there anyone the Prime Minister of Greece just told Breitbart's Matt Boyle that he thinks absolutely the European Union and the United States could work out a trade deal that's win-win and, quote, mutually beneficial to both sides. What do you think about the Prime Minister's comments, and do you think a deal could be struck with the European Union?
First of all, I know him. He's a good man, and I appreciate his comments. Yeah, a deal could be made with every one of them. A deal's going to be made with China. A deal's going to be made with every one of them. And there'll be fair deals. I just want fair. They will be fair deals for everybody. But they weren't fair to the United States. They were sucking us dry. And You can't do that. You know, we have $36 trillion of debt for a reason. We don't have it there for fun. They have it for a reason. And people took advantage of our country, and they ripped us off for decades. I've been thinking about this for decades. If you ever saw me on television, I was young like these guys. And those are good old days, I'll tell you, Roger. But I was like these guys, young, and I was talking about it. Nothing changed, and nothing was done about it. Then I did it. In my first term, I did it, and did it well. We took in hundreds of billions of dollars from China and others, and I started the process, but then we had to fix up from the COVID mess caused by China. We had to fix up from that, and we did a good job of doing it. And when we handed back the reins after a rigged election, and when we handed back the reins, the stock market was higher than it was before COVID coming in. So, you know, we did a great job, but we didn't have time to do the big thing, which we're doing now. And it's, you know, it's like a patient is sick, you have to do surgery. Patient is very, very sick. And Joe Biden handed us over a country that was in very serious trouble, economically and in every other way. They let China run away with things. They let other countries run away with things. And maybe worst of all, in a certain way, is what they did at the border. We had people pouring into our country by the millions. Many of them were murderers and drug lords and thieves and people from prisons from all over the world. And there were people from mental institutions, insane asylums. They were taking their mentally insane, and they were dumping them into our country. And I'll tell you, Tom Homan and Kristi Noem are doing a fantastic job in removing them. And now the courts, the Supreme Court just gave us numerous good rulings where we have to be able to get them out. You had other judges trying to take over the system. And think of it, they take over. They want these people coming back, Tren de Aragua from Venezuela, the Venezuela jails that cut off the fingers of a man in Colorado. They cut off his fingers because he called the police looking for help. They said, "Did you call the police?" He said, "Yes, I did." "Put your hand down," and they cut off the fingers. This is what they want to bring these people back now. And I want to thank the president of El Salvador for the job he's done, because that's the way it has to be done. It's too bad. Yeah, please.
Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi, they've been talking about tariffs for decades. How come when these Democrat elites want tariffs, everything's hunky-dory, but when President Trump wants tariffs, all hell breaks loose? Do you see this double standard?
I love this guy. Whoever the hell that is. That's really nice. I appreciate that question. No, Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi, everybody knew you had to do it, but they never had the guts to do it. It does take guts. It even takes guts for our country to go through it. That's why I say be cool. They were saying about, see, just be cool. It's going to work out. It's going to work out, and it's working out. I can tell you, working out maybe faster than I thought. But I said it's going to take a little conditioning. It's a transition to. It's really, I think it's a transition to greatness. It's going to be greatness. Our country is going to be. There'll be nothing like it. And people investing in our country, they're going to do better than they've ever done before. We have more car manufacturers, Roger, coming into our country now. Speaking of cars, we've never seen anything like it. And they're coming in because of the election, but they're coming in because of the tariffs, because they don't want to pay 25 or 50 or whatever it may be. They don't want to pay that. They can't pay that. We had 3 cancellations in Mexico, building a plant. They're all coming into the United States. Canada, they're coming in. From China, they're coming in from everywhere. And that's just cars. We have chip makers coming. We're the biggest chip maker in the world from Taiwan, coming in, spending $3 billion to build plants, and mostly a big plant. This is a hell of a plant when you spend the kind of money that they're going to go $200 to $300 billion, not million. You know, you'd say million would be the right number. It's not $200 to $300 billion. $billion. Think of that. $300 billion. If you look at Apple is going to spend $500 billion building a plant. They wouldn't be doing that if I didn't do this. They'd just keep building them in China. And that's unsustainable. It's not a pleasant thing to do, but I appreciate the question. And, you know, interestingly, Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi, Crazy Nancy, they've wanted to do this for years, but they never had a president that had the guts to do it, because it does take guts, believe me.
bond markets that persuaded you to reverse course?
I was watching the bond market. The bond market is very tricky. I was watching it, but if you look at it now, it's beautiful. The bond market right now is beautiful. But yeah, I saw last night where people were getting a little queasy. I think everything had. Well, the big move wasn't what I did today. The big move was what I did on Liberation Day. We had Liberation Day in America. We were liberated from all of the horrible deals that were made, all of the horrible trade deals that were made. And I was helped by people just like this, senator, congressman, and friends, right? And we had great help in the Senate. Our Republican senators have been amazing. They stood tall. And likewise in the House. And John Thune has done an amazing job. Barrasso has done an amazing job. I can't think of a senator, really. We had tremendous support. We got a bill passed the other day with almost unanimous support in the Senate, and I think we're going to get that in the House, too. And I have to tell you that Mike Johnson is a great speaker. He's done a fantastic job. We had a majority of 1. Now we have a majority of 7. And you don't realize how big 7 is until you have a majority of 1. 7 sounds like so much. But we're doing well. But Mike Johnson and John Thune have done a really great job.
Mr. President, was there anyone who influenced your decision? Did you speak with anyone? Jamie Dimon? Did you speak with anyone?
Well, I watched Jamie Dimon on Maria Bartiromo's show this morning, and he was very good. He said that actually made the statement to effect that something had to be done with the tariffs and trade. He said that. He said, look, at some point, but he said something has to be done with tariffs and trade. He understood it. He's very smart and very a genius financially. He's done a fantastic job at the bank. And he knows that. Everybody knows that. Anybody that's even a little bit smart knows it. It wasn't sustainable what was happening. Somebody had to pull the trigger. I was willing to pull the trigger. This should have been done long ago. Just like Biden should have stopped the border long ago. I mean, allowed 21 million people plus into our country, many of whom should never have been allowed out of prisons and jails. They came out of prisons and jails from all over the world. And now we're getting them out, bringing them back to their countries. But it should have never been done. Yeah, go ahead, please.
Sir, would you consider exempting some U.S. companies, maybe some larger companies who have been hit hard in the markets the last few days during this 90 days?
As time goes by, we're going to take a look at it. There are some that have been hard. There are some that, by the nature of the company, get hit a little bit harder, and we'll take a look at that. Yeah.
How do you determine the next 90 days?
Just instinctively, more than anything else. I mean, you almost can't take a pencil to paper. It's really more of an instinct, I think, than anything else.
What's your credibility like? Because you said that these tariffs would go into effect on Monday. You said no pause, and today there is a pause. So how can people believe your words today?
It's not a question of that. You have to have flexibility. I could say, here's a wall, and I'm going to go through that wall. I'm going to go through it no matter what. And keep going, and you can't go through the wall. Sometimes you have to be able to go under the wall, around the wall, or over the wall. These guys know that better than anybody, right? You got to go around them sometimes. You're not going to go through them. So I consider, I think in financial markets, because they change. Look how much it changed today. We went from, pretty moderate today, but over the last few days, it looked pretty glum, to, I guess they say it was the biggest day in financial history. That's a pretty big change. And I think the word would be flexible. You have to be flexible. Like he's asking the question about some companies. Some companies, through no fault of their own, they happen to be in an industry that is more affected by these things than others. You have to be able to show a little flexibility. And I'm able to do that. I'm going to say hello to these champions because they are great champions. I got to say hello.
Mr. President,
Thank you, Mr. President.
to avoid more escalation.
I love that tire. That's great. Thank you, Mr. President. So if you guys want to take your polls down? Yes. We took
day, to say the very least, at the White House. Donald Trump announcing just a short time ago that he was going to pause tariffs for 90 days on every country except China. With China, he raised the tariffs to 125%, said that was effective immediately. All other countries would be put back to the 10% tariff level and given 90 days to negotiate a deal with the United States. And he said, by the way, in comments he was just making there, that more than 75 countries have come along to do that. Joining me now is Tim Phillips. He is the Director of Government Affairs at Nest Point. Tim, thank you for staying along, because there's a lot to hear today. Now, what has happened on the market? The markets are up, 2,000, 2,500 points on the Dow.
Right.
The yuan, the Chinese currency, is at a 17-year low. It looks to me, and other observers, like Donald Trump just gamed the Chinese in a masterclass. Maybe I'm overestimating what has happened here, but the market is booming. China has seen its currency collapse. It's still stuck with tariffs. What do you make of it?
Well, Treasury Secretary Bassett said the other day to countries around the world, take a breath. Do not retaliate. Just take a breath and negotiate. We can figure this out. That was good advice. A lot of countries around the world are doing just that. They're reaching out. And a lot of individual businesses, companies, by the way, some of our own clients at Nest Point are doing that. But the Chinese decided to dig in and attack. It was a mistake. I think the administration is doing the right thing and focusing like a laser beam on them. And they have been, Steve, the most egregious offenders for a long time, for decades, really. And no one has done anything about it. And, a decade and a half ago, I was one of those people saying, oh, we got to engage with the Chinese. But candidly, they have shown that was not a good idea.
It's across the board. Look, intellectual property theft happens. Theft of actual government secrets happens. China infiltrates all over our government, all over our university system, all over our educational system for, K through 12. We know this. And Donald Trump made a point there when he was at those race car drivers. He said, no other president would do this. He goes, I know them. Well, I know no other president would do this because we've watched them. Nobody stood up to China the way we just saw in the last 15 or 20 days. Would you agree?
I would. With communist China, Steve, no good deed goes unpunished. They take advantage of every opening someone gives them. And I'll tell you another tale, Steve. Our allies in the region, China's neighbors, Vietnam, South Korea, the Philippines, Japan, they are rushing to embrace the United States and this administration because they've seen China up close, some of them for over 1,000 years. They know the danger in their neighborhood. And I think they're relieved to see the world's greatest country, that's the United States still, thank God, responding the way it's responding to China.
I mean, and I'm just looking at the numbers here in real time. The Dow was barely above 37,000. It's now well over 40,000. It's up 7.3%. The NASDAQ soaring up 11.35%, plus 1732. The S&P 500 up 9%. I mean, these are remarkable numbers as people recover their losses in their 401ks and so forth. It's not all going to come back in one day. But we are certainly on the right path. And here I want to say something else, a couple other comments we heard Donald Trump say there as he was talking to the race car drivers and fielding some questions. He said the Prime Minister of Greece says a major deal is at hand with the EU. He says a major deal between the United States and the EU for trade is in the works. And Donald Trump said 2 or 3 different times that he will make a deal with China. He says they just don't know how to do it right now because they're a proud country. I'm going to tell you right now, President Xi is in real trouble. The yuan is at a 17-year low. It's at the lowest point it's been since 2007. So the Chinese currency has been crushed. He has no place to go. 125% tariffs is going to force a lot more business back in the United States. What does President Xi do here?
I think he better look for the exits, Steve. The president's offering him a ramp to get off of this confrontation. He just said it right there on your network. Hey, Xi can call. We'll get a deal figured out. He's offering graciously an off-ramp to the Chinese here. They need to take it. If they don't, our economy, the fundamentals, you look at the last jobs report, you guys recovered it, 228,000 jobs created. Oil's below 75 a barrel. We're going to have under $2 a gallon gas by the summer. Our economy is going to ignite soon, Steve. The Chinese don't have that luxury.
Yeah, oil prices are West Texas Intermediate at 62 and 35 cents. Brent crude, the benchmark at 65.5. One last question about President Xi, then I've got to run. I'm a little bit over here, but does President Xi survive this politically? I know you're looking to a crystal ball here a little bit, Tim, but look, if he crashes the yuan, if exports fall, if he loses the United States, I mean, he could get disappeared before the sun sets. Last thought.
He has aggressively and relentlessly removed his opponents within the regime. So he's done what a lot of dictators do. He's either killed or imprisoned his internal opponents. So he can probably survive. The question is, does his country survive?
Yeah, that's the question. America, meanwhile, looks to be doing pretty well, Tim. Today, right. Tim Phillips, thank you for being here. You come back anytime. Really appreciate you waiting for us to get to you. Thank you so much. All right, we're going to take a break, and we'll be back. A new poll by Signal shows President Trump holding steady in the numbers. I'm going to guess he might go up after today. We'll talk about it after the break. The Democrats have been making a lot of noise in the wake of President Trump's tariffs. The latest noise I heard, though, was just whimpering from the Democrats after what happened, 2 hours ago now? The markets are up massively. The Chinese are in a corner, and Donald Trump is shaking hands and smiling with the winners of Daytona and all the other big racing championships. That's right. Indianapolis, Daytona, having a big time out in the sun, looking at race cars. Yeah, that's because he can do that today. Here with me to discuss the numbers is the Director of Client Strategy at Signal, John Rogers. John, nice to see you here today. Look, Donald Trump, on the polls that I trust, has been above water since he took office. The polls that I don't trust are the same ones I didn't trust prior to the election in November of 2024. I think today, you help me here. You take the pulse of people all the time. What happened today, with the stock market taking off like a rocket ship, China painted into a corner, Donald Trump with a big smile on his face. I mean, This has got to help, right?
Yeah, Steve, great to be with you. The president was elected for a reason, and that is that the American voters didn't trust the direction that the country was headed. In July of last year, 71% of American voters said that they felt like the country was on the wrong track, and that has fallen all the way down to 53% now. So there's a lot of optimism around the country with President Trump and his handling of the economy. And as I'm sure you've been covering, we'll get into a little bit, congressional Democrats are just rudderless. Cory Booker spoke for 26 hours to no effect. Congressional Democrats in our latest national poll, they're more unpopular than ever with a negative 32 net image among swing voters.
Yeah, you look at things like gas prices, which are down again this week, right? I look at gas prices, oil prices are between $61 and $65 a barrel, which means the price of food is coming down. The price of going to work is coming down. The price of, paying the mortgage is going to come down because inevitably, if you have no inflation, then your interest rates are going to come down at the Fed. I mean, Donald Trump's about ready to pull an inside straight here when it comes to the economy. And you know as well as I do, John, voters vote their pocketbook. So if we continue on this path and we work out a deal, as he says he will, on all these tariff deals with 75 different nations, and he says China will come to the table, I believe he's right, then by the time we get to the midterms next year, this economy could be in a better place than it's been in a very long time, and that means good things for the midterms, doesn't it?
I think it does. And Democrats really thought that with DOGE that they had found something and they were trying to rally to support federal workers in the D.C. area. But I mean, most of the country understands there's a lot of fraud and waste in government. And even with all of the coverage, the mainstream media, the slanted coverage, the country is split on their approval of DOGE. And the country supports the president's efforts, especially on issues like immigration. And as you said, if inflation continues to come down, the majority of voters strongly support the tariffs in China. They see it as a leverage on our chief geopolitical enemy. And Democrats are really going to be without a message and without a messenger. And I think they're just going to continue to flail for the next time being.
Well, let me ask you, in your numbers, John, where had the president been, say, yesterday or earlier this week? Because I do believe that within 24, 48 hours, those numbers are going to change in a positive way. That's my guess. But where have we been as far as approval numbers?
Yeah, his job approval ratings have been split for the last couple of months, right? They've been right at evenly split across the country. But I mean, it's important to compare it to President Biden's numbers. Biden's numbers were deeply negative. And it was something that when you look at that as a benchmark comparison, Trump is in a much better position. And when you look at the key issues that voters care about, whether it's the economy or immigration or foreign policy, voters say over and over again that they trust the Republican Party more than the Democratic Party. They trust Donald Trump more than Joe Biden and congressional Democrats.
Yeah, we'll see how these numbers trend. John Rogers from Signal, greatly appreciate you being here today. Come back when you've got some fresh numbers for us. We'll share it with everybody.
Steve, great to be with you.
Greatly appreciate you being here. Look, I think it's going to be a big boost. All right, after the break, Michigan State University, not too far from where I reside, recently sent an email to the school community that appears to encourage students to protect illegal aliens from government officials. Now, last time I checked, that'd be breaking the law. Details ahead. From where I am today, Michigan State University is raising eyebrows again after a DEI administrator emailed students and staff what many see as a veiled call to shield illegals from immigration enforcement. In the message sent on March 19th by DEI official Amanda Flores, who lists her pronouns as she, her, Ella, I don't know what Ella means, but as her pronoun, was titled Resources and Trainings About Immigrants and Education. It included materials that critics say go beyond education, lean into political advocacy. Of course it does. Here with me to discuss is campus reform correspondent Emily Sturge. Emily, nice to have you here. Good to see you.
Thank you so much for having me.
It seems to me, Emily, that these universities, some of them, just are not getting the memo. They're getting that memo that I just talked about, but they're not getting the memo from the Trump administration, which is you got to knock this off. Look, I'm seeing places in places like the state of Maine, funding's being cut. These universities, Michigan State, keep playing around, funding's going to get cut. I mean, it's pretty simple, isn't it?
It's very simple. And at the Leadership Institute's campus reform, we're actually reporting how this is a nationwide trend of universities rejecting the rule of law, acting in the interests of criminal illegal immigrants, and putting the safety of students, of staff at risk by releasing such information like we've seen out of Michigan State University. That's just the latest example, is that DEI guide from that counselor there actually directs staff and students to dismantle immigration law, actually talks about removing metal detectors, talks about hiding illegal immigrants. Let me be clear. This is an all-out declaration against the American justice system, against the American rule of law that we're seeing from our universities. There are examples across the country, and it's very unfortunate to see.
It is unfortunate to see. They believe that this is some sort of a protest, I think. I'm going to try to examine the psychology here. They think it's a protest, and I'm going to say, absolutely not. I'll do as I please. And you can do that. Use your own money. Don't use mine. That should be the message here. You want to do that? Get your wallet out, right? I mean, that's what's being said.
The solution here, yeah, cut their funding. There's no reason why any federally funded university should be getting those funds if they can't uphold federal law. If universities can't uphold the safety of staff and students, then they shouldn't be receiving American taxpayer dollars. And we've seen the Trump administration freeze those federal funds for universities that have failed to stand up for students. We saw $175 million frozen at UPenn over the women's sports issue, over $400 million frozen at Columbia over the anti-Semitism issue. Clearly, money talks. That's the way to get these university administrations to change their course of action. And the next thing I'd like to see out of the Trump administration is freezing federal funds for universities that refuse to uphold immigration law or are actively acting against ICE or the Department of Justice or the Department of Homeland Security.
I agree with you, Emily. There's no way to get their attention unless you take their money away. I think that is the only effective strategy to get their attention. You take their money and say, look, you don't want to play ball? That's fine. You've got an endowment worth a few $1 billion. Tap into that until further notice, right? All these universities have massive endowments, including the one you attend. They all do, right? Use some of that money. I'll give you the last word.
They all do. I mean, we've seen Harvard University, one of the wealthiest universities with an endowment of over $50 billion. We've seen the Trump administration is reviewing $9 billion there at Harvard University. Yeah, they should tap into that endowment. It's exciting to see this administration act in the interests of the American people, whether that's the women's sports issue, the anti-Semitism issue, or now this illegal immigration issue. Of course, we've seen Americans are still facing the repercussions of the open border policies from under the Biden-Harris administration. Earlier this week, we saw a South Carolina University student who was killed in a hit and run from an illegal immigrant. And so, yes, Americans are still facing those repercussions, and I'd like to see the administration stand up for the safety of the American people, freeze those funds to universities that are refusing to act in the safety of students.
I totally agree. Emily, greatly appreciate you being here as always. We'll talk again soon.
Thank you so much for having me.
Well, how about those tariff wars? Do you still have recession fears? What about inflation? No wonder gold has been routinely hitting all-time highs in volatile markets like right now. Don't sit on the sidelines with your head in the sand. Take control. Protect your savings. And that's why so many Americans today are turning to Birch Gold. They've helped tens of thousands convert an existing IRA or 401k into an IRA and physical gold. Is it time for you to get that hedge against inflation and economic instability with gold? Probably. To learn how to own physical gold in a tax-sheltered account, text America to 989898. Birch Gold will send you a free, no-obligation information kit. Again, text America to the number 989898. They have an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. Countless 5-star reviews. Birch Gold can help you protect your savings with gold. It took us decades to get into this tangled mess. It's going to take a while to get out. How long will it take you to get it figured out, and at what cost? Text America to 989898. Find out more about Birch Gold for free today. Don't go anywhere. America's Voice Live will continue after a quick break. Welcome back to America's Voice Live. What an eventful day it has been. Well, NBC News reporting 6 current and former U.S. military law enforcement intelligence officials say the Trump administration is weighing using drone strikes on Mexican cartels in an effort to combat gangs and drug trafficking and lawlessness that comes into the United States. The Defense Department said logistics are in the early stages in cooperation with the Mexican government, but officials said without Mexico's consent, it has not been ruled out and could be an option of last resort. Predator drones. U.S. military and CIA, they've stepped up surveillance flights over Mexico. You probably knew that already. Collecting intelligence in what is likely to be a major campaign against the cartels. Staging a military attack on the cartels in Mexico without the government's consent would arguably violate international law. I'm not sure we care. NBC said Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum began allowing CIA surveillance flights during the Biden administration. She stepped up enforcement efforts after she took office in early October. President Trump has declared 6 Mexican drug cartels as foreign terrorist organizations with sweeping authority for U.S. intelligence agencies and military units to legally conduct espionage and covert operations targeting the criminal networks in Mexico and beyond. Acting DEA Director Derek Maltz told NBC all options should be on the table because drug cartels have killed more Americans than Al-Qaeda and ISIS. And he's right. If you missed it, a major win for the Trump administration. The Supreme Court ruled in a 7-2 decision to halt a lower court order to reinstate more than 16,000 probationary federal employees from the Departments of Defense, Treasury, Agriculture, Energy, Veterans Affairs, and Interior. The court determined the nonprofit organizations challenging the firings, including the American Federation of Government Employees and the AFL-CIO, lacked any legal standing in the case. The decision allows the Trump administration to proceed with its workforce reduction plans. Sorry, guys, the president has the right to fire people. He did it. It's a significant victory for President Trump in his efforts to streamline the federal government. Another big win in court, and they seem to be coming faster and faster. You see, these district court judges are overstepping their bounds. It's just that simple. Illegal alien Escobar Robles was recaptured by Homeland Security after being previously deported twice for felony narcotics charges and gang-related activity. He attempted to kick Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem during early morning raids in Arizona on Tuesday. Noem has been taking part in these raids wearing tactical gear and told embedded New York Post journalist the deportations are fixin' to pick up. She's not even from the South. She said, now anyone who's in this country illegally committing crimes and has broken our laws will face consequences. We'll be sweeping them up faster than we ever have before. Noem had authorized video as a deterrent for illegal immigration, has suggested that illegals self-deport using the CBP One app instead of being ejected from the country and defending themselves with Crocs. SCOTUS ruled 5-4 Monday, giving the go-ahead for President Trump to continue removing illegal aliens under the Alien Enemies Act of 1798 as well, means they could be flown to El Salvador. I don't know. You choose. You want to be self-deporting or do you want to see El Salvador? I hear it's nice this time of the year. Well, a loud message has been sent to Republican-appointed judges as well. Follow Clarence Thomas's lead. Activist judges continue to undermine President Trump's executive powers, forcing key cases to the Supreme Court. While most justices follow Justice Thomas's constitutional approach, well, Amy Coney Barrett often sides with the left. On Tuesday, the court ruled, like I said, 5-4 to allow the Trump administration to deport members of violent Venezuelan gangs like Tren de Aragua under the Alien Enemies Act of 1798. This reversed, again, a lower court order blocking removals. Now, SCOTUS blog confirmed the ruling allows summary deportations under Trump's March 15th executive order. White House Deputy Chief of Staff Stephen Miller called the ruling a monumental victory, adding those monsters can now be hunted down and expelled with speed, force, and efficiency. In a separate 7-2 decision, the court halted the lower court's order to reinstate those 16,000 fired federal employees, like I just said. Vice President Vance celebrated, saying it proves far-left judges in D.C. cannot overrule President Trump. The Supreme Court is thankfully aligning with Justice Clarence Thomas mostly, and the Constitution usually. We'll take that. It's better than the alternative. Now, after the break, we'll have a story that reminds us of just how wonderful America is, plus your answers to our America's Voice question of the day. What are your thoughts about everything that's gone on today on President Trump's 90-day pause on the tariffs, the reciprocal tariffs? We'll have your answers, America, and we'll also tell you what makes America wonderful after this.
it goes into the van there.
All right, well, let's give you more to smile about today, as if today hasn't been a good one already. How about this? What makes America wonderful? This does. A Florida baby who was given just weeks to live is thriving today. And it wouldn't have been possible without the generosity of an anonymous donor who covered her medical bills. That's right. When Bill and Meg Long-Henry welcomed their second child, Millie, in August of 23, they were told she had no hope of survival due to a rare and severe congenital brain disorder known as HPE. HPE affects about 1 in 10,000 live births, and statistics show that most infants do not survive beyond the first week. After spending 2 months in the hospital, though, Millie was sent home on hospice care with 4 to 6 months to live. But, the Long-Henrys, they weren't ready to give up or give in. Under her doctor's care, Millie began a treatment plan that included laser light therapies, acoustic wave therapy that uses sound waves to simulate natural healing processes, and primitive reflex integration, which retrains the brain-body connection and helps babies learn to better control their movements. Things were looking up for the family. However, due to financial difficulties, the parents informed the doctor they could no longer afford the treatment costs, but the doctor told them to come in anyway. And on the morning of March the 27th, Millie and her parents got a random phone call. It was another patient who'd been following little Millie's story and offered to cover the total outstanding balance for Millie's treatment, almost $50,000. Millie's journey is far from over, but she is able to keep going, all thanks to an anonymous donor. What makes America wonderful and the world wonderful? Charitable donations from charitable people, from wonderful Americans, maybe like you. All right, how about the America's Voice question today? What are your thoughts on President Trump's 90-day pause on the reciprocal tariffs? Well, here's your answer. Craig Cassetta says, I wish he'd wait and keep them in place until a deal is signed. It demonstrates flexibility, but takes away a sense of urgency to get deals done. Not really. 75 countries have come. They need to stick to the deal. Patricia Doreen West, I never question anything he does. Well, Patricia, I do, but not this one. Rowdy Cates, genius, 4D chess move. This was the plan all along, China. FAFO. I'll let you figure out what that one means. Thomas, Jakubczak. I'm going to go with Jakubczak. It doesn't matter. Keep the pressure on. The Polish thing's throwing me off. Keep the pressure on. Never let your opponent up off the mat. It's the third period. Just give it to him. Catherine Blackhawk writes, more time to negotiate a deal, and he definitely knows how to deal. Tim Paul shares this. He has their attention. Now they can come to the White House and negotiate in good faith. Earl Pickle, 90 days to negotiate better deals. Hold on, we've got President Trump speaking again. We're going to go back to the White House. Here he is.
Who's good in there? You all set?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. We just had a wonderful meeting with the greatest race car drivers in the world and some really spectacular people that won the Indy 500 for the last, for the last 4 years, or last 2 years. And Roger Penske is so incredible. And the Daytona winners and the Daytona 24-hour champions. So it was really great to see him and to see those cars. Those cars are incredible. So there's a lot of winning out there, and we're having a good day in the stock market, as you can see, an all-time record day, and hopefully it continues. I think it should. Our country's stronger than it's ever been, and somebody had to do that we had to take the medicine. We had to go through the operation, and that's what we've been through, and a lot of presidents would not have done it. No president would have done it, I think, but it had to be done, and I just want to thank my team, this team here, and lots of others, and Scott and Howard have been incredible, and for energy, there's nobody like this man, and for the roads and highways, boy, you've done well, Sean, so we appreciate it, very much appreciate it, and if we could, well, let's see, we're signing a lot of executive orders, and some ambassadors have been approved, yes, and we're going to start that process right now. We're honored to have Gretchen Whitmer from Michigan, great state of Michigan. And she's really done an excellent job, and a very good person. And we're working on the Selfridge, as you know, the air base. We're trying to get the air base open, keep it open. I think, Gretchen, if you're there, and Matt Hall, the Speaker of the House of Michigan. And he's been fantastic as the Speaker. I appreciate it. We won the state, Matt, and we did. You helped me a lot.
I did, and you made me Speaker, so thank you, Mr. President.
That's good, too. And Gretchen, I think everybody knows. So we're working on that very hard, and I think we'll come home with a winner for Michigan, okay? I just spoke with the Secretary of Defense. Sometimes we call him the Secretary of War. It used to be called the Secretary of War. They changed it when we became a little bit politically correct. But I think we're in great shape. We're going to be in great shape. So thank you very much for being here. Thank you very much, Matt. Congratulations. Great job. So we'll start with the first orders. And I think we have one for a man named Mike Huckabee. Does anyone know Mike Huckabee?
Yes, sir.
He's going to be a great ambassador to Israel. And they're thrilled to have him, that I can tell you. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. So the Senate confirmed Governor Huckabee to be your next ambassador to Israel earlier today. That's his commission as ambassador. And then we also have a transmittal letter to the President of Israel requesting that he accept Ambassador Huckabee's credentials.
He's going to be fantastic. He's going to bring home the bacon. And even though bacon isn't too big in Israel.
That's just the third letter.
I had to clear that up. Well said. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Congratulations to Mike
Huckabee. Next, sir, this is a big one. As you've consistently identified, restoring our maritime dominance as a nation is very important, from shipbuilding to having a merchant marine that's capable of supporting American military efforts really up and down the line. Restoring maritime dominance has been a priority of this administration. This executive order, which was prepared primarily by your National Security Council staff and National Security Advisor Waltz, has a number of very significant policy steps, all aimed at restoring American maritime dominance and ensuring that we have the shipbuilding capacity and ability to compete globally, both militarily and in the civilian space as well.
And that could be a good one for Michigan, too, because we're going to be spending a lot of money on shipbuilding. We're way, way, way behind. We used to build a ship a day, and now we don't do a ship a year practically, and we have the capacity to do it. So we'll talk to you about that. Okay, Matt? Think about that. That's a natural. Okay, shipbuilding. That's a good one. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. The next executive order relates to defense procurement. Our current defense procurement process has been criticized by many folks on both sides of the aisle as being too slow to adapt to new and changing technologies, not delivering the sorts of weapons and systems that our warfighters need in order to compete on the battlefields of the future. So with this executive order, we're going to be modernizing the procurement structure that the Department of Defense uses to allow it to more quickly adapt to changing circumstances around the world. And we're also going to be launching a review of existing procurement programs to ensure that we're getting value for the money and to ensure that we're getting the best possible systems in the field.
and which are currently horrible. I'll tell you, they're horrible. That process is ridiculous what they do. They get the highest price and not even good-looking equipment, and we're changing it. We're going to change it to the best. So this is very, very important. And I want to say hello to Brooke. Look at Brooke. She got the cost of eggs down 87%. 87%, Governor. We have somebody that's done a great job at Department of Agriculture, and Kristi Noem, who perhaps a few of them have heard of. She has done the most unbelievable job as somebody that's watching over our country at the border, and with Tom Homan and your whole staff of tremendous people. So thank you. Who would think that she is like meant for that job, huh? She's meant for it. So I just saw you there both. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good work.
Good. We'll do it later, please.
Thank you, sir. Lastly, in the defense space, one persistent issue that we've had in terms of the issue of foreign defense sales, that we're unable to provide weapon systems in a reliable, effective way to key allies of ours, and a key driver of that is inefficiencies and inconsistencies with the process by which we approve foreign military sales. So this executive order is going to direct your Department of Defense, Department of State, other relevant departments and agencies to rework our system of foreign defense sales to ensure that we can provide equipment, creating American jobs and providing obviously revenue to American defense manufacturers, but provide key military equipment to our key allies in a reliable, effective way.
Okay, that's good. All very important. Okay. Because our budget is just about approved, and it's a big budget, and we want to spend the money properly, get the best equipment in the world. We rebuilt our military during my first term, rebuilt it entirely, beautiful, and then some was given away to Afghanistan so stupidly, the most embarrassing day in the history of our country, I think. But it's still, we have to fix it up a little bit, and that's what we're going to do. We're going to do a good job of it too. Thank you.
Next up, sir, we have a series of executive orders and a memorandum all relating to deregulation, which has obviously been a major priority of your administration. The first of these is an executive order. The Biden administration launched what you've called a war on showers. They had certain regulations that basically killed the water pressure of showers and other water appliances.
You can say it. Go ahead. What are the appliances?
I mean, it's everything, sir. Dishwashers, toilets, sinks. But the shower heads are a huge deal. There's no water. You don't get water. It's ridiculous. So with this executive order, we're effectively going to be reversing that set of regulations to ensure that Americans have choice in the consumer market. If they want a low-flow shower head, they can buy one. If they want a real deal shower head, they should have the ability to get one. That's true.
You buy a new house, you pay a lot of money, and the developers, you're not allowed to do anything more. They put restrictors on. They used to have a restrictor where you could take it out, but now they weld it in. And you take a shower or wash your hands, whatever you do, including dishwashers where no water comes out. But you wash your hands, and in my case, I like to take a nice shower to take care of my beautiful hair. I have to stand under the shower for 15 minutes till it gets wet. It comes out drip, drip, drip. It's ridiculous. And what you do is you end up washing your hands 5 times longer. It's the same water. And we're going to open it up so that people can live, and we're going to hopefully have Congress approve it so it's memorialized. We're going to try and get all of these things, including straws, a little thing like straws. We did straws a month ago, where the paper straws were melting, they were dissolving, they weren't working well, and we went back to the plastic straws. We're going to get Congress to memorialize just about everything we've done here, because most of it's common sense. But the water is horrible. When you go into anytime you see a new faucet, you know it's going to be a long wash of the hands. And so we're changing it. It's a big deal. I did it in the first administration. Biden came in his first week, and he had no idea what he was doing, but somebody told him to do it. In his first week, he put the restrictions on all the bathroom utilities, even in areas that have so much water they don't know what to do with it. You see those areas all the time with the flooding. So we're doing that, and we're going to get all of the things that you've seen. I think we set a record. We're up to almost 200 and 500 amendments. Nobody's ever done that. We're going to get them approved by Congress, so they're memorialized. And we look forward to doing that. Very important. And Congress is going to start working on it as soon as we get the big, beautiful deal done. The big, beautiful deal is important. The biggest tax cuts in the history of our country, that's important. Okay. Okay, is that okay? Good. It's a 10.
Good shower.
We rate the signatures. That was a 10, that's why.
This is another executive order relating to deregulation, sir. There are a lot of regulations on the books that either promote monopoly directly or prevent new market entrants from entering into a given market. The net effect of that is very negative for consumers. So what this executive order is going to do is direct your departments and agencies to work with the FTC, with the Attorney General, with the Department of Justice, to ensure that the regulations we have on the books don't function as anti-competitive barriers to new market entrants. The net effect of all of that is going to hopefully be market forces that redound to the benefit of consumers and ordinary Americans as opposed to monopolistic businesses.
I said yesterday, he was a great, great student at Harvard before it went bad. It's gone really bad now. Now they're teaching their students mathematics, basic mathematics. Can you believe it? So what does that mean? They're allowing people in that can't add 2 and 2? What's going on at Harvard?
I went to law school there, sir, and it was pretty liberal when I was there, but it's gone way off the deep end in recent years.
I don't know if you read that. They're teaching them basic mathematics, people that got accepted to Harvard. How come they got accepted if they don't have mathematics? And we're holding back $8 billion. Can we believe? We give Harvard $8 billion. And we're holding back Columbia. We're holding back a lot of the schools because they were woke. And they've hurt a lot of people. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
There are a large number of regulations on the books. These are regulations that are currently in effect that we believe blatantly violate the law, blatantly violate Supreme Court precedent that otherwise are just blatantly illegal. So what this presidential memorandum does basically just directs the heads of your departments and agencies to follow the law and to cease enforcing regulations that are blatantly illegal or unconstitutional.
It's a big deal. It's really very important that we get these memorialized.
Yes, sir.
In Congress. Very important for the long haul, right?
Yes, sir. This is the last of our deregulatory EOs for the day. This is zero-based regulatory budgeting. The idea here is that over time, regulations accumulate on the books and in the Federal Register, and people aren't taking a close, detailed look at what's on the books and clearing them out as times change or as regulations become dated or ineffective. What this executive order is going to require is each of your departments and agencies to scrutinize on a continuing rolling basis all of the regulations they actually have on the books and sunset those that either no longer serve a purpose or the departments and agencies can't identify a specific reason for keeping them active.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Sir, you've taken action against a number of law firms that have in one way or another been involved in the weaponization of government or actions of lawfare. One of those law firms is Sussman Godfrey, similar to what we've done previously with other law firms. This is an executive order that takes certain measures against Sussman Godfrey to ensure that they can't access government resources, government buildings, scrutinizing certain aspects of their practices as a law firm, given their previous activities.
We signed with many law firms, the ones that we thought were inappropriate, and they've all agreed to pay $1 million. They went for some pretty big numbers. I guess we have a total. What do we have? What's the total about? What's the total right now, Steve? About, would you say?
Getting close to probably $600-700 million now, I would think. We've multiple at 100 million, some at 125 million. So the numbers are adding up. We're going to be close to $1 billion soon.
One at $40 million, millions of dollars an hour. But they don't admit guilt. Remember that, they don't admit guilt. But then we have another 5 to go, I think, 5 of them. And this one is we're just starting a process with this one.
Yes, sir.
All right, because there were some very bad things that happened with these law firms.
And this firm is very involved in the election misconduct.
Weren't they all involved in the election misconduct? I think they were all involved.
Yes.
Anyway, so they went from $40 million to $125 million. And most of them are at about $100 million. Right? All right. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. The next presidential memorandum we have for you relates to Miles Taylor. You may recall that Miles Taylor served in the Department of Homeland Security during your previous administration. In his capacity with the Department of Homeland Security, he leaked classified information. He wrote a book under the pseudonym Anonymous, making outrageous claims both about your administration and about others in it. What this presidential memorandum is going to do, one, it's going to strip any active clearance that he has in light of his past activities involving classified information. It's also going to order the Department of Justice to investigate his activities to see what else might come up in that context, given his egregious behavior during your previous administration.
And I had no idea who this guy was. I had no idea. I saw him on CNN, or one of them, I guess CNN, a lot. He'd be on all the time saying that the president is the president. I had no idea. It's like, you know, in this office you have a lot of young people, and they're here. I'll see him for 2 minutes, and I assume he was in the office, but I barely remember him. It was somebody that went out and wrote a book and said all sorts of terrible things that were all lies, and it was like he was this gentleman or that gentleman, like I dealt with him all the time. I had no idea who this guy. I said, who the hell is Miles Taylor? And he made a living on going on CNN talking about the president. And I think what he did, he wrote a book, Anonymous, said all sorts of lies, bad things. And I think it's like a traitor. It's like spying. He walks into the office. He's supposed to be sitting here. A lot of people, you know, I'll be here and there'll be 20 people standing in the room. There'll be oftentimes young people in the office. I assume he was one of them at least. But I didn't know anything about him. And he wrote a book, Anonymous, and I always thought it was terrible. And now we have a chance to find out whether or not it was terrible. But it was a work of fiction. Had a lot of publicity, got himself a nice job with CNN, or one of them. And I think we have to do something about it. You can't have that happen. If that happens to other presidents, it wouldn't be sustainable for other presidents. I seem to be able to sustain. But if that happened to other presidents, I mean, it's just unfair. And if it was a Democrat president, I'd say that's a terrible thing. A thing like that can happen. That's a terrible thing. And it's time to find out whether or not somebody can do that. Can they write a book about very confidential meetings and because they happen to be one of a lot of people in a room, and they go out and write a book, and worse than that, call it anonymous, like it's a big deal. And everybody's saying, who is it, who is it, who is it? Then it was found out who he was a long time later, and he got a lot of publicity off that one. He's like a promoter. But we're going to find out whether or not somebody's allowed to do that. I think it's a very important case, and I think he's guilty of treason, if you want to know the truth. But we'll find out. And I assume we're recommending this to the Department of Justice.
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. Terrible guy.
Similarly, sir, Christopher Krebs, the former head of CISA. This is a man who weaponized his position against free speech in the election context, in the context of COVID-19. This is it's a similar presidential memorandum to the one you just signed. It addresses his access to government, existing clearances he might have, and further instructs your Department of Justice, other aspects of your government, to investigate some of the malign acts that he participated in while he was still head of CISA.
This is another one. I don't know that I met him. I'm sure I met him, but I didn't know him. And he came out right after the election, which was a rigged election, a badly rigged election. We did phenomenally in that election. Look what happened to our country because of it. Open borders, millions of people coming into our country. Russia and Ukraine, that would have never happened. October 7th would have never happened. Afghanistan, the way they withdrew with 13 dead, but so many killed, actually. I mean, so many killed outside of the 13 soldiers, hundreds of people killed. And maybe, I don't know, never mentioned, but I mentioned it, 42 or 43 people so badly injured, the legs, the arms, blown off, the face. And this is all because of an incompetent group of people that preceded us, and that would have never happened. And this guy Krebs was saying, oh, the election was great, it was great. Well, it's been proven that it was not only not great. When you look at all these lawyers and law firms that are signing, giving us hundreds of millions of dollars, it was proven by so many different ways in so many different forms, from the legislatures not approving to the 51 intelligence agents that worked from all of the different scamming operations. It was a very corrupt election. They used COVID to cheat. And we're going to find out about this guy, too, because this guy's a wise guy. He said, we've proved this is the most secure election in the history of our country. No, this was a disaster. And frankly, we should go to paper ballots, same-day voting, voter ID, and one other thing, you should get a little certificate that says you're a citizen of our country. You get a citizen piece of paper that says you're a citizen before you can vote. But you want voter ID and you want paper ballots, and you really want same-day voting. If you don't have same-day voting, they decide to change the air conditioner. Oh, we're fixing the air conditioner. Let's move all these boxes. We'll bring them back in a few days, and then they don't bring back those boxes. We got to have safe elections. We have to have borders. Ideally, we have to have a free press, which we don't have. We don't have a free press. We have a very dishonest press. This is an honor. We're going to find out whether or not he was right. This was a disgraceful election, and this guy sat back saying, well, I'm a member, or like he's a Republican or something, and almost right from the beginning. And he's tried to make the case that this election was a safe election. I think he said, this is the safest election we've ever had. And yet, every day you read in the papers about more and more fraud that's discovered. He's the fraud. He's a disgrace. So we'll find out whether or not it was a safe election. And if it wasn't, he's got a big price to pay. And he's a bad guy. There's another one. I have no idea who he is. Krebs. I have no idea who he is. I'm sure he was in the room at some point, just like you're all in the room, but I have no idea who he was, so thank you very much. Those last two are very important, I think, for the country.
Thank you, sir. And lastly, we just have 3 proclamations. These are the sorts of things that most presidents use an auto pen for. You obviously don't like using the auto pen much, if at all. The first of these is National Former Prisoner of War Recognition Day. This is one that you did in each of, I believe, each of the previous the years of your previous administration. Recognizes former prisoners of war. More generally, this proclamation is written to acknowledge the great steps you've made both in this administration and your previous administration on behalf of veterans, homeless veterans, others who have suffered in that way, and basically stating that it's a priority of your administration to ensure that veterans and homeless veterans are cared for properly.
Good. And you know what? They ought to find out who was using that auto pen, because whoever that person was, he or she was like the President of the United States, and I'm against auto pens. I think auto pens are not a good thing, especially when you're talking about documents like we're signing today. If he can't sign, then he can't be president. It's pretty simple. Let's see whether or not he could sign. But I think that should be tested. I really think that should be tested. It's another one. And you may think about it, because how can a man that, did he really know that when they gave all false information on the council, I mean, the whole unselect committee of political lunatics, they destroyed all the information. You can't get any information. They went for like a year and a half, almost 2 years, screaming and ranting and raving. Democrats plus 2 worse than Democrats. You had Cheney, Liz Cheney, and crying Adam Kinzinger. Crying Adam. Every time I looked at him, he was crying. The guy was a crier. But you can't do that. You just can't do that. So we're going to find out a lot. I think we're going to find out a lot. These last 3 or 4 have been they've been very, very interesting. We'll see what happens.
Sir.
But I don't think a president should be allowed to use an auto pen when they're signing very, important legislation. I think a president should sign it, not use an auto pen. And we're going to find out whether or not he knew what the hell he was doing. I'm sure at this point he'll say, I signed it. They'll tell him what to say. But to give pardons to people that destroyed all the information. If you destroyed information on a civil case, just a civil case, not a criminal case, a civil case, they put you in jail for that. And they found out that Pelosi was the one that was in charge of the security of the Capitol, and she knew all about it, and she admitted her guilt to her daughter, who was a movie documentary person. I'm sure her daughter's not too happy about that. I'm sure Crazy Nancy's not too happy, but we found out all the things, everything, and we go for the information. Sir, we've destroyed all of that information. If I haven't destroyed it, I wouldn't be sitting here right now. I guarantee you that. I'd be sitting someplace else. So I think it's something that we should really look at, because that's so important. The whole concept of an auto pen, because whoever's, auto pens are run by somebody. Whoever ran the auto pen was president of the United States. And I would be willing to bet that Biden didn't know, probably didn't know anything about any of it. Very dangerous, very dangerous. So you're going to check that out, right?
Yes, sir. I'm working on it right now, sir. This is just another proclamation, sir, declaring National Crime Victims' Rights Week. You've obviously made it a major priority of your administration to track down and at times deport criminals who have committed violence on our streets, who have victimized so many people. This is an annual proclamation that hopefully gets Americans to remember that when crimes occur, there are real victims, there are real people who are affected, and there are people who suffer as a result.
Okay, it's very important. Thank you. I just want to add, so we're working very hard with Democrats, the governor, with Matt Hall, with a lot of transportation, Sean, and all of the people trying to keep Selfridge Air Force Base open, strong, thriving. And I think we're going to be successful, Governor. I think we'll be very successful at that. We've gotten some good feedback from Pete Hegseth and Department of Defense. And they're talking about F-16s, they're talking about F-35s, et cetera. It's a great piece of property, it's a great location, and it's a great state. So I think we're going to come back with a very good answer. We're also working on a certain fish that's taken over a beautiful lake called Michigan, right? And that's a tough one. That's a tough one. It's very. Do you want to just talk about that?
Sure, Mr. President. Yeah. First of all, I want to thank you for caring so much about Michigan. We've been working a long time. We couldn't get Joe Biden to do anything about either one of these issues, particularly Selfridge Air Force Base. It'll be critical to Michigan's economy and our security when you're able to deliver us another mission there. But on the Asian carp, for years, when Obama was there, we could never get anyone to do anything about this invasive species that's going to destroy our Great Lakes. You know how important recreational fishing and so much of that is to our state. Because of your work, we're hopeful that we'll get a solution there and we'll get that barrier built so we can protect our Great Lakes. So thank you, Mr. President.
And they're very powerful fish. I mean, I see them, they jump out of the water, they jump at the fishermen. I mean, I've never seen anything like it. And has this gotten into any of the other lakes yet? Because you would think it would be pretty easy because they're all sort of connected. Hey, Governor?
It's why we're working so hard to make sure that, we work with the Army Corps and erect a barrier so that the Asian carp can't get into Lake Michigan. It'll devastate the ecosystem, the economy, tourism, and it's 20% of the world's fresh water is in the Great Lakes, Mr. President, which is why it's so important that as a nation we protect the pristine waters. Yep.
And, all of a sudden, I assume the lakes are all interconnected, right? Yeah. So at some point they're going to be in the other lakes. And so we're going to work hard on that. I spoke with the Army Corps of Engineers, and they have a method. It's a pretty gruesome method, but it's a method. And I think they know what to do. So we're going to work on that very hard. And thank you, Governor, very much. Sort of a bipartisan thing when you get right down to it. Yep. It's a very expensive thing, actually. It costs a lot. I looked at the numbers. I said, wow. But we have to save Lake Michigan because these fish, they eat everything in the way, including the other fish. They eat everything. Are people endangered by the fish?
I think they're going to eat all the fish there. We won't be able to fish anymore. And that's a big deal in Lake Michigan. There's a lot of fishing, recreation. So it's going to be a problem there. But you're right, it's bipartisan, sir. But you're the one taking action on these issues. We couldn't get Biden to do it on Selfridge. This thing has been delayed for, 15 years where we were trying to do it. It started under Obama where we were trying to do it. He wouldn't do anything about it. So we appreciate you paying so much attention to this and taking action.
Well, I would. And the governor, in all fairness, called me about it. I had seen it, and she called me, and John James called me. And, we spoke with your office. And it's, I want to put that down. Really is bipartisan. It's great to see it, actually. It's great to see that. And that includes Selfridge, too. And we're going to get it done, and we'll all stand there together and cut a ribbon. Okay? Gretchen? Good. That's good. Thank you very much. I'm glad you brought it up, and I'm glad you brought it up, Matt. Appreciate it. And I know you two get along pretty well, right?
Yeah. About 70% of the time.
I think you do. All right, good. We'll have something to celebrate pretty soon. So pretty sure about that. Okay. Thank you, Gretchen, very much. Okay. Do you have any questions?
Mr. President, where does the TikTok deal stand, given what we've seen, the tariffs in China?
Well, it's moving along, but obviously I would say right now China's not exactly thrilled about signing it. We have a deal with some very good people, some very rich companies that would do a great job with it, but we're going to have to wait to see what's going to happen with China. So
Mr. President, still on the table?
No, it's on the table very much. I think China's going to want to do it, actually.
Mr. President, can you explain more of what you believe is the end game with China? Are you waiting for President Xi to blink? How do you think this is all going to be resolved?
Look, for years we've been ripped off and taken advantage of by China and others, in all fairness, but by China, that's the big one. And it's just one of those things. We're making $2 billion a day right now, this country. $2 billion a day with tariffs. And they were making $2 billion a day. We'll be making more. Now when you see what happened today, I don't know if it's still there. I looked an hour ago, but we were up like close to 3,000 points. Nobody's ever seen a day like that. I think that's a record, isn't it, fellas?
Definitely.
Is that a record?
It's a big
Who would have thought we were going to have a record like that? after watching, but because the geniuses of the world, they get it. Our country's very strong. We were left a very, very weakened country, both economically, financially, because of all of the tariffs and all of the other companies just raiding us and ripping us off, and also at the border where 21 million people were allowed to come in. Many of those people were criminals. And but the people that do this for a living, and some of them are very smart and some of them aren't smart at all. But these guys are very smart, and my group is very smart. My whole group is smart. And you've done so amazing on the border. I read the other day that there were 9 people and hundreds of thousands 2 years ago with Biden, and we had 9. We had it down to 9, and they were all let in for medical reasons. They were in bad shape. We let them in for medical reasons, not even for anything else. So you've been amazing. But that's a big thing. I think it's one of the greatest problems that I've never seen anything like it. Open borders. The whole world was emptied out. Prisons from all over the world, from the Congo in Africa, from Africa to Asia, a lot in South America, but it wasn't just South America. Prisons emptied out. And I said it outside with the drivers before, but El Salvador has been amazing, that job that the president's done. He's coming to see me next week, and we look forward to that. But that's really been amazing. Yes,
Mr. President, the EU also announced increases in tariffs today. Why not treat
bad timing for them? That's bad timing.
Why not?
They didn't put them in. No, they threatened them, but they picked a later date, which our expectation is it's going to be later still.
Okay, and I'm glad that they held back.
You were watching the market.
If this was the strategy all along to bring them to the table, why did you instruct or advise, or maybe they did it on their own, some of your top aides to say this is not a negotiation, to hold the line, that they were going to hold the line, that you were not going to change your mind?
A lot of times it's not a negotiation until it is. And that happens. And, I said outside that you have to have flexibility to do it right, and that's what we have. And we brought everybody to the table. And it may not be a negotiation. It may not last. I mean, things may be asked that I think are not fair to us. Look, we've been ripped off by essentially everybody for 35 years. This is not just a new thing. And Roger Penske just left. He's a great gentleman, great man, actually. And he said no other president would have had the guts to do this. And I believe that's right. They wouldn't have done it. They should have done this a long time ago. A long time ago they should have done it. I started it with China. I took in hundreds of billions of dollars in tariffs and taxes from China in my first term. And we had the greatest economy. We were up 88% on the stock market. That was the greatest ever in the history of our country. But it had to be done. It's something that had to be done.
Mr. President, thank you so much. Which countries will be negotiating first? Do you have any criteria? Because, for example, Brazil and the UK, they do not have deficits with the U.S. They have a surplus. They do not have a surplus. They have deficits with the U.S. So what is the criteria? And also, would you consider talking or meeting with Xi Jinping?
No, sure. He's a friend of mine. I like him. President Xi, I like him. I respect him. But they haven't treated our country right. Sure, I'd meet with him. On the other countries, we have Japan is here, and South Korea is here, and others are here, and we're trying to see them. It's from what I hear, it's much more than 75. I said 75 plus.
So many.
It's everybody wants to make a deal, actually, and. We want to do what's right for our country. We also want to do what's right for the world. The world is important. I mean, it's the world, right? And I think we're going to make a lot of people very happy. And I think investing in the United States of America will be the greatest investment that anybody's ever made.
Mr. President, we still to see the sectoral tariffs, so the pharmaceuticals, steel. Is that something you're still considering moving forward?
Yeah, well, I will be, because we want them coming back. We realized during COVID that we don't make our drugs and our pharmaceuticals in this country. So I realized that, and it was a big realization. We had to go to China to get drugs. We had to go to other places. I won't even mention the names, but we had to go to other places. We don't make it. And that's because we let them leave. And now if they want to come back, we're going to put tariffs on the pharmaceutical companies, and they're going to all want to come back. They're going to come back. I'm not going to pay them any money like Biden with the chip deal. That chip deal was horrible. They give billions and billions of dollars to chip companies. All they have is money. They have so much money. And they give billions of dollars, and they're just going to keep the money. They're not going to spend it. And the only thing that's going to bring them back is you say, we have a barrier. You have to pay 50% or 100% or 200%. And if they have to pay that, they're going to say, we're not going to pay that. We're going to build here. And that's what happened. We're the biggest, most prestigious chip company in the world, spending $200 to $300 billion. Think of that, $1 billion to build essentially one massive plant. It'll be one of the largest plants in the world, and we're going to get them very quickly. We're going to get them energy. We're going to get them the electricity they need and the energy that they need, and it'll be approved by Lee Zeldin, a total professional, and it'll be approved very quickly, and they'll get their zoning very quickly. They'll have everything done in a matter of months.
Thank you, sir. You've procured a record amount of private sector investments since your election, $7 trillion. You talked about the importance of all that. Can you talk about how these investments will have a positive impact on families who felt like the previous economy left them behind, and why your executive orders on coal yesterday is so important given the amount of manufacturing that you're ushering back in?
Thank you. And which is correct. We have, I would say, more than $7 trillion now, right, of investment coming in. Apple is coming in for $500 billion alone. We have other companies coming in with massive numbers. We have car companies that are coming in. No, we've never seen anything like it. Maybe in the 1940s or 50s or something, but we've never seen anything like it. They had 3 plants canceled in Mexico. Not that we want to hurt Mexico, but we're for us. And that's what my job is. It's not to take care of other countries, but I want to help other countries as much as I can, but we have to take care of America first, and it's about America first. So we have many, many companies coming in that would have never come in if we didn't win the election and then put the tariffs on. And they're coming in because when they build in the United States, there are no tariffs. You don't have to pay any tariffs. So instead of paying 30, 40, 50% or 25%, but it could go a lot higher in some of the industries. So we have steel mills right now that are raging. The steel industry was gone. If I didn't put the tariffs on steel, because China was dumping massive amounts of steel in my first term, and I put tariffs on it, I saved the steel industry, but now it's going to thrive. Maybe like never before. I mean, if you go back to U.S. Steel from 90 years ago, it was incredible. It was the #1 company in the world for a long time. That's why we don't want to see it go to Japan. And we love Japan, but U.S. Steel was a very special company. We don't want it to go to Japan or any other place. So we're working with them, and I don't know if they need any money now. I'll be honest with you, they hit gold. They hit gold because if you look at it, they have such orders for steel now. It's incredible. What's going on in our country is incredible with respect to plants. So we lost 90,000 plants and factories from the beginning of NAFTA, the worst trade deal ever made in the history of this world, but certainly in the history of trade. There's never been a worse trade deal. We were able to cancel that. We had to get approval from Congress. It was like a disastrous curse, because you had to go to Congress to get it terminated. You couldn't just terminate it because it was a bad deal. And you had people in Congress that didn't want to do it because they had other reasons, maybe bad reasons. They're mostly not there anymore, those people. But it's amazing what's happened. I appreciate that question because it's incredible. I don't think we've ever seen anything like it. $7 trillion, and it's much more than that because, these are places that we know. $7 trillion is unheard of. I never looked at the Biden numbers, but you could go a whole year, and it was peanuts. Everybody was leaving. They weren't coming in. They were leaving, and that means jobs are leaving. And so we're not playing games. We're going to make this country greater than ever before. Thank you for that question.
Mr. President, it seems that John has made some. Oh yeah, absolutely.
Thanks. For the past few days, we've heard from this administration no pause. Was this idea of doing a pause, did that just come about this morning? Can you tell us exactly what came into consideration for you and your advisors?
For a period of time, I wouldn't say this morning. Over the last few days, I've been thinking about it. I've been dealing with Scott, with Howard, with some other people that are very professional. And I think it probably came together early this morning, fairly early this morning. Just wrote it up. We didn't have the use of, we didn't have access to lawyers, or we just wrote it up from our hearts, right? It was written from the heart. And I think it was well written too, but it was written from the heart. It was written as something that I think was very positive for the world and for us. And we don't want to hurt countries that don't need to be hurt, and they all want to negotiate. The only problem is, you can only do so many at one time. It's like, we want to do it right. We want to get it right. We want to take care of them, but we have to take care of our country. So, but this was something certainly we've been talking about for a period of time, and we decided to pull the trigger. And we did it today, and we're happy about it. I didn't know it would have that kind of an impact, but it's, I think they have the biggest increase in the history of the stock market. That's pretty good. You're almost, if you keep going, you're going to be back to where it was 4 weeks ago. But it was a sick market 4 weeks ago, because the trade was sick. It was only a question of time. I don't blame the tariffs. I think the tariffs just sort of magnified what was happening. It was sick. Biden allowed these people to get away with murder. Biden allowed China to just take advantage of us. We had like $1 trillion deficit with China, $1 trillion deficit. So that was going to only be a matter of time. I think the tariffs brought it out faster, and they magnified the problem. But I think this was a problem that existed far beyond tariffs. This was a systemic problem. And we're going to cure that problem. And maybe to a large extent we have, because we've revealed it, and we've revealed it very strongly. Yes, sir, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. So it seems China's made some serious missteps here in these negotiations. And Secretary Bessent said earlier you may have goaded them into a tough position here. I'm wondering, are you in a way putting together a coalition against China in terms of trade here?
No. Well, China, look, they're very capable. And I don't blame China for what happened. I blame the people sitting right at this desk, right behind this desk, or another desk. You get your choice of 7. I happen to pick the Resolute. But I blame the people sitting behind in this chair, behind this desk, for being stupid, incompetent, or not having courage. This should have been done years ago. This should have been done before Obama, in all fairness. Not only Biden, Obama. It should have been done many years ago. This started with the World Trade Organization, which was owned by China. It was owned and paid for by China. They didn't even have to do things. They considered them a nation that was undeveloped. They said they were a developing nation. Well, we're a developing nation too, if you think about it. Look at our inner cities. Look at what's happened. I think we're starting from ground zero there, right? So we're a developing nation too. No, I know it's a lot of people take heat for saying that, but I blame the people sitting at this desk more than I blame China. If China can get away with what they got away with taking hundreds of billions and trillions of dollars right out of our pocket because our people here were stupid, they were stupid people. Maybe corrupt, I don't know. I don't know how you can be that stupid. How do you get to be president and you're stupid? But they certainly weren't courageous. And they allowed this to happen. And with Japan and with many other countries that took advantage of us. I mean, we had deficits with almost every country. I used to read these things. First term, I'd read them. I'd actually read the agreements. I'd say, how could anybody agree to this stuff? So certainly they were rough, and they were tough, and they were smart. And you can blame them, but I really blame the people that allowed them to do it, because if you could read first grade and you could read these agreements, you'd say, these are terrible deals. I actually used to say, who would allow deals like this to be made for our country? And maybe it's people that didn't care. Maybe it's people that weren't courageous. Maybe it's people that were corrupt. I don't know. But I blame those people more than I blame anybody else.
Mr. President, you've been very specific in saying that you would like the EU to purchase U.S. energy. Is there something specific that you would like China to do?
Well, you'll be hearing about that. Yeah, there are a lot of things I'd like China to do.
Are there some examples?
There are a lot of things that I want China to do, and I'll be telling China what that is. Not you, but I'll be telling China.
Mr. President, Iran, you said the other day that if they do not agree to a potential nuclear deal, that it would be very dangerous for them. What specifically?
Well, they can't have a nuclear weapon.
Did you mean military action, though, if they don't agree?
Oh, if necessary? Absolutely. Yeah.
And do you have a
deadline for these talks?
I do. You're talking about with Iran?
Yes.
Yeah, I do.
Do you want something definitive this weekend, or do you see this as the start of a process?
It's a start.
Do you have a timeline?
We have a little time, but we don't have much time.
Who is starting the
Because we're not going to let them have a nuclear weapon.
Is
Can't let them have a
going to be
nuclear
there, Mr. President?
And we're going to let them thrive. I want them to thrive. I want Iran to be great. The only thing they can't have is a nuclear weapon. They understand that. You know, the people are so incredible in Iran, and they're so smart. They're very smart people. But you know, they're in a rough situation, rough regime. But they understand, and the leaders understand. And I'm not asking for much. I don't. They can't have a nuclear weapon, and I've said that. And I was a little bit surprised because when the election was rigged, I figured they'd get the weapon because with me they were broke. They were broke. They had no money because of the sanctions. Nobody could buy oil. We did that to Venezuela just recently, and we'll do it to other countries if we have to. I want to see Russia and Ukraine make a deal. They got to make a deal. When schools get blown up and bad things happen, like I'm hearing about, it's no good. I hope we're going to make a deal with Russia and Ukraine. But with Iran, if it requires military, we're going to have military. Israel will obviously be very much involved in that. He'll be the leader of that. But nobody leads us. We do what we want to do.
When would the talks need to conclude before you might do military?
I can't really be specific, but you know, when you start talks, you know if they're going along well or not. And I would say the conclusion would be when I think they're not going along well. So that's just a feeling.
Mr. President, on the subject of U.S. troops stationed in Europe, do you have any plans to reduce the number of U.S. troops in Europe or in other NATO countries?
Well, good. I mean, it depends. We pay for military over in Europe. You know, we don't get reimbursed by much. South Korea too. So it would be one of the things we discussed. That's unrelated to trade, but I think we'll make it part of it because it makes sense. Be nice to wrap it all up in one package for each country. You know, it's nice and clean, and we have plenty of law firms. These are great law firms that we signed with, the best. And I think part of the way I'll spend some of the money that we're getting from the law firms, you know, in terms of their legal time, will be, if we can do it, I think we can do it, using these great law firms to represent us with regard to the many, many countries that we'll be dealing with. We'll have good lawyers representing us, but we want to have good lawyers, and these are the best, considered the best lawyers in the world, right? I mean, considered the best in the world. I don't know. They just went off a little bit.
Mr. President, 2 questions. On Iran, do you have an update on who will be participating or conducting these conversations? Will Witkoff be there on Saturday for these direct talks? And on China, some economists are saying that right now is technically embargo on China with 125% tariffs. Are you concerned of escalation beyond the trade war with China?
No, I'm not concerned. I think President Xi is a very smart guy. And I think we'll end up making a very good deal for both. But, you know, we've been treated so badly for so many years. Again, we allowed that to happen. We've been treated so badly for so many years. But, no, I don't expect that. I think President Xi is one of the very smart people of the world. And I don't think he'd allow that to happen. And we're very powerful. This country's very powerful. Let me tell you, it's far more powerful than people understand. We have weaponry that nobody has any idea what it is, and it is the most powerful weapons in the world that we have. More powerful than anybody, not even close. So nobody's going to do that, but I think that if that's what you're referring to, maybe it's not. But just in terms of basic escalation, which is what you said, No, I think that President Xi is a man who knows exactly what has to be done. He's a very smart man. He loves his country. I know that for a fact. I know him very well. And I think he's going to want to get to a deal. I think that's going to happen. We'll get a phone call at some point, and it'll be off to the races. It'll be a great thing for them. It'll be a great thing for us. It's going to be a great thing for the world and for humanity.
Do you have plans to meet with Putin in Saudi Arabia?
At some point I would. We'll have to see. I mean, we have to get there right now. You know, we got to get there. In the meantime, they're losing 2,500 on average young people every single week. Think of that. 2,500 people a week. It's not even conceivable. We got to get there fast.
Do you think
a couple of more? Yes.
Do you have to increase tariffs on China even more before they come to the table or give you a phone call?
I can't imagine it. No, I can't imagine it. I don't think so. I don't think I'll have to do it. I don't think we'll have to do it more. We calculated it very carefully. By the way, when you hear 100, a lot of people charge much more than that. Canada charges much more than that to our farmers, our dairy farmers. Many people charge much more than 100 or 125 in this case. But I don't, it's still a significant number. I don't see that again.
On the investigations.
Yeah, Mr. President. So do you think some of your tariff critics would prefer, to see the United States go through turmoil than to actually see it succeed just because they are your policies?
You mean just leave the tariffs the way they are now and just relax, right? Some people have said that. Look, again, we're making... It'll be soon much more than $2 billion a day. That's not the worst thing that I've ever heard. So yeah, some people say that, but we look at the other side too. I think as the United States, we have an obligation to look also at the other side. We want what's good for everyone. I mean, it's America first, but we also want to make sure there's a world that can live happily and all of that. And so, this is the way I look. No, but there are people that say, look, where we are now, I've been in worse positions in my life than making $2 billion a day plus, right? It's really plus. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, Press. Thank you, Press. Head it out.
Thank you.
Or the markets are what really changed your mind when it came to
the markets right now are extremely good. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Press. Thank you. Head it out. Thank you, guys. Here, this way. Right this way. Thank you. Keep going. Keep going. Thank you.
All right, folks, there it is. This is regular. Trump seems to like the 4 o'clock hour to sign executive orders, even though that was slated for 2:30 in the afternoon. He had Penske, had the NASCAR folks to the White House, so he did. But what I really wanted to get to, guys, what a day in the stock market. And Trump alluded to it there, saying it was one of the best days. He said it was the best day ever. I think it's one of the best days ever. And again, people were they're hoping for this 90-day pause, which was supposedly never going to happen. So it was a question of would Trump do the pause or not? Very interestingly, though, that China is still playing hardball. And he warned him, if you play hardball with me, you're not going to get any concessions. The rest of the world got concessions. Very quickly, can you show at 1:18 when they announced this? I want to show this. We did a time lapse of about 10 minutes. Look, it was up 80, 90, nothing, 200, 300, 400, 700, 800, 900 within 10 minutes, folks. It went from about flat of a market, the Dow again, to 2,400 higher. It ended up almost 3,000 points higher. A massive move. Clearly, the money people around the world realize that these tariffs are concerning to them. Now, I love this idea that he's pausing 90 days, he's going to negotiate, because remember, the whole idea was to do the tariffs to get other people to lower their tariffs. Then it's a great idea. But it got mixed messaging for a while. The message, he's back on point, and this is great news. Mad Dog, do we have Steve Bannon? Do we have Mr. Steve Bannon?
Yes, sir.
Let's bring in Mr. Steve Bannon. I'm glad we got Mr. Steve Bannon. We had a major stock market rally, Steve, and I don't know if you saw that, but we did a little time lapse. In the period of a literal time lapse of about 8 minutes, The Dow went from literally zero flat to up 2,400 points. I've been doing this a long time. I've only seen that happen a couple of times. That was, I'll tell you what, they're back on point, my friend Steve. They're back on message.
I think we talked about this in the show this morning. That's why we keep referring to this FT. China's the issue. It's been the issue. President Trump, when he talks about panicins, I think we saw a classic short squeeze. Don't short Donald Trump and do not short MAGA. I think that's what you saw today. There's a lot of short interest. I think they were coming for Trump. President Trump knew that China is the heart of this, 90% of the problem. I think the 90-day, he kept in 10%. I think we got him stacked over LaGuardia. You got to get him in and start, because these are going to be tough deals to do.
Oh, yeah.
And the reciprocity is the key. But I got to tell you, Wall Street and around the world, if you're going to short President Trump and try to make some money betting against the United States, betting against Donald Trump, betting against MAGA, you're going to get crushed, which is what happened today.
And Kramer.
It was a fantastic day.
The inverse Kramer works yet again. No. Yeah, look at that. 2,962 points up, Steve. It's just incredible. I will tell you, the issue for me was the original message was we're going to raise our tariffs to import into the United States to levels that you're charging us because it's been unfair until you lower it. And I think you and I talked about it. The until you lower yours got lost for a while. It got, hey, you're going to come begging you. We're going to wish you didn't F with the United States. And that message was kind of off point for me as a money guy. Once he got back on message today where he said, look, I'm going to lower them. We're just going to negotiate. And by the way, screw you, China. You didn't listen to me, and you're going to eat it. And China is eating. Now, this is a brilliant strategy. If this was in their mind the whole way, I'm going to say, wow, they're brilliant. I just think Trump realized that Lutnick was a little too aggressive.
Well, no, it's not so much even Lutnick or Peter, because still Peter's on the reciprocity. It's his. But Besson, look, everybody, as you know, and we talked about this in depth on the morning show, the bond market has turfed out more governments than howitzers. President Trump admitted last night, global bond market. This morning, the bond market froze. It had a little freeze there on the 10-year. Then they ran an auction. They did a 10-year Treasury auction overseen by the Secretary of Treasury before he went to the White House. It went fine. And then Scott Besson had said with President Trump, if China comes back and tries to play games, and they played Smash Mouth. So the focus is China. We had Caroline Wren live from ASEAN in Kuala Lumpur, who said everybody there wants to do a deal with the United States. I think it's smart. You stack them up like over LaGuardia. You're going to get to them over the next 90 days. The East Asia, Japan, Korea.
They got the world.
Vietnam. They're going to come in first.
He got the world against China. Even one of the ancillary benefits to this is the whole world is now pissed off at China, not at Trump, at China. This is a brilliant strategy. I absolutely adore how it played out. I mean, it's great. And by the way, when China does, and they have to, I would say the world didn't really have to, but now that everyone else is lying, when China does blink and back down, you're going to see another 2,000 points in the Dow. Up.
Well, Eric, we got to watch Taiwan. I mean, this could get non-financial very quickly. So we're going to talk about a lot of recommendations in the show day. But you're right. The eyes on China and unite the world against China. China is 90% of the problem in world trade. Eric Bolling, great day.
You too,
Short
brother.
squeeze.
You too, brother. Tomorrow I got something special for you. We had it for you today. We'll do it for you tomorrow. Has to do with Seinfeld. That's a deep tease. We call it that. Steve, have a great show.
Thank you, Eric. We're going to actually talk to Eric about his ideas on natural gas and energy. Time now to get some more ideas from President Trump. Okay, we got an incredible cold open. Natalie's at the White House. Dave Bratt's riding shotgun with me. We got an amazing 5 to 7 show, just like this morning. Let's go ahead and let it rip.
So are the numbers I'm seeing on my screen correct here for the Dow? Are we up 840 points right now? Dana, I'm watching this literally glitching in gap. We're up 900 points. This is yeah, okay. There. Wow. Our charts can't even keep up with how quickly these numerical moves are happening. We are at session highs. Emily,
we are just sifting through everything that we're seeing in this Truth Social post, but 2 major developments. I'm going to go first that the president says he is authorizing a 90-day pause and substantially lowering the reciprocal tariff during this period of 10% effective immediately. There's some fuzzy language here. The upshot is that there's a 90-day pause in the reciprocal tariff. What I'm not clear on is whether we go to zero during that time or to back where we were, or if the 10% tariff remains in place. Either way, a major step forward. The president says that this is because more than 75 countries have called representatives of the United States. Negotiations are ongoing, and so he's instituting this 90-day pause in the meantime. On the other hand, some negative news on China, saying that based on the lack of respect that China has shown to the world's markets, he's raising the tariff on China to 125%. That's, of course, up from the 104% that took effect just at midnight, now going even higher to 125% because he does not like the way China has been retaliating rather than coming to the United States and wanting to negotiate. So two major step forwards here. One, obviously, very good for the markets. You're seeing the markets react to that. The other one on China, looking like, they don't like the lack of respect that they see. So we are looking at a world in which things continue to get worse with China, one of our largest trading partners, but of course not the largest, but getting much better with everybody else, at least temporarily, while these negotiations, Kelly, are ongoing.
An explosive rally for stocks after news President Trump is pausing reciprocal tariffs on countries that did not retaliate, but holding them at that baseline of 10%. China, the exception there. The Dow up nearly 3,000 points. S&P up 9.5%. NASDAQ up 12.
Charles, this is one of the greatest days in American economic history we have had. I think we're going to call it the art of the reciprocal trade deal. And I'll tell you, all the nervous Nellies on Wall Street who try to undermine us consistently underestimate the power of the president to negotiate. What have we got here? We are at a place now where we have a broad-based 10% global tariff on. Well, we negotiate over the next 90 days with all of these countries who have come to us. And the mission, Charles, in these negotiations is to dramatically reduce our trade deficit, level the playing field, get rid of all the tariff differentials, get rid of all the non-tariff barriers. Dow 50,000. Charles, I've said this before. It's going to hit that. We're going to have a broad-based recovery in the S&P 500.
As we told you, remember, our saying here also is that the bond market's turfed out more governments than howitzers. A little while ago, the bond market kind of froze up in 10-year Treasury. 10-year Treasury popped to 4.5%. Remember the other day we were on the show, it was down, I think it hit 3.9, 3.95. That was kind of irregular. I'm not saying liquidity, but irregular Treasuries back down. And I believe that is twofold. Number one, not just the tariff situation, but now this outright throwdown between the Chinese Communist Party and the United States. But in addition, I think it's just starting to think through the Senate bill, of which is being pushed by the president. And I can tell you there's some spending there people don't understand and scratching their heads, including Jamie Dimon there, a $1 trillion defense bill. And I don't know how that's aligned with hemispheric defense.
It does take guts, believe me.
Was it the bond markets that persuaded you to reverse course?
I was watching the bond market. The bond market is very tricky. I was watching it, but if you look at it now, it's beautiful. The bond market right now is beautiful. But yeah, I saw last night where people were getting a little queasy. I think everything had. Well, the big move wasn't what I did today. The big move was what I did on Liberation Day. We had Liberation Day in America. We're liberated from all of the horrible deals that were made, all of the horrible trade deals that were made. And I was helped by people just like this, senator, congressman, and friend, right? And we had great help in the Senate. Our Republican senators have been amazing. They stood tall. And likewise in the House. And John...
There are decades in which nothing happens, and there are weeks in which decades happen. Welcome to that week, one of those weeks, and there have been many with President Trump. A full-blown, it's gone beyond tariffs, it's gone beyond trade. It's a full-on, you can't call it anything else but an economic war between the Chinese Communist Party and the United States. Chinese Communist Party ratcheted up retaliatory measures last night, tariffs and others, and they've got a full toolbox. The Wall Street Journal has a really smart article up about how they've been prepping for this war, economic war. They've already been engaged in economic war with us, unconventional warfare, unrestricted warfare. But they've been planning on this for many, many years, and now we're fully on it.
As I said, we've given 90 days, and the only certainty we can provide is that the U.S. is going to negotiate in good faith, and we assume that our allies will too. And in terms of certainty, we will see what China does. But what I'm certain of is that what China is doing will affect their economy much more than it will ours, because they have an export-driven, flood the world with cheap export models, and the rest of the world now understands, because when we put up our tariff wall, those exports were already flowing to the rest of the G7 and to the global south.
And you Mr. Secretary, how much of this decision was driven by the bond market cratering overnight? What is happening with bonds? Is China selling their bonds?
I have nothing that says that, and we actually had quite a good 10-year auction today, and all this was, again, this was driven by the president's strategy. He and I had a long talk on Sunday, and this was his strategy all along, and that, you might even say that he goaded China into a bad position. They responded. They have shown themselves to the world to be the bad actors, and we are willing to cooperate with our allies and with our trading partners who did not retaliate. It wasn't a hard message. Don't retaliate. Things will turn out well.
Just in the last few weeks, Nicole, I had been having conversations with my colleagues who also cover foreign policy and national security, saying, isn't it interesting how little we're hearing about China? During the campaign and over his career, President Trump has been kind of obsessed with China. And he has so many China hawks in his administration who say that China is the biggest threat to the United States. But there were virtually no policy pronouncements. And now here we go. We are in this conflict with China. And as you say, based in part on China's political culture, also the fragility of its economy. The Chinese are not going to back down by any sign we've seen. They are. Xi Jinping is going to stand up, show that he can't be cowed by President Trump. Nationalism is already starting to flare in that country, and you could get into an escalatory cycle that not only has these economic implications, but can have security implications that can become quite dangerous. So we went from China seeming to be on the back burner to now suddenly, we're in the thick of it with China, not only economically, but in security terms. And again, the question is, can that escalation be controlled as you have two leaders who are going to have to show that they are tough and will not back down from one another? And that can be dangerous.
This is the primal scream of a dying regime. Pray for our enemies, because we're going medieval on these people. You're not got a free shot on all these networks lying about the people. The people have had a belly full of it. I know you don't like hearing that. I know you try to do everything in the world to stop that, but you're not going to stop it. It's going to happen.
And where do people like that go to share the big lie? MAGA media. I wish in my soul, that any of these people had a conscience.
Ask yourself, what is my task and what is my purpose? If that answer is to save my country, this country will be saved.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Wednesday, 9 April, in the year of our Lord 2025. I told you this morning at the start of the show about decades when nothing happens, weeks where decades happen. This is going to be that kind of day. If you watched the show this morning, saw our concern about the bond market. Obviously, the president shared that concern. There was a good auction, or an okay auction, before Secretary of Treasury Bessent went over to the White House early in the afternoon. I think Matt Boyle reporting from Greece and Caroline Wren from the other side of the globe in Kuala Lumpur showed that the countries of the world want to unite with the United States economically against China. And these are trading partners. And remember, reciprocity is key, what Peter Navarro has said. But I saw some people saying, it's Bessent and Elon Musk versus Ludnick and Navarro, John Cardillo. That's idiot talk. Elon Musk was a guy that went out of his way to crush Scott Bessent. And Elon Musk, his only concern is the Chinese Communist Party, 100% the Chinese Communist Party. Today, the Chinese Communist Party got crushed. But Michael Crowley right there summed it up, New York Times diplomatic correspondent. We're a long way from this thing being over. Tonight, get ready. Xi is not going to back down on this. He can't back down on this. The reason he can't back down, if he was to back down and show any softness whatsoever, he would be overthrown, either by his military. This is why he's been purging the PLA over the last 2 years, massive purges in the senior ranks, kind of like Stalin did before World War II in the 1930s at the senior levels of the Red Army. Xi has been doing the exact same thing. Xi understands that he is judged by how he stands up to the United States of America. That's how he's really judged, by the hardcore. They have many, many super hawks over there that are just raring to get it on with the United States of America. This is one of the reasons you have to decouple. The Chinese Communist Party, it's impossible to do a deal with. We learned this in 2019, as I keep saying over and over again, when we had the Lighthouses deal. This morning, President Trump, you can say, laid a trap. The three things, so just think this through. Number one, we've talked about you need to have a process. You had Liberation Day, and then the nations of the world are piling in here. Some say, hey, I don't understand the formula. Some are saying, hey, I understand the formula, but I think you might be wrong. Some are saying, hey, I understand the formula, but my reciprocity is different. I understand you want to get to reciprocity. All of them, and particularly the biggest trading nations, have all wanted to come over here and cut deals. As Caroline Red said this morning, from Kuala Lumpur, all of Southeast Asia, and we know Japan had dinner with Scott Bessent last night. The Koreans are heading over. Vietnam's already here. And she was putting out the word, you're not going to do this. You need to come back. You're in our camp. So this is about, you had to have a process. I think the process they chose to keep the 10% on. And remember, 10% tariff is not small. 10% tariff is 4 or 5 times some other, other times we had tariff. So that in and of itself is not tiny. The reciprocity piece will be worked through as people, because these are complicated. Remember, it's just not the numerical tariff that you've got. It's also all the non-tariff barriers. But the important thing is he had Scott Bessent, under President Trump's guidance, warn China, warned them on Saturday and warned them on Sunday. Don't come back. If you strike back, it's going to be bad news. And they struck back hard, and President Trump then struck back even harder. And the market, of course, took off. Number one, it is the process. They like the 90 days. However, there is a mother of all short squeezes in there in a couple of these stocks. People were betting against President Trump. They were betting against MAGA. They were betting against the United States, and they were betting against these companies. They got squeezed. Because remember, when you short like that and you're leveraged, it's an unlimited amount of money, infinite amount of money you can lose. Not like buying a stock and going long. Because if you buy a stock, it only go to zero. A historic day in the markets. Dow almost 3,000 points up, broke 40,000. Gold broke 3,100 for a while, backed off. I think it's 3,098. You've got to learn the process there. The 10-year, which was jiggy, the 10-year market, when we started the show this morning, was kind of frozen. That is not good, ladies and gentlemen. That is not good, and that does not happen very often. U.S. government securities, particularly the 10-year, which is the one that, as we taught you, the whole world in your financial life is off of. Your credit cards, all of it. Okay. We're going to the White House. We've got Natalie at the White House. Dave Brad is here. We're going to walk you through all of it, what happened today, what you have to understand from that, the process about it. More importantly, what is to come in the war room. America's heart.
Stephen K. Bannon.
Birchgold.com. I told you, we're here to teach you the process. Take your phone out, text Bannon at 989898. Get the ultimate guide for investing in gold and precious metals in the era of Trump. And you get to know Philip Patrick and the team. Look, it was at 2,900s, back over 3,100. It's not the price and the price swings. This is quite abnormal. You have to understand what is going on here in back of that. The pattern recognition, and that is what Birch Gold will help you to understand, plus the end of the dollar empire. As the Chinese Communist Party is now up front saying, hey, they're going to lead a de-dollarization effort. Don't think this is over by a long shot, folks. It was a great move of President Trump today. There was a short squeeze, and also people pounded in saying, hey, Trump is back. So there's a lot of good there. The process to get these done and to keep reciprocity, which is absolutely what President Trump is focused on, bringing jobs back, which is his number one priority. And now in an economic war with Xi, who really can't, who's not in a position to back down. This is what I'm saying. Things other than just tariff and trade, and like the kinetic part of this, which may start, quite frankly, with us in Mexico against their partners, the cartels, or it may start around Taiwan. Stay tuned. This is why the show is for you is more vital than ever. Natalie Winters over in Congress. Of course, Zero Hedge had it best. The Zero Hedge guys had an incredible tweet up today that said, and now this is after the story broke, and it was obviously the focus on economic warfare of the Chinese Communist Party, and the market started to run. The guys over at Zero Hedge put up a tweet, and now we can go back to your regularly scheduled $1 trillion in debt increase every 100 days. So they voted in the Senate. It's just procedural. We've been promised cuts. We'll get into that when we got time. Quite a day at the White House, Miss Winters.
Yes, quite a day indeed. Just getting here. They always are having press gaggles. We've already had a ton today right now. Transportation Secretary Duffy is speaking to reporters. I saw Commerce Secretary Lutnick walk by not too long ago. If you were to ask me what exactly the messaging, the strategy is, I think you're watching it develop right now in real time on the big networks, at the sticks, at the press gaggle. But I really think confidence is emanating from the White House today. The rebound that we saw, I think the strategy worked. I think Caroline Leavitt said it best this morning, speaking to reporters. They all got played. They all got fooled. This has been obviously the strategy all along. But overall, from the comms angle side of things to each cabinet secretary, it seems like they're really emanating confidence and that they know what they're doing, contrary to, I think, the narrative we've heard coming out from my legacy media colleagues.
Natalie, Crowley says some of the things very important. Like I said, President Trump ran because of this thing of the United States being ripped off, being deindustrialized, the whole thing around trade. But the center of gravity of that has always been, as we keep pointing back to the Financial Times that got it right, President Trump in a defiant move against Beijing about the Chinese Communist Party. Since you've been an intern for us and for Raheem, your research originally started in things like the Chinese Communist Party and how they're infiltrated everywhere, how they're ripping us off. Crowley said, hey, Trump is a China hawk, and he surrounded himself with China hawks. How significant was that in how this played out today?
Well, I'm always honored to return to my anti-CCP tradition here in the war room. But look, I think I'm getting a sense of deja vu, although maybe PTSD is a better way to describe it, really to COVID, the COVID panic. What do I mean by that? First and foremost, the idea that it was going to be a pandemic that was going to destroy the world, just like it was going to be a recession that was going to destroy the world. Well, that obviously didn't happen. But more precisely to that point, I think the duking it out, right, over the natural origins versus the Wuhan Institute of Virology lab origins, we saw this really, I think, massive moment happen where you had hardcore Chinese Communist Party propagandists who were on the payroll directly of the Chinese Communist Party, like we exposed, saying, no, this developed naturally. And then the other voices, like ours, the independent ones, were saying, no, obviously it was man-made. It was created through gain-of-function research. Why do I bring that up? Because those same voices that were weaponized, right, that same sort of propaganda that you heard to say COVID developed, naturally literally in the Batcave or whatever. It's the same similar information warfare psyop that I think we heard, now not in the confines of biological research, but when it comes to the stock market, when it comes to these tariffs. And we can get into the intricacies, but a lot of the think tanks that you're hearing, the so-called experts, I guess, there you go, trust the experts, that also cross-applies here too, but the people that you're hearing being pumped across the airwaves on legacy media are all a part of these think tanks, all are academics, part of these institutions that have been on the take, on the payroll from the Chinese Communist Party for decades. And I know our side always loves to say, oh, so-and-so is, bought and paid for by the Chinese Communist Party. That's an understatement, right? When you understand the way that the Chinese Communist Party has systematically waged political warfare to target not just the Achilles heel of the American system, but the American political system in its entirety, right? Don't miss the forest for the trees. Hunter Biden is one of many. They've done that time and time and time again. All of these voices that are now criticizing President Trump in this trade war, which, by the way, I reject that phrasing. It's the Chinese Communist Party that started this to begin with. That's victim blaming. It's the American people who have been besieged by the Chinese Communist Party through intellectual property theft, illegal trade exports and subsidies, currency manipulation, all these sort of non-tariff barriers that the Trump administration is talking about, while their legacy media counterparts are too dumb to even know that currency manipulation exists at a rate of, 30 to 40 cents on the dollar. So this is a much bigger issue of the tariffs. I think right now are sort of the latest theater of war that we're seeing the Chinese Communist Party influence ops, psyops, run out on. But this is just like COVID. Our audience is always ahead of the curve. We're always steely-eyed. We understand. We stay frosty on the psyops. I don't think the same can be said for my colleagues here, but it's the same lying and deceitful actors that are very in bed with the Chinese Communist Party that are telling us that these tariffs are detrimental to the United States of America.
The running dogs. Let's go. You got a clip. Let's go and play it, and then we'll bring you back in for some observations.
Well, I think it'll be a devastating impact. I mean, for one thing, we've already seen in 2 business days, Thursday and Friday, after he announced on Wednesday the launching of all of these new tariffs, that in 2 short days, the United States stock market's lost $6 trillion, $6 trillion in wealth. I don't think we've ever seen anything like that in history. I think you'd have to go back to the Great Depression and the crash of 1929 to see anything on this type of scale. And even that may not be quite the same. This is going to go down as one of the most egregious self-inflicted wounds and unforced errors that we have ever made as a nation in any area of trade policy or economic policy. So the bottom line is it's going to do several things. Number one, it's obviously going to raise prices and contribute mightily to inflation. Number two, it's going to ultimately result in net job loss because American producers will be having to pay more for the inputs for their final products. That means that they'll have to raise their prices on the products. That means fewer people will buy the products, and that means that the factories will have to lay people off. That's what happened the first time. Before COVID, under the Trump economy, under these policies, the United States lost 250,000 manufacturing jobs. So we know how this goes. And so in all of those ways, it's going to be devastating. And of course, it's leading to the weakening of the dollar and, according to many economists, a much greater likelihood of a recession. And none of this had to happen. So it's very self-inflicted and really economic mismanagement at a level that I don't know that we've ever seen in the modern history.
Are they in the mumble tank now? They're not going to get their Great Depression this week, ma'am?
Well, Stephen K. Bannon, you just missed Peter Navarro walking by. He told me to send his regards to the posse. But just to contextualize who that is, I know we love the term running dogs here, but that's a full-blown traitor. That's David Firestein, who is the CEO of the Bush China Center. Now, what they don't tell you about the Bush China Center, and what I won't tell you about that interview, or I guess they won't tell you, is that he was running to Chinese state-run television to dunk on President Trump's tariffs. I stand by my treasonous claim and traitor claim, but what's more interesting is what he doesn't disclose is that That group, the Bush China Center, is directly on the payroll of a Chinese Communist Party-run influence group known as the China-United States Exchange Foundation. They notoriously signed a 5-year, $1 million a year contract to basically parrot Chinese Communist Party talking points. That interview you see right there is what they call, I guess, an ROI. But more to that point, each year they were only bringing in about $1.2 million. So the buried lead there being that it was the China-United States Exchange Foundation that was constituting essentially the entirety of that group's budget. But this pattern is replicating itself over and over and over again. The other think tanks that are essentially bought and paid for by this very same, like I repeat, communist influence group, the Brookings Institution, the Center for Strategic and International Studies, the Atlantic Council, the Center for American Progress, the East-West Institute, the Carter Center, and the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace. Of course, a bunch of America's top institutions are also on the take from the China-United States Exchange Foundation. And if Denver wants to toss up on screen the Center for American Progress, which has actually led delegations to China, paid for, subsidized by this communist influence group since 2009. This was a group that was founded by John Podesta, though I think that's maybe the lesser of the two controversies when it comes to this think tank, at least in the context of Chinese relations. But for decades, they've been collaborating with them, going on these high-level delegations, receiving hundreds of thousands of dollars to lobby for them. Why an American think tank would be lobbying for Chinese Communist Party interests, I can't quite tell you. The fact that it's comprised of overwhelmingly Obama administration alumni, maybe that squares that logic chain. But this is what you're hearing. It's full-blown propaganda from, guess what, people who hate the United States of America, don't think borders matter, and don't think sovereignty is important. So, of course, they're going to hate these tariffs.
Natalie Winters, social media, ma'am.
Natalie G. Winters on all platforms. Thank you for having me.
Great job. Couldn't have come out of the box firing with all cylinders about the CCP. Folks, don't think we're through this one by a long stretch. This is Battle of the Titans right now. Short break. Brat on the other side.
Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
President Trump absolutely hammered him today. Make sure that you are not hammered. Get the home title lock, triple lock protection, the $1 million triple lock protection. The only thing that shows that you actually own that piece of real estate that you abide in, your home, is your title. Everybody in the world's trying to get it, trying to monetize it, sell your house or monetize, take out a second mortgage. The home title lock, $1 million triple lock protection. 24-hour coverage, alerts in the middle of the night if anybody's messing with your title. If that fails, then they have a $1 million restoration project. And Natalie Dominguez and the team can tell you all about it. $1 million, put lawyers on it, all of it, to make sure that your title is back to you and nobody's taking out a second mortgage. HomeTitleLock.com. This is the $1 million triple lock protection. Make sure you put in promo code Steve25. Just Steve? Just Steve. Steve 25 is gone. I'd like Steve 25, but just Steve. Keep it simple. Just Steve. Only Steve. Dave Brett. I want to get to the Senate. I don't know. I'm not feeling it, brother, but I heard it was just procedural day. A lot of long faces having to vote for this. But walk me through your assessment of President Trump's handling of this over the last couple of days, and where do you think we are right now?
Yeah, my view is we're in the middle of a geopolitical, geoeconomic revolution, a Kuhnian paradigm shift that's going to be permanent. President Trump is assessing it in real time and seeing the max damage he can do to an evil system, right? St. Augustine, provatio boni, the absence of the good is evil. Communism, Morning Joe, Mika, Baptist, let's have a debate on that one. Is communism good or evil? Let's have that one. Somehow communist China grew at 10% GDP for a decade. Somehow they are doing $5 trillion in manufacturing a year, while the United States of America is doing half of that, $2.5 trillion. Somehow China has $100 trillion in capital to work with, and we only have $70 trillion. That might explain why our productivity has been going down for 70 years. Bob Gordon, Northwestern, I've shown that chart 1,000 times, talking about the real economy. That guy on the news you just had, Firestein or whoever, talking about the real economic outlook. He didn't mention the economy once. Our economy is not in strong shape because it's been destroyed by the communists and the leftists, et cetera, who've given us those charts. And so I think President Trump is just weighing in real time. He sees very clearly what they did to him in 16, in 20, what they're still doing in 2024 with the courts, et cetera. And he's maxing out what he can do in a short order. It's not like the establishment, once he starts these changes, they're going to continue on his regime, right? They're not going to say, oh, yeah, or Trump's not going to say, let's just do this incrementally. Let's just make, little changes right at first, because, boy, we don't want to upset the apple cart that's been wreaking havoc on the American middle class. And so I also want to add the moral debate. President Trump, he'll never admit this, but I see the positive thinking in his upbringing. I see that he is not a beggar thy neighbor guy. He doesn't want our advancement at the worsening of the rest of the world. What he wants is a system that makes us all better off, as opposed to China, who is beggar thy neighbor. They got rich off of our backs. They took manufacturing away from us. They cheated, lied, stealed. The tariffs are about a third of the story. Non-tariff barriers are 2/3 of the story. And the White House is, and you've been strong on that for the last few days, Steve. And so I applaud the backbone from our America First side for sticking with it and doing the best. And Trump's a smart guy. So he's reading the leaves and seeing how he can maximize goodness for the American people in the political sphere.
This is just getting kicked off. Now this is a throwdown. You know how tough and hard the Chinese Communist Party is. They have a huge problem with legitimacy, since they were a revolutionary force and they did defeat one of the Kuomintang armies, but essentially the country was given to them by traitors in the State Department and the U.S. government, who took a small revolutionary cadre and gave the country to them. And they had defeated, on many occasions, many battles, the nationalist forces. But they've always had a question about legitimacy. They've never had an election. They've never been elected in. They've never had to go out and convince the Chinese people to support them. Where do you think we are now? Particularly, you got Taiwan. You have the fentanyl crisis on our southern border. You've got the Panama Canal. You have the Arctic. You have, my recommendation immediately is to take all 350,000 students that are here, revoke the student visas and send them all home right now. There may be some swell kids in that, but it's a principle. They all got to go. And we still have tens of thousands that snuck in here and crossed the border when Biden invited them in. Where do you think we are now in this overall war that they've been engaged against us since 2019?
I think we're in a very, very scary world and predicament right now. And that's why I brought up all these Morning Joe and Mika's and Jamie Dimons and the Wall Street Journals. Hey, what are you guys going to say in the morning if China goes all in, puts all in chips, takes over Taiwan or does something worse than that? Then all of a sudden, are you going to finally figure out that the Chinese totalitarian communist surveillance state is not morally good? They have no human rights. They do not believe in God. They're abusing human beings. There's no human freedom. The moral equivalence, right? I'm just shocked on the moral equivalence, right? The Panama Canal versus Taiwan or whatever. We have paid for a peaceful order for 70 years. China has never done anything good for anyone in the last 70 years except themselves, and not even themselves, a small, teeny little minority. When we talk about China, we're not talking about the Lao Beijing, the people made in the image of God. We're talking about the totalitarian despots, and it is a scary world we're living in right now. That we don't know. My guess is they're probably in a recession and near 0% GDP growth. I know we are, as we've always said. If you stripped out the grotesque money printing and the $2 trillion deficits, we'd be shrinking at least 3, 4, 5%. But you wouldn't know that because none of the mainstream economists will ever do any research on anything that matters. And that's what Natalie just brought up, right? Just look at all those foundations she reeled off. They all fund all the economists at Harvard and Yale and Princeton and Berkeley and MIT. So if you want to know why none of the America First issues are ever covered by economists, and that's why I'm serious, we're in a Kuhnian revolution. Their story, their narrative on the left, the Marxist left, they cannot explain the data. How our productivity so far down, why China's growing so fast, how we let that happen, who's in charge, right? No one in the establishment is defending the current trade regime. That's the tell, right? But they don't have another story, narrative, theory ready to go. And when it comes to geopolitics, you know more than I do, so I'll defer to you on the Chinese military threat.
Well, it's going to be significant. I mean, we got to be on watch, and starting tomorrow, we're going to break this all down. But overnight, I'll be putting stuff up on Getter. But tonight's dangerous. Every night's going to be dangerous, but particularly she cannot sit there and have Trump go, okay, you tough guy, it's 125. How about that? And keep coming for him. So, zero hedge. Today, the 10-year auction, and before the auction went okay, but before that, the bond market did freeze or appeared to freeze for a few minutes. It was rattled. Part of the reason it's rattled is that, they hadn't seen the trap that President Trump was working on springing. They thought it was maybe a little too much confusion and that you had this reciprocity, but there wasn't really a process to get everybody in, the 75 to 100 countries in. So they hadn't been able to see that. President Trump made that clear later. But the other thing that spooked them, Dave, is this Senate bill. Now, you got to help me here, brother. The House voted on it today, and if it hadn't been for a couple of Democrats who have died, I think, from cancer, I don't know if the bill would have passed. I mean, it was 216, 215, right on the nose, with a couple of no's, 3 no's from the Democrats. This Senate bill is almost indecipherable. I mean, it was only a procedural thing today, and President Trump specifically promised $1 trillion in cuts. So this thing could be horrific, and the bond market is not going to just sit there and let us. They get a vote now. They're just not going to let us run up these massive deficits. And both of these deals, one has $4 trillion, the other has $5 trillion. I mean, what's your sense? I know the arm twisting in the House has been intense, and they've committed that they're going to get to work, and we're going to understand this entire thing and understand where the spending is, understand what the deficits are, how they're going to get to zero. understand where the tax cuts are, whose taxes are being raised, and who are continuing on with the lower taxes. I mean, what is your outlook in this? Clearly, the zero hedge was kind of mocking everybody and said, okay, now that this crisis is over, we're back to just running up $1 trillion every 100 days, sir.
Yeah, I think the analysis of the budget is fairly similar to that with tariffs. Where have any of the House members been with a plan or the courage to come out and defend this America First play on behalf of the American worker? And I get it. I was there. I mean, it's a tough world running against the tooth fairy and the Democrats who are supposed to be pro-labor and pro-worker. And where are they? They have no strategy, no nothing. They're not populous. And so, yeah, I've got no hope at all in the budget process right now. I haven't seen any reason to be optimistic that there's cuts. I think the Senate, from what I read today, the cuts are in the billions, not the hundreds of billions, not $1 trillion, but in the billions. And then the House is, I think the Speaker and some of the members are saying that's not good enough. So they're going to go back and forth. But at the end of the day, they're going to lob it into one big, beautiful bill, which means there's going to be extreme pressure on everyone to vote for that thing. That's how they do it. They time it. They wait for a key choke point when you're going home or whatever, and then they force you to the wall, and that's it. And so you're right on the bond market. Now we've added other realities to the risk calculus around the world. Right now you've got geopolitics, you got China, you got the tariffs, and President Trump knows full well that this cannot be incremental. This America First move, right, on energy, all in, on the tariffs, all in. And it's not the tariffs. He wants them to come to the table like, van der Leyen for the EU, et cetera. They offered a zero tariff. No way, Jose. 2/3, right? I got a chart. I'll show it in the 6 o'clock hour, the blue chart that shows for most of the G20, the non-tariff barriers are bigger by far than the tariff barriers. Right, and that's Bank of America and World Bank, by the way. So if any of these analysts want to question the methodology and the formula, I'll show them Bank of America, World Bank, same stuff.
No, this is why Navarro's a genius. What Navarro said is, hey, you got to put in currency manipulation, counterfeiting, all the non-tariff barriers. It's just not the number because. People come all the time and say, hey, between Europe and us, it's just 0-0. Let bygones be bygones. No. That's not how it goes. This is still the way Germany, we have not one American car sold in Germany. The Senate bill we're going to have to deconstruct, you're right. You've got $1 trillion defense budget. They're adding another $170 billion for the border, for deportations. These things have to be done, but we really got to go through with a fine-tooth comb and find out about it, plus the taxes, all of it. It's complicated. This audience is going to come under tremendous pressure to roll over on this thing. Go ahead, Dave.
I'll just throw in real quick. I watched that debate last night. Schiff, I disagreed with on the tariffs, but he did have another parallel explanation with the Federal Reserve, right? Printing too much money, reserve currency, where interest rates way too low. Therefore, you don't do any saving. You do all consumption. That line of thought is also powerful. It parallels why we're in a problem, and the Federal Reserve better get its act together to be complementary to this whole America First project.
Hang on one second. Dave Bratt's with me. We'll take a short commercial break. Take down the CCP. Back in a moment.
We will fight till they're all gone. We rejoice when there's no more. Let's take down the CCP.
War Room Posse. Today we're going to have another huge War Room exclusive at wholesale prices. We're going to start with our My Towels with that proprietary technology. The bath towels that came in, the big bath sheets are in, the kitchen towels are in with all the accessories as low as $9.99. So go to mypillow.com, scroll down till you see Steve, give him a click, and there it is, the kitchen and towel $9.99 sale. Right next to that, you have the spring sheet sale where you save up to 50%. And there's the My Crosses, the most requested product, I think, ever for My Pillow. You save 30%. And there's the premium My Pillows, $18.98 for the queens and $19.98 for the kings. That's a War Room exclusive. Help keep my employees going, you guys, and help yourself get the best sleep ever and the best products ever. Or call 800-873-1062, 800-873-1062, promo code War Room, the most sought after promo code ever.
We are going to talk tomorrow about non-financial and non-tariff and non-trade, because that's going to take a life of its own. There's going to be some retaliation tonight, you watch. But Dave Bratt, we got to start talking about also, because this is going to last for a while. There's not going to be kind of handshake and deal. They're dug in, and one of the reasons they're dug in, they got their own internal problems. One is they got to be tough. They got to be tough about Taiwan. They got to be tough about the Panama Canal. Besides the student visas, and look, I love the Lao Beijing, and I'm one of the leaders of the anti-CCP movement here in the country. I'm the only civilian in the history of the country to be fully banned, right? Essentially politically and economically quarantined from China or any Chinese communists by the Chinese Communist Party. On the day of President Trump when he left the White House, it was Pompeo, it was Matt Pottinger, it was Peter Navarro, and myself. And so I'm very proud of that. I wear it as a badge of honor because I detest the CCP, but we got to start thinking outside. I know things are being developed, but the student visa ban has to happen. You have to send all 350,000 home. You're also going to unmask these colleges that are really, this is how they're getting by, and that's just not right. The priority has to be U.S. citizens. The other thing I would do immediately is I would take the deal down the Panama Canal, Hutchinson Whampoa, and Larry Fink. And look, Larry Fink is, no angel, right? A terrible guy, but he's the one who could step up and buy. I think it was a $25 billion deal. Right now, the Panama government of Panama should seize that from Hutchinson Whampoa, transfer it to Larry Fink's BlackRock, take the cash and send it right back to Hutchinson Whampoa and say, hey, here's the cash. You guys came to a deal. It was stopped by the Chinese Communist Party after they had a deal, just like TikTok. TikTok's going to be another fiasco because the Chinese Communist Party says, hey, deal off. We're not selling. Screw you. If you want to do anything about it, go ahead and try. So there's all these types of aspects. This thing has 10 fronts to it, all the way from the fentanyl to the Arctic. And right now we have to start being creative about how we're thinking about this, the team over at the White House and the National Security Council, and, of course, the great Scott Bessent and others, because this is so far metastasizing. Trade and tariff and what they've done to us on trade is one aspect of it. That's the big one. But the grievances here on both sides are substantial. You heard this morning from Caroline Wren, it was 10 o'clock at night in Kuala Lumpur. They had told the nations of Southeast Asia, you're not even going to the United States. If you got a delegation, get back, because you're not making a deal with America. That is how hardball it's getting. Dave Bratt, any thoughts about going forward against the Chinese Communist Party?
Yeah, I'll just start off again with the privatio bonum, the absence of the good. Communism rejects God. In the Judeo-Christian West, God is the good. And at Harvard, the motto in 1640, and Princeton and Yale and all the publics their motto was truth for Christ and church for hundreds of years. Now, not so much. So these universities, what do they believe in? So the left always used to beat us conservatives up with the moral arguments. They'd make the little pithy, sympathetic moral claims. I'd love to hear what the moral claims are. We have the moral high ground now. Trump is providential. He doesn't want to act pietistic and like we're holy rollers. That's not what I'm after. We need to make the moral argument that we're the ones fighting for the small guys. That's always been the Judeo-Christian West, right? Christ came and said, whoever takes care of the least of these, you're good, right? That in a simple summary, that's the Sermon on the Mount. Love your God and love your neighbor as yourself. That's the piece I would throw into the White House theorists while they're composing all of their reactions to the non-tariff barriers. Everything that China's doing hurts people. Everything we're doing helps people. And if you draw that contrast, the left does not have a narrative to compete with that story.
Dave, hang on. Charlie Gasparino is reporting that, and I've heard similar to this, it wasn't China last night selling bonds that kind of caused President Trump's to get his attention and to actually freeze the bond market this morning. It wasn't China. A lot of people thought China might be offloading their treasuries. It turns out, rumor has it was Japan because they were nervous about the direction of this thing. We will make sure we break all that down for you tomorrow morning as we work overnight to get this. My birchgold.com. If you haven't taken this wild ride today and think you need to know about gold or need to talk to Philip Patrick and the team of everything that's happening in gold and why it's a store of value, why we're going to go through this roller coaster, it's only going to get crazier, folks. That much I can guarantee you. You're going through a massive geopolitical and geoeconomic earthquake. And it's tectonic plate shifts is a better term for it. And it's not going to slow down anytime soon. Birchgold.com/Bannon. The Chinese Communist Party already said they're starting a massive de-dollarization effort. We wrote the textbook on the end of the dollar empire. Go check it out today. All of it's free, and the last free installment is just up modern monetary theory. You read all of them, you will start to understand the world you live in. That much I guarantee you. Dave Bratt is going to be back. Next hour is going to be on fire. We are going to be broadcasting from Los Angeles for a couple of days, and we have some very exciting things that are going to happen. My Patriot Supply has got a special, the mega deal. Go to mypatriotsupply.com/Bannon. That's the promo code. This has got the most calories ever. It's a 3-month supply, but it's a mega, mega, mega deal. People there are the best. It is the single best of the, I call them the preparation companies. Get ahead of it, particularly on a day like today. Who knows what's going to happen overnight? One thing I can tell you, the Chinese Communist Party is just not going to sit there and take it. Right now, they believe that the United States has finally engaged them in economic warfare. Stick around, short commercial break. We'll be back in the war room in just a moment.
Tried to shut them up.
There's no guarantee to free speech.
They tried to cancel them.
Deplatforming works.
They even threw them in jail.
Peter Navarro,
Steve Bannon,
now in prison.
But they couldn't stop them.
It's not a prison bill that will ever shut me up.
They call them rebels.
Basket of deplorables.
They call them rogues.
They claim to values or religion.
And they say they're outlaws.
These are the kind of guys you like to smack in the ass.
War Room presents Rebels, Rogues, and Outlaws.
You set out to take Vienna. Take Vienna!
The national bestseller by longtime Bannon producer Dan Fluette. Take a journey through the pictorial history of War Room. In a culture that celebrates the weak, show your support by standing with the rebels. Go to doitfluette.com or scan the QR code on your screen. Use the code RAV20 for 20% off your order. Stand with the rebels and never back down.
Good evening, America. Happy Wednesday. It's a happy Wednesday if you're on the stock market today, and welcome to the latest edition of Just the News, No Noise. I'm going to explain that in a second, but first, you know who I am. I'm your host, John Solomon, reporting to you as always from Washington, D.C. and the WiredToFishCoffee.com studios. Go check out this amazing coffee. It knocked Dunkin' Donuts out of my life. It's the official coffee of Just the News. Go support this amazing company. Get amazing tasting coffee and get a 10% discount. How are you going to do that? You're going to go to WiredToFishCoffee.com and use the promo code JustNews at checkout, or put your camera to that QR code, and well, you're in business. All right, I said it was a happy day, and it was. The Dow Jones Industrial Average soared 2,900 points, one of the largest jumps in American history after President Trump announced a new wrinkle in his tariff policy today. You know what that was? He gave a 90-day pause on international trade tariffs for most countries that are willing to negotiate with him. One country that got left out, China, because it's playing a game of chicken, and Donald Trump just returned fire. Now he has raised Chinese export tariffs to 125%. Now that's a trade war. But all the other countries, they get time to have a negotiating period, try to come to a deal that's more fair to the United States. And that is exactly what the markets wanted to hear. And boy, did they go crazy across all of the different places. Now, we're also keeping a close eye on Capitol Hill. Right now in the House, there is soon to be a second vote on one of President Trump's other most important policy priorities, and that is getting a budget done that trims the size of government significantly. Just a little while ago, the House of Representatives cleared the way for a final vote that's called a procedural vote. It's usually a bellwether of what will happen on the final vote. Republicans had enough votes to get to the final vote. If that holds, the Senate blueprint for cutting the size of government will become a blueprint, and then it will open the phase to the real work of creating a CR, continuing resolution, where the actual details will be hammered out. And President Trump has promised, as he did last night, they'll get to $1 trillion. Even though the Senate's not there, he'll get to the $1 trillion figure that House Republicans want. I'm sure the president will try to make good on that as we get through this process. And finally, one more good one on the judicial front for everybody. The Trump administration earlier today won at the Fourth Circuit Court of Appeals when that court lifted an order from U.S. District Judge James Bradar that said the Trump administration could not fire probationary employees. The appeals court said, oh, yes, they can. And that is another big win in the courts for Donald Trump. He's won 4 or 5 times, Amanda, at the Supreme Court, 4 or 5 times in the appeals court. The quicker we get out of these lower courts into the upper courts, President Trump seems to be prevailing on the law. I know you're watching a lot of other things today, right?
I am indeed, yes. And I want to show you this quick clip from President Trump earlier today explaining another reason why he announced this new 90-day pause on reciprocal tariffs, except for China, of course. Watch.
I thought that people were jumping a little bit out of line. They were getting yippy, you know. They were getting a little bit yippy, a little bit afraid, unlike these champions, because we have a big job to do. No other president would have done what I did. No other president. I know the presidents. They wouldn't have done it. And it had to be done. What was happening to us on trade, not only with, you know, if you look at it, not only with China, but China was by far the biggest abuser in history, and others also, but somebody had to do it. They had to stop because it was not sustainable.
Well, the president is right about a number of things, including the fact that no other president really has done this, at least to this degree. And with the markets rebounding in a big way today, it seems for now that his strategy is working. But we're, of course, going to have to wait and see what those deals the administration is able to secure in this 90-day pause. And in all the tariff talk today, you might have missed this headline. Attorney General Pam Bondi announced that the DOJ will create a Second Amendment task force to protect the rights of gun owners all across this country. Bondi wrote in a memo that for too long, the Second Amendment, which establishes the fundamental individual right of Americans to keep and bear arms, has been treated as a second-class right. No more. All right, for gun lovers, I'm happy.
Promises made, promises delivered.
That's
you just
right.
keep looking at the track, and it's amazing. the president called this the yips, or it was a little yippy, but the yips is something with sports players always use when they get before a big game.
He did have NASCAR or racers behind him.
He did. It was like the perfect analogy. It is actually what went on in the market, and I think we keep saying play the long game on this because that's what President Trump is doing. Today was an example that the long game, it ultimately evens out. I think people will be a little less panicked. There's going to be other dives in the market, other surges, but I think the strategy is starting to be validated. 70, 80 countries coming forward.
Yep.
All right, as we told you, we're keeping a close eye on Capitol Hill. We're going to take you up to the U.S. House of Representatives right now. All right, folks, joining us now from the House of the floor of the House, where all of this action is occurring. New York Congresswoman Claudia Tenney. Congresswoman, great to have you back on the show.
Well, thank you for having me on. I know it's been crazy busy. Otherwise, I'd be with you in pictures, but we're here on the phone because we're kind of scrambling around here.
We'll take you any way we can get you. It's such an important day. Tell us the moment we're at in this budget process. This is actually a procedural vote. The CR is what's really going to matter because that's where the ink hits the paper. But what's your thinking? Where are you on this? And then where do you think your colleagues are?
Look, this, as I said, I can't emphasize enough, this is a procedural vote. A lot of members know that. Everybody should know that. Some members, on principle, say that they can vote, even though it's a procedural vote, because the Republican Senate number is just so far off from our number that we sent from the House. So, I mean, just for a basis, the House instructions say that we have to cut at least $1.5 trillion in mandatory spending over the next 10 years. The Senate says only $4 billion. You know, we're way off on that. But again, it's procedural. What we actually do in the reconciliation process is we have to stand up as a House and make sure that we get the budget cuts we need, because we know that our $36 trillion debt is going to be rolling into much larger numbers and unsustainable and catastrophic for this country if we don't stop that now and start putting spending cuts in here, along with getting the growth that we need. And again, this is not a final budget by the Senate Republicans. It's a starting point where now we get into negotiations. I do think, though, that time is of the essence right now. While we've got not a lot of time and not a lot of votes, we really need to get this done. President Trump has got a very, very aggressive agenda for cutting taxes, making those Trump tax cuts permanent. They gave, all that tax relief to small businesses, especially lower and middle income taxpayers, particularly in my district. We saw the economic growth, and it's been sustaining us through the pandemic and through the excessive spending through the Biden administration. So it's absolutely imperative that we get that passed, or we're going to face a $4 trillion tax increase to the very people who are going to create the jobs and keep the jobs that we have. We also have to make sure that we cut spending. That's part of what the DOGE project is. We also have to unleash American energy and invest in growth areas like data centers and AI and things that are going to make us more efficient, bring our jobs back from overseas, which is why you see President Trump kind of tinkering with the tariffs today. He gave another 90-day pause, which you saw the market skyrocket. One of the biggest days we've had on Wall Street in a long time because of the relief on the tariffs at the moment. So a lot going on, and we just have to get this done. The tax cuts are so important to the economic growth that we need in order to cut our debt and deficit, in order to get the growth we need. And remember something, John and Amanda, right now we are getting the highest revenues in the history of this country because of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act signed into law by President Trump in 2017 that are expiring. So we need to continue that growth. We need to continue to make sure that we give tax cuts to the people who are producing the jobs, the people who are making all the goods and services that we have here in this country. And that's why it's so critical that we get this done.
Congresswoman, it's almost like Congress is working in conjunction with President Trump, as you were just talking about benefits for the lower and middle income of America. President Trump, with the tariffs, trying to bring manufacturing back to this country, which of course would also expand middle America. Are these two acts or these two measures to increase America's middle class, are they equally weighted? Do you think they're equally important, or is one more important than the other?
Well, it's hard to say one is more important than the other. It's all part of the formula. I think what people don't realize, in the very first Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, President Trump put in this really unique repatriation provision, which meant that during the Obama administration, American companies were parking their wealth and hundreds of billions, actually trillions of dollars in their wealth were being held overseas because they didn't want to bring the money and the jobs back, only to get socked with a huge tax bill. So what they we did is a one-time repatriation. We brought almost $1 trillion in revenue to the U.S. Treasury and tens of thousands, if not even more than that, jobs back to our communities from overseas, which was a great thing. We need another revenue enhancer, and part of that is the tariffs. Part of the tariffs, it's debated whether President Trump is using this as a negotiating tool. But remember something, I have a perfect district to look at. My district is where the Industrial Revolution was started, where New York became prosperous, where the country really took an edge economically. We grew our economic power because of the Erie Canal and the manufacturing and the things that we did there. We were hollowed out because of China. We allowed our industries to go back over there with cheap labor, lack of regulations, and now we've got to bring those supply chains back. That's what President Trump is trying to do, is get the supply chains back, to give the incentives to American manufacturers that if you're going to manufacture here and you're going to use American labor and our people, which is going to keep our country more secure, grow our economy, that's what we want to give incentives to. So that's what we're trying to do in terms of getting everything here, and it's all kind of part of the whole puzzle. Tax cuts, plus getting the jobs here and growing our economies here, making our pharmaceuticals here, important supply chains in the defense industry, the medical industry, construction, all those things that we're dependent on China for. Energy. Right now, China leads us when it comes to solar and all these other energy sources that we need. Those things need to be part of our supply chains. They need to be part of our control, not the Chinese Communist Party. And that's why President Trump is continuing to keep those tariffs on China. And he's given relief to other countries who are actually coming to the table and negotiating for reciprocal tariffs so that we can actually have a zero tariff-based manufacturing where we can actually sell our goods and services overseas, which is something we'd like to see. I have one of the top ag-producing districts in the entire Northeast, if not the number one. We want to sell our ag products to other countries, but we don't want to be cut off by retaliatory tariffs and also burdensome tariffs and fake phytosanitary laws that prevent us from getting our products there. We want zero tariffing, ideally, but President Trump is using this now to get other countries to come to the table, and so far we seem to see a lot of them coming to the table.
Yeah, so important. It is remarkable how quickly that dynamic changed. I want to turn to something. You have been on top of all of the weaponization over the last several years of our law enforcement agencies, Justice Department. We learned last night that the Biden White House actually was the people who secured Donald Trump's phone and gave it to the FBI in an effort to sic the FBI on Donald Trump in the January 6th investigation. The notion that a sitting White House would be trying to set up its opponent in the next election for a Justice Department criminal investigation, troubling to you?
Yeah, it is incredible. And think about this, though. The same thing happened with the Obama administration, with the incoming Republican candidate coming into office as the president-elect. Same thing happened then, and now it's even worse. We have a sitting president doing the same thing that the Obama administration did to President Trump. We hope that the action is going to be taken. I'm looking to Pam Bondi and Kash Patel, who are both out there standing strong for law and order, making sure that we have equal justice under our law system, and that we stop this abusive process and malicious prosecution, which is really what it is. And it's the weaponization of one party having control over others. And President Trump has said, we're not going to do that on the Republican side. We're not retaliating. We're just upholding our system of justice.
Congresswoman, another front that you are always on top of is the election integrity front, as the founder, in fact, of that caucus in the House. The SAVE Act, I know you have been so vocal about this. Talk to us about what you expect to see for its passage.
Yes, well, this is really important, and I'll tell you, we know that under our Constitution, and I might add Article 2 of the Constitution of the State of New York, an original colony, we say that we must be citizens to vote in this self-governing constitutional republic. It's so critical that we protect and preserve that right. All the SAVE Act does is say that you have to be an American citizen, and you have to prove that you're an American citizen in order to vote in our elections. We're not going to have automatic registration for people who aren't citizens, people who are illegal immigrants, and people that aren't eligible to vote. And that's all this bill is doing. And this is so important. New York State is a 2-to-1 Democratic state. It is completely controlled by the Democrats, the entire legislature. Every single judge that serves on our highest court, the New York Court of Appeals, has been appointed by either Governor Hochul or Governor Cuomo right now. I would argue they're far left in many cases, maybe not all, but most. They actually upheld the right of citizens only to vote in our elections. The Democrats tried to put through a bill in New York City that would give non-citizens the right to vote in our elections. They struck that down. That is an incredible statement coming from a left-leaning court to uphold the right of citizens to vote under New York's Constitution and our federal Constitution. It's important. How do we have a system of government where it's we the people, we the citizens? That's why it should be one citizen, one vote. It's something we stood up for in the Election Integrity Caucus from day one, and really glad that we're going to have this finally through. Kudos to Chip Roy for being the sponsor of this legislation, and for Speaker Johnson and everyone for pushing to make sure this becomes law. It's so important that we do that, and I actually think you might get some Democrat votes on this, if possibly.
Yeah, that's a pretty big moment. It's an 80% issue in America. It'd be silly for a Democrat not to vote for it. Congresswoman, as always, it's such a busy day. We are so grateful you found time on the House floor to talk to us. Great update. Thanks for joining us today.
Thanks so much. Great to talk to you both.
Yeah, great comment about that. Right as the vote's going on, we get a chance to talk to one of the congresswomen, and she said something important. Maybe some Democrats cross over on the election integrity. That was a good question, by the way. It's such an important vote, and she pointed out her own Supreme Court in New York, the High Court, New York overruled and said you can't have
that is an indictment on that policy. Yeah.
How about that? Even New York City starting to get a dose of common sense. All right, folks, we're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, the Trump administration is gearing up for direct talks with Iran over their nuclear program. Will they see results? Well, we'll discuss that next, right after these messages. Hey, it's a new day in America and a new administration in Washington, D.C. There's a lot of excitement and optimism about the future, but the reality is there's a lot of work to do as well, especially when it comes to fixing our broken healthcare system. The truth is that the forces that are responsible for breaking our healthcare system aren't going to simply go away. The challenges our system faces won't disappear overnight. Now more than ever, you need to be prepared. That's where the Wellness Company comes in. Their doctors are medical professionals that you can trust, and their line of prescription medical kits are the gold standard when it comes to keeping you safe and healthy, as well as your family. Whether it's the medical emergency kit, the contagion kit, the first aid kit, or the travel kit, these prescription kits contain an assortment of life-saving medications and guidebooks to assist in the proper use of these medications. From the flu to strep throat, from COVID to the bird flu, from a trip to the beach to a trip overseas, the Wellness Company has a prescription kit designed to keep you and your family safe. Make America healthy again. Start at home. Do your part and protect the health of you and your family. Go to twc.health/justnews today and order. That's twc.health/justnews and use the promo code JUSTNEWS to save 10% off.
Welcome back to Just the News, No Noise. The Trump administration is set to engage with Iran on direct talks over their nuclear program. So what can we expect from that? Joining us now to talk about all of that, retired CIA operations officer with over 20 years of experience in intelligence and national security, Rick De La Torre. Rick, great to see you. Thanks for coming back.
Thanks for having me.
All right, so I believe the date is set for Saturday for direct talks with Tehran. They claim that their aim is not a nuclear program, but what do you think will happen?
Well, I think President Trump, he's sending a message to the Ayatollah that you can't ignore. America doesn't beg for peace; we enforce it. And he's not interested in the pageantry or the back channel diplomacy. The Ayatollah won't face Trump because Trump brings consequences, not concessions. And that's why Iran immediately insisted that Oman talks be indirect. They fear that direct talks mean accountability, pressure. And at the end of the day, this is probably just more steps in delay tactics that Iran has used before. I mean, we've seen this movie before, right? Tehran drags its feet, talks in circles, uses the process to buy time. But this time Trump is flipping the script on them. He's reasserting hard leverage, not empty gestures. And Iran doesn't fear diplomacy; they actually fear leverage, and that's what this administration brings.
So let's game this out, because you're right. Iran has such a long history of just dragging things out and never really engaging constructively. If these talks on Saturday don't go direct because Iran doesn't allow them to go, or they result in nothing, Donald Trump sounded like a guy with a plan for phase 2, which may not be as pleasant for Tehran. What do you think happens after these talks if they don't go well?
Well, we have to understand that right now we are outside of that theoretical phase. We're not in that anymore. Iran is enriching uranium based on the recent reporting, and they're enriching it beyond the 60% with a stockpile over 21 times of what was allowed to be done under the Obama-era JCPOA agreements. That deal is dead. Trump's strategy, by contrast, during Trump 1.0, he crushed the Iranian economy and made it harder for them to find the proxies and spin centrifuges and do the stuff that they were doing. Unfortunately, under the Biden administration, we kind of let them get away with whatever they wanted to do for the longest period there. I think Trump's trip also signals to our allies that era of apologetic diplomacy that we had under the Biden administration is over. That doesn't work, and he's going to be rebuilding an alliance with other partners, Israel, for example, and other countries that's going to hold Iran accountable. If they screw around and don't take this seriously, and at the end of the day, if the talks don't work out, I think I think this administration is going to push things into a new area. And ultimately, we can't have Iran develop a nuclear weapon. If they do that, we're going to have some real problems in that area.
I want to ask you about these new sanctions today, because for Iran pushing for indirect talks instead of direct talks, they are effectively ghosting the president of the United States, and nobody likes getting ghosted. I know it was about 5 entities and 1 individual who were sanctioned today. Is that just kind of a little sign from President Trump, a shot across the bow that, hey, if you guys don't shape up and if we don't have these direct talks, there's going to be more and more and more?
Yeah, no, it's mounting pressure, it's leverage, and that's the only thing Iran understands, right? Countless times we've sat down with them and they've made promises and we've given them the benefit of the doubt just to be immediately embarrassed within days or weeks. Anyone who thinks that you can negotiate with Iran somehow and reach some sort of accord that's and just do that on a piece of paper is just really, really naive. The only thing Iran understands and responds to is leverage and force. What Trump did to their general Soleimani, who ran and conducted a lot of the terrorism that we saw over the years and funded a lot of the proxies, that sent a real message message to Iran. And I think that's what they're worried about. They're worried about another Soleimani type of response from this administration. And I don't think this administration would, would lose any sleep over that at all.
Yeah, I think you're right. They've proven it once before. Rick, I want to talk a little bit about the Biden years, because when Donald Trump left office, Iran's bank accounts were broke. Joe Biden replenished them. They got back into terrorism and disrupted the world. And during that time, they also made enormous progress. There's a new think tank report out in the last couple of days that show Iran could be as far as a couple of days away from standing up a single nuclear missile and potentially a few months away from having a half dozen or more. The tragedy of getting to that point, was cash a big part of that from the Biden years?
Well, it's hard to tell, right, how exactly. I mean, I don't think you could trace the exact dollar to the program, but it certainly does grease the engine and the system within Iran. You could take those $6 billion that we sent over in cash, and you could certainly pay off a lot of debt. You could invigorate parts of the industry that then generate cash that then you could then pump into these programs and systems. Ultimately, it didn't help the situation by putting cash in their coffers. I think at this stage now, if we accept the report for what it is, we're going to see a lot more reliance on our partners out there, like particularly Saudi Arabia, Turkey, the UAE. They're not going to stand by and allow a nuclear Iran in their backyard. We could see the Saudis immediately scale up a nuclear program on their own, and they've got the money. They could actually buy an entire nuclear program if you think about it. They won't have to spend years trying to figure one out. So that's obviously what we don't want. We don't want more nuclear weapons in that region. But this is serious. This is high-stakes stuff.
Yeah. Rick, before we let you go, in President Trump's first term, he was very strong on Iran. I can't imagine that they anticipate he would be any less than that this time around, but maybe they anticipate new allies who can help them in opposing President Trump. Who would that be?
Sadly, I think the allies that they're looking for are within our own country, in the sense of political parties and ideologues who fall for that. That story that they tell about, love and peace and understanding and, let's negotiate and live, together happily ever after, which is all nonsense. It's all garbage. This is sadly the situation that the Biden years have put us in now, where we're not unified as a nation in regards to confronting the evil and terrorism of Iran.
Yeah. Pretty remarkable. I'd like to just talk about optionality. I got a couple minutes left. Optionality. So one option is for the president to put a much stronger noose around them economically. That began maybe a little bit today with the moving in the sanctions. There's a limited strike against one or more of their terror generals or terror sites. There's a direct attack on the nuclear sites. I guess that's another option. If you're sitting in the intelligence world, what sort of advice are you giving the president, knowing that for the last 4 or 5 years, we don't know what crossed this border with Iran's blessing, cells that might be sitting here waiting to activate?
Correct. Yeah, no, that's correct. Those years of an open border, unfortunately, was exactly that, an open border, an open door, an invitation to the enemies of our nation. Look, I think Trump doesn't lead with force, right? He leads with leverage, but unlike the last crowd that was in the office, he doesn't neuter our options. He doesn't take anything off the table. President Trump doesn't start wars, but he ends threats. And I think that's an important distinction, right? Look at Soleimani again. One drone strike, no escalation. That's called a deterrence, and that's called credibility, and that's the kind of language that Tehran remembers and understands.
Rick, a lot of folks criticized President Trump before his first term, saying this guy's going to start World War III. He's volatile. Nobody knows what he's thinking. And that actually turned out to be pretty good foreign policy when world leaders can't predict your next move. Today, President Trump increasing those tariffs to 125%, I imagine had Beijing reeling. What type of move like that, out of the blue, drop of the hat, stopped on a dime, what type of move like that would it take for Iran to take notice and make these indirect talks direct?
Well, it's gonna take those kinds of efforts. One of the challenges, of course, is that we've basically blockaded all of Iran's business, at least with us, with the United States. The additional pressure points would be, Iran's ability to access markets in other countries. We could see some of that, right? We saw that recently with Venezuela, where they not only did they put tariffs on Venezuelan oil, but they also put tariffs on any country that does business with Venezuela on their oil. So that is something that's certainly within the realm of possibility as another pressure point, something that could be easily escalated to get Iran's attention. But at the end of the day, the difference between Venezuela and Iran is that Iran is fanatical. In other words, in Maduro, Venezuela, what you have is corrupt. You have folks that are trying to steal as much as they can. In Iran, they actually believe in the destruction and the end of the West. They actually believe that bringing about the destruction of Israel, a nuclear war will bring about another coming of one of their religious prophets. That's a very different way of looking at the world, and again, the stakes are very high when it comes to that kind of negotiation.
Rick, last question before we let you go. Iraq oil has been really under the control of Iran proxies for the last 4 or 5 years. Tightening that up in a real quick way could really cut off a lot of cash flow for the Iranian government. Is that something you think may be going on covertly now, or should be going on covertly? Because taking that cash flow away would be a big harm for Iran.
Well, I have no insights into what we're doing covertly within Iraq or Iran, but I can say that those sorts of things, again, they're on the table. If they're going to hit them, they're going to hit them hard, and they're going to hit them without them even knowing that they've been getting hit in a weird way. They'll know afterwards, of course, but it is very clear that no one who believes in democracy, no one that believes in peace in that region agrees that the world will be better with Iran having nuclear capabilities. So I just don't see that as something that could be negotiated in somehow. That's not going to happen, and this administration, just based on what they've done in the past, they're not going to let it happen, and they will take those harsh steps to make sure it doesn't occur.
Yeah. You're right.
We love having your insight on all of this, and no doubt this situation is not going away, so we'll have you back on soon. Retired CIA Operations Officer Rick De La Torre, thanks for being here tonight.
Thanks for having me.
You're welcome. All right, everybody, we have much more after this break. We're going to check back in and see what's happening on the floor of the House, and we'll be back in just a few minutes.
Welcome back, everybody. Normally this block we'd have another interview, but our interview guest is on the House floor right now voting on some really important stuff. Amanda, they're working on the judicial reform bill, Darrell Iss's bill to prevent individual judges in individual districts from imposing nationwide injunctions. That could be a major reform, something we expected this week. And then they got to have that bigger vote on whether they go through with the Senate budget blueprint and get on to the real job of creating the real budget. But I thought it would be a good time to just catch people up. We haven't had a lot of time to talk to you because we've had so many great guests on here. We're going to get back to guests in a little bit. The court rulings that Donald Trump is winning. He's won 4 or 5 in the Supreme Court in a week. Yep. He's won 4 or 5 in the appeals court. I mean, just as we were sitting here, the Supreme Court ruled again he could fire the Labor Commission independent appointees. On almost every front, he's winning. Temporary employees, he's winning. Judge Boasberg, he crushed. It seems as though this run in the courts is it's underreported by the news media because they want to focus on the panic in the markets. Yeah. But he's really showing that an executive has this much power, and here's how you wield it. Yeah.
And this, I think, is a result of long-standing preparation during these 4 years that President Trump was out of office, because something that you and I pointed out early on since day one of this second term, that when President Trump puts out an executive order, it seems to be crafted in a way where the legal argument is built into it. That's right. So it seems to me that every time they face legal challenges, they already have the answer to how to defend it when they get to court. So, of course, these are spinning out through the appellate process and going up to the Supreme Court when they do. And it's happening very quickly. And look, this is the flood the zone offense that President Trump talked about implementing, and Republicans are trying to keep up too, as you can see on the House floor with them trying to sign these bills to codify his executive orders.
There's the vote going on right now as we're speaking.
Yep, there it is. But everything, as I think the press secretary said yesterday, everything is on Trump time, and he moves very, very quickly, and so the courts are having to keep up too.
Yeah, looks like that vote is going to pass him. Look at the tally there; they're getting close to the passage number. Someone said to me the other day, actually someone who's not really been a Trump fan until very recently, that in the first Trump term, the system, the courts, the deep state, the process owned Donald Trump, and in his second term, Donald Trump owns the process, the system, the deep state. That is a really remarkable transformation, and it shows how much they used their 4 years to turn the dial into their favor, and they're just winning at every corner. And I think that's really remarkable. Rick De La Torre was really interesting. I loved a lot of things he said. I think Iran's going to whiff on these talks. I think so, too. And we're going to see something next week, whether it's a military strike or greater economic news tightening. I think the president said yesterday was missiles will fly if the talks don't work. That's a pretty big statement, but big stuff ahead, I think.
Well, and today, along those lines, when it comes to President Trump's threats, I think that he showed the world today that his word is good when it came to the tariffs, because he said last week, he said, if you come to the table, you will be rewarded. And today they were. Those 75 nations were rewarded for their willingness to come to the table and renegotiate trade relationships. So, the world better pay attention that when he says something, he means it.
Says what he means and means what he says, and makes a promise he says he wants to deliver. And I think the first 74, 75 days. What are we up to? 111, 112 executive orders, I think. More than even FDR during the Great New Deal, which is something you wrote on and you were tracking. You were right. He was going to break that record. Last thoughts before we go out to break. We're going to do a little bit of Make America Healthy in a second because we love that topic and all that comes with it. When you look out, and you've been in the White House a lot lately, what are the sentiments of the staff? They don't seem to be rattled one bit by the traditional media, by the coverage, the markets. They seem to have an answer for almost everything they're trying to do, right?
Yeah, and the casual attitude is not insouciance. It is not, a cognizant means of stepping away from issues. They are just very confident. They are maneuvering confidently, and you can see it from the top of the press office with Caroline Leavitt all the way down to the media wranglers and the people who handle the day-to-day operations in the press office, and of course in the executive. Everyone is just very, very confident with this agenda, and it reminds me, what you were saying about how President President Trump was handled by the court system in his first term, and that being switched this time around. I don't know why, but I had this vision in my head. I remember my grandfather talking about how he used to kill chickens for food, not just for fun. And he would grab them by the head, and this is how you used to do it in the days, and you would just snap their neck. And that's kind of what it seems like right now. President Trump is snapping the necks of the status quo, and people are just trying to figure out how to deal with it.
Yeah, there's just no cogent response anywhere from any corner of the Democratic Party or even the media. Yeah. One thing I've noticed, and I'll just say this aloud, the more they put Scott Bessent as the messenger on tariffs, the better they are. The more they put Howard Lutnick on there, I do not know what Howard Lutnick's messaging has been, but he really took the administration off, and I've noticed he's been kind of pushed aside. He's not been in public the last few days, but Scott Bessent has been a calming, rational. He can even talk to the legacy media and make sense to them. They treat him. I think he's becoming much like some of the, I would say, Witkoff, the special diplomat. Yeah. You're starting to see the unexpected stars in this administration, and I suspect that'll play out more.
You find out with money people, though. A lot of times money people have a really keen ability to separate emotion from the practicality and the financial side.
You've been on the Wall Street market. You know how to speak their speak and know what worries them.
You know how to deal with
and
volatility.
to address it candidly. No BS. Just get right to the point.
That's right.
It's amazing. Well, you're doing amazing, great coverage at the White House too. I just love the fact that you're there, and we have so much amazing insights every day. All right, folks, we're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back to turn to one of our favorite topics, making America healthy again. It starts with you, actually. It's more than just the government and policy. It starts with you. We're going to have a great conversation with Dr. Holly Lucille when we get back. Hey folks, what if I told you your retirement could vanish overnight? Now that's not fear-mongering, it's a warning, because right now our government is over $37 trillion in debt. The dollar is weakening, inflation is eating away your savings, and while most Americans are stuck watching the headlines, the smart money is already moving. Big banks around the world, well, they're dumping dollars and buying gold like never before. They know what's coming, a potential dollar reset that could crush the value of everything you've worked so hard for. That's why American Alternative Assets created a free wealth protection guide to help you protect what you've earned with time-tested precious metals like gold and silver. Go to johnlikesgold.com or call 1-855-GOLD-340. That's 855-GOLD-340 to get your guide right now. That's 855-465-3340 if you don't want to do the spelling. Don't wait for a financial crisis to start protecting your future. Be early, be ready, be protected. Remember, go to johnlikesgold.com or call 855-GOLD-340. That's 855-GOLD-340 to get your free guide right now.
Welcome back, everybody. You all know that we love having these political conversations on this show, but another thing that I love to talk about, as many of you know, I've gone a little woo-woo in the last few years, so I love talking about anything with regards to making America healthy again. And one company that is making large strides in that direction is Pure Health Research. And joining us now from Pure Health Research is Dr. Holly Lucille, one of our favorite guests on this topic. Good to see you, Holly.
Always great to be with you, too. Thank you so much.
We are so happy to have you, and I want to start with the news that really kind of started with Utah. Utah said, no more fluoride in the water. It works great topically, but we don't need to ingest it. Way too many studies show adverse reactions and complications from it. And now you have Bobby Kennedy, who is saying, listen, we're just not going to recommend it anymore. You can add it to your water if you want. We're just not going to recommend putting it in the water. How important do you think that is in this journey of making America healthy again?
I mean, that is news, and it's no noise. I will tell you that, because it's super important. And here's if you look at the periodic table, and you don't have to, but I had to memorize it. And so right around iodine, right, there's other halogens. So fluoride is one of them, chlorine, bromides. And what happens, because thyroid cancer and thyroid issues have been on the rise for the last decade, over 300%. Why is this? Because if we have an iodine deficiency, those other molecules can go ahead and hit the receptor site in your iodine receptor sites, and we don't want them there. Those, like fluoride, they're just too prevalent, and this is what is really driving some chronic health issues when it comes to that master gland thyroid. And so I think it's a super big move. I think people are like, wait, fluoride, it's good for your teeth. We have to start nuancing this messaging and really getting down to the news and not the noise.
Yeah, that's so well said. The chemicals that we've just bombarded our surroundings, our bodies with, are just so extraordinary in the United States more than any other country. You've got all of these things. Are people, you think, taking a moment now to say, maybe this cancer, maybe this autism, maybe all these things that have been exploding in front of our eyes, maybe it is caused by all these things that are ingesting into our body? It seems like there's a moment of self-introspection we haven't had in a long time.
You know, as the kids say these days, Hundy P, which I think is short for 100%. But yes, I saw a little tagline like, oh, research for X, Y, and Z chronic diseases is being cut, right? And they wanted to blame the administration. And I'm like, well, because maybe what we're doing is leaning into the contributing factors and causes of some of these diseases, right? And so let's look at the whole picture. Let's do whole person care. And I think that we are finally catching up. I mean, other countries banned these substances a long time ago. And so the time is right. The time is now. Say what you mean what you say, exactly what you said. And I think this is really important to say and mean.
And Holly, I want to ask you about some of these chemicals that we are allowed to ingest. We can't put them on our body, but isn't our skin just one big mouth?
It is so permeable. And this is, again, so when you look at all of your health and beauty aids, right, or your household cleaning products, your skin is so permeable that those things will be ingested by your skin. I love it. One big mouth. And then it will deliver into your bloodstream, and then it will go through the process that our body has, which is so brilliant, the liver, to detoxify. But guess what? Over and over and over again, the liver gets overburdened. It's not going to not work. It's just inefficient, and then that's where things start to accumulate. Wait a minute. Have you ever seen New York City when there is a trash strike, right? Mm-hmm. So what happens? Yeah, all of the trash just starts to build up in the streets. Well, that's what happens in our body when on a daily basis, even without our consent, we are getting these things in way more than just the voluntary things that we're drinking through the mouth that we have made sort of voluntarily. The involuntary things that are in our air, in our water, in our food and beverages, no good. Piling up.
You're doing such a great job pointing that out. I'm really proud that we have this partnership with Pure Health Research. Really great products I use every day. Not that long ago, I saw RFK talking about the very thing that we started our conversations with a year ago, and that is the fatty liver epidemic in America. He's actually addressing it in his stump speeches, even out there. I want to move downstream because I think we've educated our audience pretty good on liver health and all the things that we can do there. But the downstream, our lymph node system is overwhelmed by that garbage piling up in the streets of our body. Tell us a little bit about some of the products now that Pure Health has that addresses those other parts of our body that are still in toxic states.
You bet. So, okay, Pure Health Research, first of all, they don't use any of the stuff that we're about to ban, right? So no GMOs, no artificial flavors, no anything like that in their products. So that quality, that transparency is super important. But to your point, we've talked about the liver a lot. So once the liver does its so many jobs, right, 500 a day, the lymph has to pick up that stuff and get it out. So anybody who is experiencing that water retention, that swelling, the lymph system support, incredible product for just finishing that job of detoxification. And then we've talked about this before, but I think it is noteworthy. It's worth mentioning again. So during the pandemic, we realized that only 12% of the American population was metabolically healthy. What does that mean? Stable blood sugar, not contributing to metabolic disease, which is cardiovascular disease, diabetes, etc. And so their blood sugar formula, also healthy blood sugar levels that can support, also kind of crush some of those cravings, not having to go on a medication that is not sustainable for the long term. You can actually do it in a safe, effective, natural way with the blood sugar formula.
Yeah.
I love it.
So many amazing products that you guys offer. Everybody go check them out. But Dr. Holly Lucille from Pure Health Research, thank you so much for being with us tonight. We always learn so much from you, and everybody go check out the website. It's purehealthresearch.com and use the promo code JUSTNEWS. In the next 48 hours, you're going to get 35% off.
I'm going to go woo-woo with that.
And they have a money-back guarantee. You guys, you cannot lose, and they have so many amazing things to treat so many issues. So go check it out, purehealthresearch.com/JUSTNEWS. Use that promo code for 35% off. All right, everybody, we're going to take a quick break. One more block on the other side.
Life.
Welcome back, everybody. Our final segment of the evening. So we want to discuss China because we've heard a lot in recent months about how they are trying to get ahead of the United States, and that's one of the reasons behind President Trump's tariff strategy. But another key area the Chinese are working to get ahead of the United States on is the mining sector, and we saw President Trump react to that just yesterday by signing an executive order to expand coal mining right here in the U.S. She's joining us now to talk about why mining is such an important area for both the U.S. and China. The chief investment officer at Equinox Partners, a firm that invests in mining, Sean Filer. Sean, great to see you. Thanks for being here.
Thank you for having me.
All right, when it comes to China's mining, I know that you recently put out an article about the best way for the U.S. to respond. I imagine the event yesterday was a good start. Your thoughts?
Yeah, it is a good start. I think, there's nothing new in an administration signing executive orders or even creating committees to do something about America's lack of resolve when it comes to mining. I think the difference with this administration, even as compared to the first Trump administration, is really an intent to follow through with actual partnerships and to actually put money and companies to work solving what has been a very long-term problem for the United States with respect to mining and minerals.
Yeah, it's pretty remarkable. There is in the imminent future a likely expansion of nuclear power, a likely expansion of rare earths for all of the AI technology we're going to go. Are we at a point to be able to unleash those industries internally? Is regulatory reform, particularly permitting reform, going to be essential if we're going to get caught up with China?
So the answer to the second question is yes, regulatory reform is essential. We've, for 3 decades now, made the permitting process too lengthy, too cumbersome, and too uncertain, really. But we've de-skilled in the mining space domestically. So we're just not graduating young people with degrees in the relevant areas of expertise to really have a domestic mining industry that's capable of growing. So that's going to be decades working out of the hole we're in. I think shorter term, there is a possibility of increasing the rapidity with which we approve domestic permits, but also we have to put ourselves in a position, probably through partnerships with foreign firms, to really have some footprint globally in the mining industry, which we currently do not as a country.
Sean, I just read this, that only 2 of the top 25 mining companies in the world are headquartered in the U.S., and only 1 of them has an American CEO. That sounds like a national security issue.
It is, and I think the national security issue goes well beyond just the inability to either mine or process our own rare earth, or even rare earth that we could potentially mine abroad. Again, most of that's going to be processed in China at this point because we just don't have the expertise. But I think even in a broader sense, our lack of footprint in the mining industry globally is a national security concern, because to the extent that we're not there, that means that China's there, it means that foreign firms are there, and it just puts us at a huge competitive disadvantage when it comes to that supply chain, not just of critical minerals, but of minerals more broadly.
Yeah. Sean, real quickly, we only got about a minute left. China, if you go to Africa, they're everywhere. In Latin America, they're everywhere. How does America start to insinuate itself back into these continents where we used to have a dominant position and get meaningful relationships and businesses going, where China has been basically buying their way in the last many years?
Yeah, we don't have national mining companies, and we don't have really capital at the federal level to deploy as equity in foreign mining projects. And so we're at a huge competitive disadvantage with respect to China in that respect. But the Australians and the Canadians that do have a very large global footprint in the mining space just don't have the same geopolitical and military footprint that we do globally. And so there is a real logic to getting some of the larger, still Western-oriented mining firms to reaffiliate with the United States in some meaningful way. I think that's probably what we see more of over the next decade as we build up a domestic mining industry.
Yeah, absolutely. Great insight. Sean Filer, Chief Investment Officer at Equinox Partners, thanks so much for joining us tonight, and thanks to all of you for joining us tonight. That's going to do it for tonight's show, but we'll be back here tomorrow night at 6 p.m. Eastern, as we always are, on Real America's Voice, and then Grant Stinchfield is going to take you through the next hour, as he does every night at 7 p.m. on Real America's Voice. See you tomorrow.
everyone. Welcome to Stitchfield. Hey, hey, hey. The stock market soaring. What a rise. I mean, a rise in everything. A rise in my attitude, a rise in my finances, a rise in numbers. Why? Because President Trump is willing to pivot when he sees he needs to pivot. He also knows what the art of the deal is about. So the stock market jumped 2,900 points for the Dow Jones Industrial Average. It's huge. The S&P 500 up nearly 10%. Its biggest gain in history. So this sets a lot of people's fears at ease, seeing the stock market going back in the right direction. All of this comes when President Trump announced a 90-day pause in the tariffs to nations that were open to negotiating with him. Over 70 of them have said they wanted to come to the table and negotiate. So President Trump says, you know what, we'll put a minimum tariff of 10% on, and we'll pause the retaliatory tariffs for 90 days while we negotiate this out. Stock market rallied. What he didn't do was take off the tariffs off China. In fact, China offered more retaliatory tariffs on us. So Trump doubles down and raises the tariffs on China to 124%. We'll talk about that in a moment. But this is President Trump.
There's a lot of winning out there. We're having a good day in the stock market, as you can see, an all-time record day, and hopefully it continues. I think it should. Our country's stronger than it's ever been. And somebody had to do that we had to take the medicine. We had to go through the operation, and that's what we've been through. And a lot of presidents would not have done it. No president would have done it, I think.
Mr. President, your strength and resolve here is what got us to this point. We now have over 70 nations coming to the bargaining table. So now America will be finally put on a level playing field. This is absolutely fabulous. So, again, what we witnessed today from President Trump is the ability to pivot, the ability to change a game plan that is all part of the art of the deal. He wrote the book, The Art of the Deal. Apparently the mainstream media didn't read it. But what President Trump did to the world is show that he is serious about putting America first and no longer being the piggy bank for the world. So the world freaked out now, and now they are all coming to the table. Let me play cut one from the Trump inside the Oval Office. Maybe this may have not been at the Oval Office, but cut one from President Trump.
Well, I thought that people were jumping a little bit out of line. They were getting yippy, They were getting a little bit yippy, a little bit afraid, unlike these champions, because we have a big job to do. No other president would have done what I did. No other president. I know the presidents. They wouldn't have done it. And it had to be done. What was happening to us on trade.
So, great news. He's got the Daytona 500 winners there, and he makes a change. Now, he makes a change because you've got to have flexibility. President Trump doesn't want to see everybody lose hundreds of thousands of dollars. Something like, I think I heard a number, $16 trillion in market cap lost in the stock market. A lot of that came back today. President Trump cut two.
Yeah, it's not a question of that. You have to have flexibility. I could say, here's a wall, and I'm going to go through that wall. I'm going to go through it no matter what. And keep going, and you can't go through the wall. Sometimes you have to be able to go under the wall, around the wall, or over the wall. These guys know that better than anybody, right?
One of the great things that President Trump did is he's not backing down from China, and this is so important. He continues to take the fight to China. Literally, as Caroline Leavitt says, if you're going to punch America, President Trump's going to punch back twice as hard, and that's what he's doing with China. Now, he raised the tariffs on China to 124%, but this is what makes me so happy, and I need you to listen to me very carefully here. This, all of you should take solace from. The markets reacted, soaring, not on fixing our problems with China, but on really the potential of fixing our problems with the rest of the world. It discounted China. Apparently, the markets didn't care that we don't have a deal with China. Everybody was freaking out. We get everything from China. Everything comes in. But the market still soared, even without a deal with China. Xi Jinping needs to be very concerned about that, because what's discounted here now is China. So China sees this. They're not happy. We know, I think traders today know, that of everything we import into this country, only 14% comes from China. They're not going to have as big an effect on this economy as China thinks. Now, the other way around, China's gross domestic product, most of it is all exports. They export everything. And if they can't export to the United States of America, they're going to have some real problems on their hands. So what happened today? With all of these nations coming to the table, what President Trump did was isolate China from the world. From South Korea, from Japan, from the European Union. China's now isolated. This is the Treasury Secretary.
And this was his strategy all along, and that you might even say that he goaded China into a bad position. They responded. They have shown themselves to the world to be the bad actors, and we are willing to cooperate with our allies and with our trading partners who did not retaliate. It wasn't a hard message. Don't retaliate. Things will turn out well.
And that's the message the world got. And I think the stock market saw that as well and took off on it. Now, when it comes to China, China's lucky they're not listening to Kevin O'Leary, Mr. Wonderful from Shark Tank, because Mr. Wonderful from Shark Tank has a different idea. This is a guy that I really respect. Why? He's calm, he's cool, he's collected, he's very, very smart. And when he says something, I actually trust what he's saying here. Listen to his idea for China.
104% tariffs on China are not enough. I'm advocating 400%. I do business in China. They don't play by the rules. They've been in the WTO for decades. They have never abided by any of the rules they agreed to when they came in for decades. They cheat, they steal IP. I can't litigate in their courts. They take product, technology, they steal it, they manufacture it and sell it back here.
He went on to say, we need to take China's heads and squeeze them into the wall. I'm telling you, if I would have said something like that, I would have been, they'd be writing about it for days. But what he's talking about is putting the squeeze on China. Now, if the markets don't react negatively to President Trump increasing tariffs on China and basically doing away with them on the rest of the world for this 90-day pause, would markets react if we put a 400% tariff on China? Maybe not. And would, as Kevin O'Leary says, would Xi Jinping then come crawling to the Oval Office to make a deal? Maybe, just maybe. Here's the Treasury Secretary, cut 5 for the guys behind the glass, talking about why this hurts China more than us.
But what I'm certain of is that what China is doing will affect their economy much more than it will ours, because they have an export-driven, flood the world with cheap export models, and the rest of the world now understands, because when we put up our tariff wall, those exports were already flowing to the rest of the G7 and to the global south.
All right, so here's what we have to be most concerned about. Will China lash out? What China does right now is going to tell a lot. And what China could do is go to war with someone. Now, if they wanted to go to war with someone, it's not going to be the United States. It's going to be Taiwan. Why would Xi Jinping go to war with Taiwan right now when all the pressures are on him? The reason Xi Jinping would go to war with Taiwan right now is because he needs to make sure somebody inside the CCP doesn't try to take Xi Jinping out, doesn't try to oust him from power. And if his country is at war, he would feel insulated, even if, as Gordon Chang, who was on this program last night, a great expert on China, says Xi Jinping would be willing to take his country over the edge on all of this. One more time, Mr. Producer. Okay, nothing from Mr. Producer. Okay. I want to move on now to here's who we should not be taking advice from. This ding-dong, okay? This is Representative Hosford. He's a Democrat. And he's grilling the U.S. Trade Representative under President Trump As news comes out that President Trump is making a 90-day pause, he basically has a meltdown. Watch this.
What are the details of the pause?
Well, my understanding is that because so many countries have decided not to retaliate, we're going to have about 90 days.
No, excuse me? China increased their tariffs on the United States. Trump blinked.
What's the blink, sir?
Blinked? President Trump didn't blink. See, he's so dumb he doesn't even understand what really happened. What happened was he lifted the tariffs on every other country and increased them on China, you big dope. But this is what we're up against. So I want to turn now to the spending resolution that is getting a vote as we speak, okay? And we're going to keep an eye on that. I don't think Speaker Johnson would bring it to the floor unless it can win, but you never know. So what is this spending resolution? This basically, and this is how Washington operates, folks, the spending resolution basically allows Congress to then move to the next step of these budget negotiations to actually get that big, beautiful bill that President Trump wants. The problem is Republicans sent $1.5 trillion in cuts to the Senate. The Senate, in their reconciliation process, comes back with, you ready for this? $4 billion in cuts. $4 billion in cuts in Washington, D.C. I can sneeze $4 billion in cuts. Elon Musk finds $4 billion while he's unwrapping his roast beef sandwich in Washington, D.C. $4 billion? This is the kind of outrage that I'm talking about here. So now you've got Senator Kennedy, who is a guy I like, offering up a recommendation to Republicans. You've got conservatives who I would think their heart is going to say don't vote for this. But President Trump wants them to vote for this phase, even without the cuts. President Trump has promised he'll find the cuts. He'll back us on the cuts so we can fight the bigger battle down the road. But again, we're having faith in President Trump here. All our eggs in President Trump's basket. Not fair to a man who really is carrying this country on his shoulders right now, and we're counting on President Trump for everything because Congress can't do its job. This is Senator Kennedy with his advice to Republican members of the House.
Here's what I predict will happen after the House passes the resolution, and I think it will. If I were Thune and Johnson, I would give each House about no more than 90 days and preferably 60 days to come up with a consensus about what ought to be in the final bill. Neither side will achieve that.
Oh, and he says something else that's very important. Neither side will achieve it, and you got to bring it back to President Trump, let him go sell it. Again, who's your daddy? You need President Trump for everything? Look, I love President Trump, but give the man a break. Do your job, Congress. Now, if you can't do it in 90 days and you can't do it in 60 days, then why are we even talking about doing it at all? Why don't you just bring it to President Trump, let him figure out the budget, and then let him go sell it? Now, Congress needs all of this time to negotiate this giant, big, beautiful bill. We've been talking about this for months. Now we know what we need from it. This should take no longer than a week. We could negotiate billion-dollar takeovers of publicly traded companies in less time than the House and the Senate can negotiate a budget bill. To me, it's quite maddening. This is Chip Roy. Now, he gums the gears up a little bit, but I think he's a principled man. He gets in the way sometimes. I get it. But here he is.
I think you've got a couple of competing things going on. You have sort of an old guard legacy Republican view that still influences the overall population, that no matter what anybody says, we must continue to keep cutting taxes. I subscribe to that view if you limit government. I subscribe to that view if it can be done the way it was sold, which is starve the beast, stops, giving tax revenue to a large government to expand itself. Well, guess what? Republicans failed on the second part of this, which is shrinking government.
So what is he going to do? Is he going to be a no vote on this because he wants to cut spending in order to make up for the tax cuts? In a perfect world, I'm all for that. But look, you got Elon Musk. By May 30th, he says he'll find $1 trillion in tax cuts. House of Representatives offered up $1 million to $1.5 million in tax cuts. The Senate comes back with $4 billion. next battle around. I'd vote for the bill. I'd hold my nose and say, you know what, once again, I'm going to follow President Trump's lead and we can go through it, okay? But the big battle, we better get real meaningful cuts. Otherwise, I'd be in the Oval Office telling President Trump, I've done it enough. I can't do it anymore. I need the help to get real cuts. America needs real cuts. Now, how bad is it out there? There was a DOJ hearing today. And this DOJ hearing focused on real estate. Get ready for cut 22, guys behind the glass. As they're focusing on real estate, Marjorie Taylor Greene opened it up like this.
The federal government owns a massive real estate portfolio of more than 250,000 buildings. No one knows how much of this real estate is actually being put to use or what it's worth on the open market. Here's what we do know. Taxpayers spend about $10 billion annually just to operate and maintain all of it.
It's an insane number. Now, you want to know the most egregious thing to come out of this hearing? This idea that you have members of Congress's wives, maybe husbands, that own buildings, that are landlords, and guess what they do? They lease back to the federal government. So it may not be technically corruption, but I believe it's a full-on abuse of power. It is exploiting your position. You're the landlord for the federal government while your husband or wife goes to work. Congressman Tim Burchett laid it out. Listen to this.
Mr. Hart, do any members of Congress, their spouses, or their immediate family have any property ownership rights to this property or any federal land?
Congressman, I don't know the answer to that question off the top of my head.
Okay, do spouses of members of Congress own real property and lease it to the federal government? And how would we find that out? Because I think I know what you're going to say.
I believe the answer to that question is yes.
You do?
I do believe that.
Is there any way we could verify that information?
Well, you go to USA Spending and search, you open the books, our website, and you can look up members' names, you can look up any person's name, and find that information.
All right. I suspect that's being done as I speak. How much would the federal government save by allowing unneeded leases to expire?
The federal government spends about $6 billion on leased office space, so depending on how many you let expire, you get substantial savings.
It's craziness what's happening in Washington. Well, I want to bring in with me now one of the men who was questioned in that clip. The new CEO of Open the Books, John Hart, is with us. John, welcome to the program.
Thanks, Grant. It's great to be on.
All right, so you still stand by that? You think it's probably true? Spouses own federal properties being leased back to the federal government?
Yeah, Grant, look, there's been all kinds of inside dealing in Congress for decades. You've had members use their positions to earmark actually federal money to property that they own. And that we documented that over 20 years ago when I worked for then Representative and then later Senator Tom Coburn. So it's a pretty well-known established fact that members have engaged in this self-dealing using taxpayer money to direct money to entities that they own. So there's so much grotesque corruption. And one of the interesting things about this hearing that we're able to focus on is one of the symptoms of the massive growth of the administrative state is the high cost of decorating and redecorating all of these agencies and buildings, many of which we don't need. So we found that over the past 5 years, we've spent $4.6 billion just on furniture. Now, this is literally a kitchen table issue for taxpayers. Everyone in America can relate to the cost of furniture. So for that amount, that $4.6 billion, you could provide 9.2 million American families with a modest $500 kitchen table. So people feel this cost. They understand the scope of the problem. And when the federal government is spending $230,000 on solar-powered picnic tables at the CDC during the COVID emergency, by the way, those picnic tables violated the CDC's own social distancing guidelines. You have, the State Department spending $120,000 on recliners in embassies overseas. You've got conference rooms at the SEC that cost $700,000 to upgrade, $38,000 for a conference table with the Nancy Pelosi building in San Francisco. So
real quick, while we're looking at those recliners, those are Ethan Allen recliners. They're not like they went to the local Rooms to Go or whatever and got their recliners. Those are Ethan Allen. Ethan Allen is a very expensive brand. What is the federal government paying for that for? I saw in one of your things that they spent $700,000 on a conference room at the SEC.
Yeah, that's the SEC. Yeah, it's incredible. I mean, and look, a lot of these buildings, the issue that we also touched on in this hearing is the occupancy rate for federal buildings is way down, and it hasn't gone back up to the numbers it was before COVID. So according to some figures, it's between 6% occupancy. That's the lowest, I think, at USDA. And then 25% is probably the norm. But granted, like in any private business, there's always room for companies can set their own, policies on remote work and different guidelines. But if you have the federal government, you can't have it both ways. You can't pay for an office to keep it open and then let people work from home and then spend taxpayer money redecorating the offices that no one's using. It's insane. And so taxpayers are incensed at just the gratuitous waste of money. And we need someone who got to get their arms wrapped around this to make some hard decisions. And thankfully, DOJ is doing the best they can with it.
Your testimony today. $1.4 million in artwork for the State Department, $370 billion needed in repairs for some of these buildings. Now, if we're only occupying 25% of the buildings, I would seem to reason that we only need 25% of the real estate that we have.
That's right.
That number to repair would drop by 3/4. Exactly. I mean, you start adding all this stuff up, this is real money.
Right, and the longer and like think about your own property. Like if you own a house or a rental and it's in disrepair, you know that you're hurting yourself by not making a decision on it. You either need to spend the money to upgrade it so you can sell it, or you need to sell it as quick as you can because you're only going to be sinking cost into it. And that's what the federal government's doing all over the country with this massive amount of buildings they have that either are not in use or they're in disrepair. But Grant, if you really, again, you back up and you think about the real issue, the reason we focus on this furniture problem, which is humorous in the best possible sense, is that it's a symptom of a big problem, which is that we've grown the administrative state, the federal agencies, way beyond what the founders intended. So we have 441 agencies according to the Federal Register. I think we ought to have about 4, the Department of Defense, State, Treasury, Justice, maybe throw in one more, the Department of Interstate Commerce, to catch all the other agency functions and maybe massively downsize and improve the quality of services and shift money back to taxpayers.
That's what needs to be done. And look, the mission of Open the Books, exposing all this waste, fraud, and abuse is great. You mentioned Tom Coburn, man. He was the original Doge. And if you were working for him, that had to be pretty cool. So, John Hart, it's great having you on the program. Thank you. I always appreciate the work you guys do at Open the Books. It's eye-popping. It's maddening at the same time, but it's something everybody needs to know. So thank you.
Thank you, Grant. Appreciate the time.
Absolutely. All right, folks, it is no secret that America's healthcare system is broken and its future is uncertain. Don't rely on chance. Prepare for medical emergencies now with the Wellness Company. Their doctors are medical professionals that you can trust, and their line of prescription medical kits are the gold standard when it comes to keeping you safe and healthy. I've got one of them here. I keep one with me all the time. From the flu to COVID and a trip to the beach or a trip overseas, the Wellness Company has a prescription kit designed just for you. This is great for the house. 8 prescription medications in here. Go to twc.health/voice, including ivermectin in here, and use the promo code VOICE to save 10%. All right. President Trump's squeeze on China goes beyond tariffs. In fact, Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth is in Panama exerting American dominance over, let's call it, our canal. Well, folks, a big part of this program tonight, of course, is national security. In many respects, that's what the tariffs are about. We also have to look to Panama and the Panama Canal. We built that canal, okay? America did, with American hands, sweat, and blood, by the way. China has virtually taken it over. America's in the process of taking it back. Pete Hegseth went down there and said this.
China did not build this canal. China does not operate this canal. And China will not weaponize this canal. Together, we will take back the Panama Canal from China's influence. And we will do this along with other capable, like-minded allies and partners.
Look, so what does that mean? It means making deals. And Panama knows if you're going to make a deal with anybody, you better make a deal with President Trump and his surrogate, Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth. So Pete Hegseth goes down there, and in true form of anybody that's worth the salt working for President Trump, he cut a pretty darn good deal. Listen to this.
That is why the United States and Panama have just signed a memorandum of understanding on cooperative security activities. And will be signing, just moments after this press conference, a joint declaration with the Minister of Canal Affairs on the security and operation of the Panama Canal, which is a framework for U.S. warship and auxiliary ships to sail first and free through the Panama Canal.
So, what's amazing to me is, how did we not demand this a long time ago? It's amazing. But this is most certainly about national security, and I want to bring in now 32-year U.S. Air Force combat veteran, Colonel Rob Maness is back with us. Colonel, it's great to have you back.
Hey, Grant, it's good to be back.
Colonel, I think this story probably gets overshadowed by the stock market and the tariff talk, but this is a very important story, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. And it's part of the tariff story and the stock market story. Look, the Chinese are the biggest offenders in the global market. You know, they use predatory practices. They've stolen intellectual property over and over again, primarily from Americans right here in the United States of America. And they've tried to bully every country they've come in contact with on their Belt and Road Initiative through these nefarious contracts they set up in exchange for building infrastructure that eventually they cause the countries to break the contract, and then they get to take over the infrastructure. And that's the way the Chinese communists have been operating for decades now. And it's time to put them back in their box. I like this. This is a reinvigorated Monroe Doctrine. Secretary Hegseth said, we want a Western Hemisphere of free and sovereign nations. And control of the Panama Canal is key to that. And it's time for folks like the Chinese to get out and behave.
All right, so we're pushing hard at China, and I'm glad we are. President Trump pushed hard at China the last time around when he was in office, not this hard. I actually believe they unleashed a virus on us because of how hard he was pushing. I'm worried about what they'll do now. Let me play you one of China's top officials responding to what's happening in Panama. This Belt and Road Initiative, you described it perfectly. The other way to describe it is a loan shark problem. That's what it is. They act like a mob boss. They give you a loan, you can't pay it back, and then they take it from you. So here's this Chinese official.
China firmly opposes the U.S. smear and sabotage of the Belt and Road Corporation through the means of pressuring and coercion, and deeply regrets Panama's decision to not renew the Memorandum of Understanding on the Belt and Road Initiative.
Well, Colonel John Gotti didn't like Rudy Giuliani going after him either, right? So I mean, in the end, I don't care. But what will China do? I guess that's the big question. How far do they go to push back against us?
Well, that is the big question. Obviously, they're not backing off on the tariff issues. So the president set ours at 125% today and paused everybody else's for at least 90 days and reduced them in the meantime. And that is going to have a huge effect on what? The Chinese economy. Look, their Chinese economy was in trouble in the first place, but they're an export nation. They know they're an exporting nation and that they thrive on what? the biggest market that they export to, and that's to the United States of America. So they're desperate right now, and that's why you may see some other activity. And I agree with you. I think they unleashed the COVID-19 virus on us because President Trump was being so tough on them. And don't forget, and this is top of my mind right now because of this issue, is there are some estimates that put the number of Chinese military-age males that came into this country illegally during the Biden administration at over 100,000. And that many people don't leave China without either permission or escaping. And that number of people escaping is just not logical. So they had permission and they're here for a reason. What is the reason? And are we doing anything to protect ourselves from it?
Yeah, it's frightening. Joe Biden and his cast of characters really put us behind the 8 ball when it comes to national security with those open borders. And we see this president now getting things under control. But you raise a great point, as always. Colonel Rob Maness, I appreciate you coming on today and weighing in. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Grant.
Absolutely. You want to know this Panama Canal thing? You know how far it goes back? Ronald Reagan, okay? Watch this clip from Ronald Reagan.
If these reports are true, it means that the American people have been deceived by a State Department preoccupied with secrecy. The Panama Canal Zone is sovereign United States territory, just as much as Alaska is, as well as the states carved from the Louisiana Purchase. We bought it, we paid for it, and General Torrijos should be told we're going to keep it.
Ronald Reagan. Well, it takes President Trump, Lord knows how many years later, to say, you know what, President Reagan, you were right. We're taking it back. All right. Tariffs are causing economic chaos and inflation, but there's good news. President Trump exempted gold and silver from tariffs so you can still protect your savings with precious metals. To learn more, simply text America to the number 989898 for a free Birch Gold info kit on holding precious metals today in a tax-sheltered IRA. You can convert your IRA or 401k into a gold IRA with no money out of pocket. I trust Birch Gold, and with an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau, it's time you did too. Text America to the number 989898. There's no obligation, only information. All right, coming up next, it is going to be our great pleasure to welcome in Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton, who I hope will be the next senator from Texas, replacing Rhino Senator John Cornyn. And I'm not happy with John Cornyn today. I'll show you why next. on, one of the great points of this show, for me anyway, is that it's an opinion show. So I can give you my opinion. You know I do it. Well, I have never been a fan of John Cornyn, my senator from Texas, the senior senator here. I think he's a rhino. I think he's a deep stater. And quite honestly, I think he's been in office too long, and I think he's a grifter, grifting the American taxpayer. But I've never liked him more than today. What this man did today was so despicable and so low. I will fight so hard to make sure that this man loses. And you don't hear a lot of conservative talk show hosts talk about candidates in Republican primaries like that. But I mean it. After this weasel candidate talking about Attorney General Ken Paxton, who's a man who has fought harder against the Biden administration than any attorney general in this country, okay? This is what he has to say about Attorney General when the Attorney General says, you know what, we're going to run against you in a Republican primary. It's his right to do it. It's politics. Put your big boy pants on, Cornyn. Listen to this.
Mr. Paxton has a checkered background. He is a con man and a fraud, and I think the people of Texas know that.
No, sir. First off, Attorney General Paxton has been cleared of anything against him. I'm not even going to bring it up. But the real con man is Cornyn. He votes for gun control in Texas, for crying out loud, as our senator. He told you President Trump couldn't win. Guess who's in the Oval Office today? President Trump. He even criticized President Trump of his handling of the classified documents. This man has to go. And it is my great pleasure to bring in now Republican Attorney General for the great state of Texas, and now Senate candidate in Texas, my friend Ken Paxton. General, it's great to have you on the program.
Hey, it's a good day. Thanks for having me back, Grant.
Well, it is a great day. Before I get into Cornyn, because this is more important, why are you running? What do you bring to the people of Texas, the people of America, that would make you better than anybody else in the United States Senate?
Look, I think I've proven this. I'm a proven conservative, but I want the opportunity to help Donald Trump deliver on his promises to the American people. He's moving fast on cutting spending. He's moving fast on tax increases. He's moving fast on fixing the border. He's moving fast on all kinds of important issues in this country. I've never seen anybody do more so fast. I'd love to be a part of doing that with him.
All right, let me ask you now about Senator Cornyn's comments today. There were more. He went further. I really don't really want to give him the pleasure of playing any of them, but, you know, you're running a Republican primary. It's not like you're running against Nancy Pelosi here. Where does he get off with these comments?
So I think his problem was, and this is going to be an ongoing problem for him. He has nothing to talk about as far as what he's done over the last 23 years. It's a long time to have nothing to talk about. And if he did talk about something, it would be some of the things you brought about. It was gun restrictions. His biggest bill ever was a gun restriction bill that Joe Biden was pleased with, that congratulated him, and Donald Trump was critical. So these are the types of things, whether it's his comments on the border wall, amnesty, his comments on Trump, these are the types of things he didn't want to talk about either. And so he's got to turn the campaign. He's got nothing going for him. He's down 25 points. He's an incumbent senator. The only thing he can talk about is me. And it's got to be personal, because he's not going to be able to attack my record. It's unassailable as far as he's concerned.
Well, the Texas Republican Convention, he got booed when he went in there. Now, if you're a senator from Texas, I don't understand. You have free reign to basically do whatever conservative, freedom-loving thing you would want to do. You're going to have no ramifications for it. And yet you think that he's a senator from Maryland or something.
Yeah, so that was an interesting time for me, because he had just criticized me. I was running against George P. Bush, or George P. was running against me. And he had come out a week before our runoff and said I was an embarrassment to Texas, obviously being prompted by Karl Rove and the Bushes. And I ended up winning by 38 points. A month later, we're at the state convention with 10 to 12,000 Republican delegates. And he happens to be speaking right before me. He goes up on stage with his wife for 10 straight minutes. He got booed. She walks off. He speaks for another 20 minutes. He gets booed the entire time. I'm not talking like slight booing. I'm talking about like loud boos. It was embarrassing. I let him walk off stage. I did not say a word to him. I walked on stage and got a standing ovation. I knew then that John Cornyn, that the people of Texas, the voters of Texas, got John Cornyn, and they didn't like him.
All right. So they don't. And I'm really in touch with grassroots people in Texas especially. Nobody likes John Cornyn. I think you're going to be welcomed in with open arms from the grassroots community in this state. Let me ask you this. I mentioned that you sued Joe Biden, his administration, I think more than any other attorney general. What did you learn from that experience that then you can then bring to the United States Senate?
Look, I mean, I learned that if you want a chance at winning, you got to go fight. And sometimes you got to be creative in that fight. You got to be persistent in that fight. And if you continue that fight, you have a really good chance. If you do it smartly, you have a really good chance of being successful. We were successful like 78% of the time against the Biden administration when we came up with creative, good, well-founded lawsuits based on the Constitution and based on federal and state law. That same type of attitude applies when you're in the U.S. Senate. If you're consistently conservative, you're looking for creative ways to be effective, and you're persistent in doing that, I think you can bring that same mentality to the U.S. Senate, and they need a little more of that.
Yeah, they sure do. They need more real good conservative fighters up there, which you are one of them. I've known you personally for many years now, which brings me to another question. One of the keys to this is going to be President Trump's endorsement. I've mentioned you to President Trump before in the past. I know for a fact that he likes you. We can see all the video with you and him. He brings up your name all the time. John Cornyn is now lobbying for Trump's endorsement. You never know what Trump's going to do here. Have you talked to the president about your run, and how do you think this will shape out?
I've talked to some of his family members and others. I don't want to say in detail what I've said or haven't said, but look, I was there at Mar-a-Lago with one other elected official, Troy Nehls, when he announced for president. There were no other elected officials. Why was I there? Back then, there was a lot of questions about whether he could win, and Ron DeSantis was, had a lot of momentum. But I truly believe that, one, Trump was going to win, two, that he was going to be successful, and that he was the best candidate. I've stuck with him. I think the president's very loyal, and I do. I'm encouraged. I think that in the end, the president's going to do the right thing. I would find it shocking that John Cornyn would be his guy, considering John Cornyn's criticism of him over the years, including both times when he ran for president. So, look, the president can do what he wants to do, but I have a lot of respect for him, and I know in the end he's going to do the right thing.
Well, I would think he would be well served to endorse you in this race. I think you got a real shot of winning. It's going to take a lot of money. I take it, look, you've run statewide in this state before. You know how to win races, clearly. But now you're going up against an incumbent senator. Money's an issue. I'll give you the last word here. What's the pitch to voters out there here, especially if they're in Texas, but really across the country?
Look, it's time for a change in Texas. We're not in New Hampshire. We're not in Vermont. We need a conservative in Texas, somebody like Ted Cruz. And we all know that John Cornyn is not Ted Cruz, and he's nothing like Ted Cruz. He's sold us out. He's not done what he should have done. He's had 23 years, going on 24, to accomplish good for Texas, and he can't point to anything other than turning it around and attacking me personally. And so it's just time for a change. And I think that change should be me. I think I've got the best chance of beating him statewide. And I want the opportunity to go serve Texans in a way that's much more similar to Ted Cruz than it is John Cornyn.
Well, you've got my support. Anything I can do to help you, you call. You're always welcome on this program. You can call me up 2 minutes before, and I'm always going to get you on. So we wish you the best of luck. I hope everybody out there not only votes for you, throw some money in the tip jar, as my friend Larry Elder used to say when he was running for governor in California. But we wish you the best of luck. Texas needs you. Thank you. Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton. Good to see you, General.
Well, hey, thank you for having me on. And KenPaxton.com, if you want to go donate, it's the best place to go.
Absolutely. That's super easy. KenPaxton.com, KenPaxton.com. All right. I'll tell you, honestly, folks, I had never been more angry at an incumbent Republican for his comments about a fellow Republican than I was today listening to John Cornyn. It was out of line. It was below the belt. It was, quite frankly, it was classless. And you know what? So now he's got a fight on his hands. And I think the grassroots, Stinchfield's Army, will be there for Ken Paxton. All right, did you know that the AARP, the group claiming to support seniors, promoted Drag Queen Story Hour and Obamacare while opposing Trump tax cuts? They push a radical left agenda daily, but there's AMAC, the conservative alternative fighting for America First values like Social Security, election integrity, and freedom from big government. Here's the best part. You don't even need to be a senior to join. Right now, get a 5-year membership for just $31. That's 47% off. So hurry. This offer ends April 30th. Stop funding the woke mob. Visit amac.us/grant. That's amac.us/grant to join the fight today and save. All right, Kash Patel and Pam Bondi's DOJ announced a huge drug bust. We'll talk about that next. Folks, welcome back. The Coast Guard and the Department of Justice getting it done. I don't think the Coast Guard was ever chasing after J6ers. Lord knows the Department of Justice was. Finally, we're going after drug traffickers now. That is a good thing. This is our buddy Kash Patel, the new director of the FBI, announcing this bust.
This is what it looks like when the United States whole-of-government approach brings every resource to bear, from the Department of Defense and the United States Coast Guard, from HSI, from FBI, from DEA, and so many others. They are going to get all the drugs off the streets, off the markets, and as Attorney General Bondi said, we are going to lock them up.
$500 million worth of drugs. Fentanyl was included in this bust. So is this just a one-off cash?
because this is not a one-off for General Bondi. She has made this a mission priority, and the FBI will follow in every corner of this country and every square centimeter of this planet to eradicate the foreign terrorist organization that are killing American citizens. They will be held accountable. We will take preventive measures, and we will scour the ends of the earth to find every single one of them.
So he mentioned Pam Bondi, the Attorney General. She was also at this press conference, and she explained just how far they will go to find these traffickers and stop them before they get to the United States.
This team, with all the agencies I just mentioned, used drones, aircraft, and ships to interdict the traffickers off the coast of Peru, Ecuador, and the Galapagos Islands. What they did saved countless American lives.
So apparently, this was two separate cartels that were running these drugs. This is a monster bust. And again, I think you're going to see more of this, because finally we got Kash Patel and Pam Bondi. Kash running what soon will be the greatest law enforcement agency in the world again. It will soon be that way. I have no doubt that Kash will turn it around. They're finally going to go after crooks and thieves and thugs and bruisers and drug traffickers and human traffickers and all the rest of them. Congratulations to those two and everyone involved in that bust. Big day for America. We didn't see much of that the last 4 years. We will now. All right, up next, Jasmine Crockett nearly makes a case for slavery. How did she get elected again?
Tried to shut them up.
There's no guarantee to free speech.
They tried to cancel them.
Deplatforming works.
They even threw them in jail.
Peter Navarro,
Steve Bannon,
now in prison.
But they couldn't stop them.
It's not a prison bill that will ever shut me up.
They call them rebels.
Basket of deplorables.
They call them rogues.
They claim to values or religion.
And they say they're outlaws.
These are the kind of guys you like to smack in the ass.
War Room presents Rebels, Rogues, and Outlaws.
You set out to take Vienna. Take Vienna!
The national bestseller by longtime Bannon producer Dan Fluette. Take a journey through the pictorial history of War Room in a culture that celebrates the weak. Show your support by standing with the rebels. Go to doitfluette.com or scan the QR code on your screen. Use the code RAV20 for 20% off your order. Stand with the rebels and never back down.
Democrat Jasmine Crockett, the congresswoman from Texas, not far from where we broadcast from, you have to wonder how she got elected. Apparently, she's really worried that we close down the border, or black folks will have to go back to picking cotton.
The fact is, ain't none of y'all trying to go and farm right now. Okay, so I'm lying. Raise your hands. You're not. We done picking cotton. We are. You can't pay us enough to find a plantation.
So, first off, machines pick cotton now. People don't. So you don't have to worry about that, Jasmine Crockett. But what are you saying? Are you so racist? So you're saying only the Hispanic folks should be what? Picking vegetables or that kind of thing? What about any American? White, black, Hispanic, Asian that wants a job in the fields? Farming, picking. Seems like good work to me if you don't have any other work. But that's Jasmine Crockett. She's a racist. She really is. It's going to do it for us. Stinchfield's Army.
Live from Studio 6B on a Wednesday night, April 9th, Real America's Voice. And across the airways of 103.9 LI News Radio, it's live from Studio 6B. Glad you're in on a Wednesday, everybody. Slick Rick's going to have some sports. Rick Delgado's here. He's going to have some news. Paul Nolan in the house. He's going to have some news as well. Aaron and Fran holding it down as always. Slick Rick's a little late, coming from a big meeting, so he'll be here in a little bit to do some sports. Mrs. Delgado, how are you?
I am good.
How was your day?
Not as good as you'd like it to be, because
Why?
I'm still walking around with a cardboard box for my new laptop.
I say to Delgado, he got this new laptop, and he walks in every day with the box that it came in,
right,
like under his arm, like this. Yeah. And I said, "When's your birthday, Delgado?" He says, "Not till December." I said, "Well, Christmas isn't until December." And he looks at me and says, "Why?" I said, "Well, because I'm just looking for any excuse when I can buy you a computer bag."
I don't need you to buy me. I've looked. I went to the store yesterday. I looked. I didn't find one I liked, so I moved on. Today I forgot to do it, so I didn't get one.
You Kim Kardashian? Just pick a bag and move on. What are you doing?
Exactly.
I want to
Black bag with handles. Done.
I want to make sure I like the bag, and then if I see it and I'm like, "Ooh, you know what? This one might work," and then I might go to Amazon and be like, "Ooh, maybe I can find an Amazon cheaper. I'll get it that way." But at least I get to touch it and feel it and know that I like it. Then
he
I'll move
walks
on.
into the studio with the HP box with the shipping label
You're
still
not
on the side
adopting
under his
a
arm.
kid. What are we doing here? Just get a bag.
You know what? Some things I'm very particular about.
On Monday, it was pouring out, everybody, and you should know the box was like getting doughy. Cardboard box with his computer in it. It's like falling out the bottom. Somebody here send him a bag.
I just don't know. I've never seen anybody carry around something new in the original box for a week.
Well, it's not been a week. It's only been since Monday, so it's 3 days. 3 days. 3 days. 3 days. Or you're losing it.
Over here.
You can't take it anymore.
Over there.
It's driving you nuts.
Forget about it.
It's crazy to me. Yeah. As a matter of fact, it is driving me nuts. So I'm going to get you a bag. So whether you use it or not, it's up to you. I'm going to get you something nice bag. Nice. I'm going to get what even is that put on the side.
Oh, there you go. See, now if you had something like that on the website, I could purchase. I might do that.
Well, that's what I'm going to do.
Do we have computer bags that we can
No,
buy?
but I'm going to make you one privately.
Oh.
I'm not going to make it for sale because who's going to want that? Nobody. But I'll make one for you.
Paul might.
I might. What are you going to hand
I'll make two of them.
He's going to hand
So, how are you?
I'm bored listening to this.
Well, I mean, sorry.
Wow. Excuse you.
I mean, no one's forcing you. Yeah, I know. Exactly.
Excuse you, Mr. Popeye.
How was your day?
It was.
You carry around a box of something you just bought?
Yeah, it was a nice day.
Okay, good.
Nice day. We were out there house
freezing
hunting
in New York.
It was freezing this morning.
Oh, it's ridiculous.
It looked so beautiful. The sun was shining. Birds were chirping. I go outside with my coffee and my drawers. Get the dogs out, let my chickens out of the coop, and I froze. I was like, what the heck?
Yeah.
So,
did you say your drawers?
You got chickens?
Yeah, I got chickens.
Okay.
That's so cool.
Yeah.
I know a lot of people have started doing that.
Yeah, we've been doing it for a long time.
Yeah.
Well, eggs are way down, aren't they, though?
Yeah. But still, people like chickens for some reason.
I'm the only guy with chickens at a net loss. My wife feeds them the best food. It ends up being like $7 an egg.
A net loss. Yeah. Well,
how many chickens you got?
We're down to 2. The girls are getting old. We have 2 left, and when these 2 pass, they don't even lay in anymore. They're just pets. My wife loves them. I actually love them too. And when they're done, we're not allowed to eat them, but we are going to get some more of them. I'm going to build a brand new coop.
Man, how do you have like a Grand Slam breakfast on a Saturday morning with only 2 of them?
Well, we used to have 3, and they were given 3 a day, and they were all plump and juicy, and it was great. But the next time I do it, I'm going to run it down my whole row of magnolias. I'm going to box them in, keep them protected. Got a nice plan set up for these little girls.
Nice. You going to have a heater for it? You got to have a heater.
Well, for the winter, we have it set up for like the days when it gets super cold. But they do a good job of insulating themselves, so it's trying to keep them tough and hardy.
Kind of cool. Look at you, Paulie.
Yeah. All right, very good. So Paul's going to have some news. Delgado's going to have some news. Slick's going to do some sports. So you know what we haven't done in a while? We haven't started a show with Crazy Town. And I mean, it's just tonight of all nights. I just figure, and this is actually a first for Crazy Town.
Really?
First.
Why is that?
Because of who the subject matter is of Crazy Town. It's his first time appearing.
And I got to be honest with you, I thought it was AI.
A first time appearing.
I watched Big D edit it, and I'm like, what is that? Is that AI? What is that?
No, please welcome for the first time to Crazy Town, Aaron, get it ready, the President of the United States. Roll it.
We're honored to have Gretchen Whitmer from Michigan, great state of Michigan, and she's really done an excellent job. And a very good person.
Okay, there you go.
Where the hell she's done a good job?
And she's a really good person.
She's a really good person.
She's the one who set up those 2 poor schnooks with 10 federal agents to kidnap her. She's terrific.
Did I miss something? I didn't get to politics a little later in the day today. Did I miss something?
There's a good chance she shaved his back and rubbed him with oils because God knows why he's like being nice to her. It's crazy.
One more time, Aaron. Let me say that. Well, just one more time. Roll it.
We're honored to have Gretchen Whitmer from Michigan, great state of Michigan, and she's really done an excellent job. And a very good person.
What? Wait. No.
I swear to God, that's not AI.
What the hell is he talking about?
Exactly, Joe. Thank you. What? Well, all joking aside, Paul said it right. That man, no matter how, well, you say it, Paul. You can say it better than I do.
Look,
you said it.
He doesn't care how ugly business gets. He doesn't care how much mud is slung. He does not care how personal it gets on a verbal level. To him, it's all business. And if you guys can work together after that, there's a deal to be made. He don't care. Let's just roll forward and forget it. He rolls off his back. He just don't care.
As long as the next part of the transaction is something that he has an interest in,
he don't care.
He's willing to have moments like that with somebody who is a vile, reprehensible person. I mean, just reprehensible person.
Yeah,
there's no way you're honored. There's no way she's done a good job, and there's no way that she's a good person. She is none of that.
I call her an ankle. She's 2 feet lower than a butthole.
Okay.
I like that.
There you go.
You know what?
Aaron,
the perfect analogy.
Aaron liked that one.
But I'm thinking to myself when I see that clip, what? What?
Yeah. A little crazy.
Yeah, that is Crazy Town.
Trump.
Meanwhile, did you hear what he said about Adam Schiff? Speaking of how he likes to treat people now.
Don't tell me.
Yeah.
Don't tell me.
Paul's right in line. He said this last night. I don't know if you saw this.
No.
We actually missed this from his speech last night. But here he is talking about Adam Schiff. Who would have known that he would have said this? This is cut number 3.
Don't do it.
Trump, talking about Adam Schiff.
Oh, no.
And that's with all of the difficulties and all of the fake investigations and the
Adam Shifty Shifts. Can you believe this guy? He's got the smallest neck I've ever seen.
I heard this.
And the biggest head. We call him watermelon head. I'd say, how could that big fat face stand on a neck that looked like this finger? How can it? It was the weirdest thing. It's a mystery. Nobody can understand it.
I'm not following. I don't understand.
It's nothing like
He said that last night.
Yeah, I know it. We heard that last night.
I wasn't listening.
Oh, I thought you meant he said something nice, like what he said about Whitmer.
That was the counter to it.
Oh, the counter. See, you had us. Me too. I was believing that. That he said something nice about Schiff, and I'm thinking, what kind of deal could he?
That was nice about Adam Schiff. Right?
I mean, I don't. The Whitmer thing is just. I have no idea.
I saw a picture. Yeah, I saw a picture of her like standing behind one of the cameras. Before,
why is she there? I mean, I guess once she's in the room,
because automobile manufacturing coming back to Michigan and Detroit, so maybe she's massaging.
It was something about the water they were signing. It wasn't about cars. It was about water in the Great Lakes, and he was asking her questions, and it's like, what? She wanted to see you in Gitmo, man. And she would have locked the door and taken the key and thrown it if she could have.
She wanted his job, and she thought that was one way she could have gotten it by faking her own abduction.
I got to be honest with you. I like the fact that he doesn't let it bother him. It's outstanding. You could serve the American people now. You're going to play ball with me? No problem. Get in line.
But she's not going to play ball with him at the first chance she can get. She's not going to play ball. She'll stab him in the back as quick as she could.
No, that's. That's undeniable.
She's. I mean, I have no idea. And by the way, not to defend the president for a second, I have no idea who invited her. It couldn't have been him. Who invites her? Who cares what you're signing in Michigan? She doesn't need to be there. She's a reprehensible person.
You know what? That I guess is the the underbelly of politics, right? Yep. You got to be nice to certain people to get things that you want done.
Yeah, but he's not. We have two senators here from California, but I don't really like them, so I'm not going to introduce them. Yeah. That's what we want. That's what they deserve. It was probably Schiff and who knows who.
Right, but again, that was something that would have built up their ego. This he's probably looking at for the people of Michigan, potential voters, people that he needs. Maybe he's thinking, all right, she's kind of popular still in her state, right?
I don't know. Where's our guy? Where's our man Steve Gruber when we need him? He can lay the smack down on this deal. He's got to be as outraged as I am about it. Ha ha ha! Half joking, but still. What the hell's she doing there?
A good
big
person.
Get her out of there.
A good person.
Should have had Tudor Dixon there. Or somebody that actually represents Michigan in a way that is responsible, not reprehensible, like Ava Perón. all the years we joke about. I mean, she's been on the top of the list of people we've hammered. She's done a great job, and she's a great person.
Yeah, well, she was there.
I was looking for Mitch McConnell there somewhere next to him, like holding the back of his neck or something, like threatening him, like he did to ACB or somebody.
Whitmer was in the Oval Office for the president's executive order signing ceremony Wednesday afternoon. She met the president earlier, blah, blah, blah. Where, of course, we know she's criticized both Trump's sweeping tariff agenda and vowed to work with the White House on reinvigorating American manufacturing.
Oh, great. Yeah,
blah, blah. Noted one of the actually could be a good one. I guess it's to boost American shipbuilding, which is big in Michigan, which he's trying to get restarted here in this country.
Okay.
So
good. We need to, because China's built more ships in the last 4 years than we've ever built. So
all right.
So there you have it. There's a reason. It's because he needs to get this shipbuilding stuff done.
Oh, okay.
You say Schiff?
Yeah.
That's right. All right, just getting started. 13 past the hour, live from Studio 6B. We're back right after this.
Hello, friends. Pat Boone here with a message from the past. Imagine the shock of reading tomorrow's newspaper and discovering the price of gold has doubled to over $1,000 an ounce. Sound impossible? Well, it's not. That's right. Back in 2006, my friends at Swiss America forecast gold prices would top $1,000 an ounce, and they were right. Today, several financial firms are forecasting $3,000 gold. Now, for over 40 years, Swiss America has helped folks like you and me purchase precious metals for home delivery and for our IRAs. So don't miss this opportunity again. Call or text Swiss America at the number on your screen now to receive your free portfolio review and a copy of The Timeless Truth About Gold and Silver. Learn for yourself how easy it is to safeguard your money. Call or text Swiss America today.
Tired of the hassle and high costs of selling a home? We can help. At Ideal Agent, we'll connect you with a top local agent that'll sell your home fast for top dollar, and all this for as low as a 2% commission.
We got the top dollar for our house and the lowest commission that I could have imagined. The house sold in 2 days. It was so exciting for us.
Ideal Agent is available nationwide. There's no obligation, and best of all, our service is completely free. Call today or visit idealagent.com.
Do you have stains in your carpet that won't come out? You need Horsepower Bullshot, the all-new hands-free carpet cleaner and deodorizer. Just spray, and the stain and odor go away. Got pet messes? This black light shows a urine stain is gone in just seconds. The advanced foam action formula penetrates deep to emulsify and neutralize stains and odors. It erases blood stains, makeup, juice, coffee, and more. For older and tougher stains, just give it a little rub and watch as Bullshot works its magic. Red wine spills? They're no problem for Bullshot. And watch up close as burnt bacon grease stains are obliterated right before your very eyes. Get Horsepower Bullshot for only $19.99. But wait, due to rising costs, this may be your last chance to get yours. And there's a strict limit of 3 at this low, low price. So don't wait. Order now.
Call 1-800-690-6127 or visit buybullshot.com. So call 1-800-690-6127 or visit buybullshot.com now.
Are you having trouble hearing your TV or listening to conversations in loud spaces? Then it might be time to consider Nano hearing aids. Nanos are FDA-registered OTC hearing aids. Don't be fooled by overpriced hearing aids. Prescription hearing aids could cost $3,000 or more. Nano hearing aids are now offering $100 off through this special TV offer. Call now and get 2 CIC rechargeable hearing aids for only $297. And if you're not happy, return them for a full refund.
Mikey AC. Mikey AC Stubbs goes, never again, Papa. Back to the trunk, sir.
17 past the hour, live from Studio 6B on a Wednesday night. Real America's Voice and across the airways of 103.9 LI News Radio. Glad you're in. Aaron and Fran holding it down. Slick's going to do some sports whenever he gets here. Delgado's going to do the news. Paul Nolan's going to do some news as well. I want to say hello to all of our friends watching on social media, wherever you're watching, YouTube, Facebook, X, Rumble, Getter, Kick. We appreciate you giving us 2 hours, 8 to 10 weekdays, Monday through Friday, right here live from Studio 6B. Make sure you head over to livefromstudio6b.com as well. Make sure you become a member over at the website. We'll do sports when Slick gets here, but we'll do some news with Delgado here in a second. Big article in Politico, getting back to some of what we talked about last night. And it's Politico, so take it for what it is. Trump faces a House Republican mutiny. The president is used to steamrolling his internal opposition. This time, the rebellion is in the air. And they say, first they caved on the speaker election. That was the Republicans, of course. Then last month, they caved and fell in line on the budget vote, of course. They do that every time. And again on then a divisive government funding bill back at the end of last year. And then again now this year. But now it seems House conservatives maybe are ready to make a stand. Ha! Speaker Mike Johnson is staring down the most significant internal revolt he's faced all year. One that threatens his own plans to advance the Republican legislative agenda, and one that even President Trump has been so far unable to squelch. dozens of House Republicans are undecided or outright opposed to rubber stamping a Senate-approved budget blueprint for the GOP's domestic policy mega bill. An all-out whip effort from Johnson and his leadership team, including a private meeting between Trump and key holdouts, has only produced modest, if any, gains. If Johnson and Trump can't flip most of them in the next 48 hours, lawmakers will start to board flights for a 2-week recess. Weren't they just back from recess? Yeah. Aren't they always on recess?
Always on recess. They're like little kids in elementary school, always going on recess.
Denying the president a show of legislative progress as financial markets wobble over his tariffs. Of course, that changed today, as the president changed on tariffs today, which we'll get to as well. By the way, the bill the Senate, as I gave you the facts last night, $5 trillion debt raise, most in history, cuts of $4 billion, spending of umpteen trillion, is not progress. It's not what you voted for. Now, you may be willing to excuse it away because of some whatever. There's some grander plan here that we're all missing, but the grander plan can't be that the country goes bankrupt. The grander plan can't be the debt is going to become double the size of the GDP of the country, which is what we're on pace to be.
Are we at 120 right now? Dollars 120%, and I believe China is at 300%. So this could be a death blow to China. What's going on here? So,
well, I think the president and what's going on with China. I think Vin nailed it last night. But we'll talk more about that today because I think the plan even comes into more focus today with what the president did, obviously leaving China out of it. But the characterization that this is somehow advancing, this is somehow legislative progress. It's legislative insanity. You can't run against high inflation, as every Republican did, and then legislate like Joe Biden 2.0. Which is essentially what they'd be codifying. This is worse than Biden-Pelosi spending levels. It's not. We said pre-COVID levels should be at least a baseline. It's not even close to that. It's so bad. Why am I voting on a budget based on promises that I don't believe are going to materialize? One key GOP holdout said. Some of the hard-right members have bristled previously at Johnson's big legislative moves, requiring significant attention from GOP whips and sometimes from Trump himself. But previous mutinies stayed relatively small and manageable. This time, the opposition is piling up, and the rebellion is seemingly in the air as deficit hawks across the Republican conference dig in to secure deep cuts to federal spending. Well, let's hope they do, because that's what we voted for. We didn't vote for Biden, Pelosi, Schumer 2.0, even though they're not in charge, which is essentially what we'd be codifying with the Senate bill. Make no mistake about it. It's a disaster. It is an absolute spending disaster. And the juxtaposition, by the way, of the tariffs against this spending bill today this week shouldn't be lost on anybody. Just like when Doge was going back a month or two ago, going through and cutting all these things, and then here's the GOP going to fund all of them in the emergency spending bill. It's just like, what are we doing? And it's the same thing here. The priorities in this spending bill do not show that they have any interest in cutting spending. Well, they don't have any interest in cutting spending. So we'll see what happens. And we heard the president last night. Everybody just basically throw everything out the window and vote for the bill.
Maybe he's weaning us off it like a heroin junkie. He's lowering our dosage of spending. No, it's not. That's not it.
No, that's not it.
Maybe he's paying back all his donors who helped get him elected. No, it's probably never mind. I don't understand it either.
I mean, and I'm actually surprised more people are not talking about it. I guess, I don't know, people don't talk about it, I guess, because Trump's for it. I'm not sure. I'm not sure how that's sustainable when it comes to our spending and the budgets. When your party's responsible for the biggest lift in the debt ceiling in history, I don't see how that can be good, given where we fiscally are right now in the country already. So, all All right, let's do some news. 23 past the hour, and here with that is Rick Delgado. What's going on, Delgado?
All right. Well, I guess we've all seen it. It was all the news today was the big jump in the markets as the Dow surges 2,900 points. S&P 500 posted its biggest gain since 2008 as President Trump has reversed course, so to speak, in terms of talking about the reciprocal tariffs. He's announced a pause in some of his reciprocal tariffs on the globe, causing the market that had been under extreme pressure for the past week to explode higher. The S&P skyrocketed 9.52% to settle at 54.56, the biggest one-day gain since 2008. The Dow Jones advanced 2,962 points, or 7.87%, closed at 40,608 for its biggest advance since March of 2020, and the Nasdaq jumped 12.16% to end the day at 17,124, notching the largest one-day jump since January 2001 and second best day ever. And here was Trump talking about what had caused this this market jump. Here he is talking about the tariffs and, of course, everything that's going on with it, with dealing with China and what caused the market to bounce up forward. Cut number 2. This is cut number 2, Trump.
Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi, they've been talking about tariffs for decades. How come when these Democrat elites want tariffs, everything's hunky-dory, but when President Trump wants tariffs, all hell breaks loose? Do you see this double standard?
I love this guy, whoever the hell that is. That's really nice. I appreciate that question. No, Chuck Schumer, Nancy Pelosi, everybody knew you had to do it, but they never had the guts to do it. It does take guts. It even takes guts for our country to go through it. That's why I say be cool. They were saying about, see, just be cool. It's going to work out. It's going to work out, and it's working out. I can tell you, working out maybe faster than I thought. But I said it's going to take a little conditioning. It's a transition to. It's really, I think, it's a transition to greatness. It's going to be greatness. Our country is going to be. There'll be nothing like it, and people investing in our country, they're going to do better than they've ever done before.
Yeah, so there he is. He authorized a 90-day pause. It substantially lowered this reciprocal tariff to 10%. That's going to remain for 90 days. He says that the other countries have 90 days to make their deals, or they know where it's going to end up.
I was just going to ask you, were there any deals announced today?
None that I've seen.
Okay. All right, live from Studio 6B, 26 past the hour. We'll do more on tariffs when we get back right after this.
Wounded Warrior Project empowers post 9/11 veterans and their families with life-changing programs and services.
I realized I could be successful in a civilian career.
We stand by warriors and advocate for their needs going forward.
They were by my side in the hospital, and they're still with me today.
Through our programs, community, and advocacy, we're proving
anything is possible.
Learn more at woundedwarriorproject.org/connect.
Messes happen every day in every way, but who wants to drag out a bulky vacuum? Introducing Horsepower Duck, a super compact vac with ultra-powerful suction. Watch as it effortlessly crushes this large bottle. This is a small but mighty duck, making it quick and easy to clean any mess. Just duck it up. The compact design can reach the tightest places. It's smaller than a water bottle, so store it in any drawer where it's always at your fingertips. Plus, it dumps out with ease, so it's ready to clean again.
I used to have to drag out this huge thing they call a portable vacuum cleaner. Now I keep the duck in my kitchen drawer and I clean up messes in 2 seconds.
The turbocharged motor is engineered to create a powerful vortex of suction, while the HEPA filter helps remove dust and allergens. We attach the duck to this tube, and the powerful suction lifts the water all the way to the top. Clean up that mess in the kitchen, the spill on the sofa, even sawdust and screws in the workshop. Plus, it's rechargeable. Got messy pets? Duck powerfully picks up pet hair from anywhere and cleans around that dish in a flash. You can even store it in your glove box for the ultimate car vac. Clean seats, the floor, and deep into those hard-to-reach places. Other bulky hand vacs sell for up to $150. But get the Horsepower Duck hand vac for just $39.99. Order right now and we'll upgrade you to the Duck Pro package, a $30 value, yours free. You get the bendable tube to get into tough spots like under appliances, the crevice nozzle to reach into those cracks and crevices, and the soft brush nozzle to vacuum gently with no scratches. You'll get the Duck with all the deluxe attachments, but supplies are limited, so there's a strict limit of 3 per order. This may be your last chance to get yours at this low, low price. So don't delay. Duck it up today.
To order, call 1-800-692-0144 or visit duckback.com. So call 1-800-692-0144 or visit duckback.com. Order now.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you. If we decide to publish your book, your work ends and ours begins. From copy editing and proofing to typesetting and book cover art, we get you printed, distributed, and sold on Amazon, Apple iTunes, and bookstores. We'll even promote your book.
Call 1-800-319-0257. That's 1-800-319-0257.
All right, 30 minutes past the hour, live from Studio 6B on a Wednesday night, Real America's Voice, and across the airways of 103.9 LI News Radio. Welcome on in. Glad you're here. Slick's going to do some sports in a little bit. Delgado's doing news. Paul Nolan's going to do some news as well. Aaron and Fran holding it down on the big board, of course. And if you're watching on social media, we appreciate it. Welcome on in as well. Make sure you hit the like and subscribe wherever you're watching. And make sure you follow us on all of our social media, pretty much at LFS6B everywhere. And you can go to livefromstudio6b.com, of course. So we were doing news. We'll do some more with Delgado. We were talking about the tariffs. So, so Trump comes out and basically today says, we're going to pause 90 days. We're hearing from everybody. But he doesn't announce any deals today, if I'm correct, right?
Right, yeah. From what I understand, and this was listening to Howard Lutnick and Scott Besson talk about this, that they'd gotten called by so many countries. I guess the number was up to 70. And Trump said once it got that busy, he says, okay, you know what? Let's do this. Let's announce a pause. Let's get you guys working with these 70 countries, see what they can bring us, and then we'll go from there. So he's keeping the 10%, like the article states. He's keeping the 10% across the board for now. And he said, from what Lutnick said, they understood that, but they want to try and get a deal as quickly as possible. So,
okay. So you would figure they're going to have to announce some deals.
Right.
In the next month or so?
Probably in the next few days. They'll probably get some of the smaller countries that, this really hurts. Because, again, when you look at it, when you hear it explained by Kevin O'Leary and people like that, we are the buyer. We're the market for the world.
39% of all of consumer products by the U.S.
Right, come to the U.S. We are China's Walmart. They have to come to us because we buy their stuff. So that's why he doesn't have a problem going up as high against China, because China doesn't even allow our stuff in there. It's like, they're going to go to 400%. Who cares? We can't sell there anyway.
One of the things Kevin O'Leary really touched on, I thought there was a bigger point besides the complete...
that was a great clip, O'Leary. That was some hardcore MAGA stuff. Do we have that clip?
Do we have it?
It should go to 400%. Did you see that one?
Yeah.
Because it's true, the intellectual property, he can't litigate in their courts.
Right.
If you have it, it's
perfect.
perfect.
Cut number 1. Here's Kevin O'Leary on China and the tariffs. Check it out.
104% tariffs on China are not enough. I'm advocating 400%. I do business in China. They don't play by the rules. They've been in the WTO for decades. They have never abided by any of the rules they agreed to when they came in for decades. They cheat, they steal IP. I can't litigate in their courts. They take product, technology, they steal it, they manufacture it and sell it back here. Never has an administration...
400% tariffs? What would that look like?
I want Xi on an airplane to Washington to level the playing field. This is not about tariffs anymore. Nobody has taken on China yet, not the Europeans, no administration for decades. As someone who actually does business there, I've had enough. I speak for millions of Americans who have IP that have been stolen by the Chinese. I have nothing against the Chinese people. They brought great literacy, art, and tech to the world. The government cheats and steals, and finally, an administration, you may not like Trump, you may not like his style or his rhetoric, finally, an administration that puts up and says enough. 400% tariffs tomorrow morning. He'll tell you why. Xi can only stay the supreme leader if people are employed. If we wipe out any business there, because we are still 39% of all consumables on Earth and 25% of the world's GDP, America is the #1 economy on Earth with all the cards. We will not have that forever. It's time to squeeze Chinese heads into the wall now.
Well, hold on a second, Kevin. Well, I hear you, but hold on. If we're talking about people, the average consumer, not necessarily the head honchos of businesses all across the globe, can they withstand the pressure of that sort of tax on the goods?
Short-lived. There will be.
But what's your timeline compared to? You don't know the average American's timeline, what they can actually survive. There's people right now who can't survive.
400% tomorrow morning. Cheese on an airplane to Washington to cut a deal.
See, to me, I think the bigger impact on this is going to be China's GDP had been growing and growing and growing, but they've been doing a lot of it, well, obviously on the American taxpayers' consumption, but more than that, it's their slave labor, all their economic conditions they've created. But the fact that they're able to build their military at such a rate, it's just a matter of time before their global GDP ends up being close, like almost matching ours. That has to get stopped here. It's got to get stopped now. There are plenty of little countries that'll be happy to take on the manufacturing roles. There'll be plenty of people who will be willing to bring business back to America. This has been a currency war from Jump Street. It always should have been. And I got to be honest with you, I don't care about anything other than America. We absolutely positively have to get manufacturing back here as ASAP. And this is definitely going to do it.
Yeah. And you know what? It's funny that you bring up the manufacturing part, Paul, because that's exactly what back in 1993 Ross Perot was talking about. When they were talking about the NAFTA deal, and he complained that, all these presidents trying to get this deal done, and they couldn't sell it. Nobody could sell this deal. Here he is, and he explains why it's a bad deal. Here's cut number 11, wise words from Ross Perot. Check this out.
Go to the big picture and skip the personal stuff. People who don't make anything can't buy anything. Let's start with that. We are 85% of the market. Canada is 11% of the buying power.
Of the total three markets.
And Mexico is only 4%. People who don't make anything cannot buy anything. Never forget that.
Yeah, and that's the bottom line. And that's where we've ended up, where we don't make things anymore.
Yeah, and we saw the media machine back then eviscerate him like he was a wacko, like he was a moron. I mean, this is a guy who, let's be honest, I mean, he was bringing more sense to American politics for the first time in forever. I mean, we never saw a businessman like that exposing all the stupidity of our government, all the waste of our government. And he was a threat to, the corporate interests. So
yeah, and he got almost 30% back when we actually had 3 people running.
Yeah.
You remember? It was crazy.
Yep.
Speaking, Damon, you want me to keep going here? Because I got what?
I just laughed at Ross Perot, boy. Ross Perot.
Ross Perot.
If you want 5 pounds of poop in a 4-pound bag, you've got to take one out.
I don't know. I don't
He
know.
used to just say stuff and go, oh, okay.
I don't know if you remember Dana Carvey's impersonations of him on SNL. They were terrific.
Yeah. Now, let me finish.
Oh, man. You know what? President Trump and China, it does seem like maybe all of this was, in the end, going to always come back to being a China-focused thing, this whole thing. And all the other peripheral stuff that we can get done, we'll get done, but this was really all about China. Similar to, I've said on the show for a long time, and I know the least about this is probably anybody who talks about it, but I've said for a long time that the U.S. has multiple ways, if they really wanted to clamp down on China, to do it financially, through the banking system, through many other ways. And when you look at what President Trump is doing here, is not too dissimilar to what President Reagan did financially, trying to ruin the Soviet Union. And that's the tack that President Trump seems to be taking here.
It's funny. I think I wrote the same thing on Facebook today. This seems like a different version of the Cold War. Right?
Yeah, it's very similar.
Well, trying to break them, but doing it, over tariffs and trade, as opposed to outspending them when it comes to military buildup.
And to that point, it's also another repeat. The fentanyl coming to America is like the opium was, eons ago. So history repeats, and the same techniques work. One of the things I think is overlooked too is China had so much influence with its bots, with all its anti-Israel, all anti-American, had a lot of say in Brazil, the overturning of those elections. People don't talk about all these globalists who made it in a really part of the Chinese agenda, because China has been hand-fed so many benefits to create and keep all these manufacturing jobs with their endless slave labor and their horrifying policy against the human beings there. But let's be honest. I mean, the people there are going to end up making $1 an hour, and they're going to end up quitting. They're going to starve, and they already have a population issue. I don't know if you saw this, but China's paying their citizens to have children now. They're actually paying big money because they need to get their population up, because they are on the verge of two generations from collapsing on itself. So, this is the best time. Put pressure on them. Enough. Let them go out of business as far as I'm concerned.
You know who Steve Eisman is?
Of course.
Big Short investor? Yeah. Here's what he had to say about Trump's tariffs and talking again about NAFTA and where you build stuff. Here it is, cut number 5. Here's Steve Eisman. Check this out.
I think the issue is that everybody of our social class took Econ 101, and we were all taught the same thing. Trade good, tariffs bad, trade war terrible. And that was drummed into everybody's heads with such force that it's a paradigm that now you have a president of the United States who doesn't seem to accept that paradigm, and people find that extremely jarring. So what I try and do in situations like this is try and step in the shoes of the other person, see the world through their eyes, and try not just to understand what they think, but why they think it. And I think what's going on here is you have to go back to the 90s when Clinton was pushing NAFTA and China entering the WTO. And he basically made 2 arguments: that free trade would improve GDP growth and would create a lot of jobs. And he was right on the former, and he was dead wrong on the latter. And if you travel this country, there are parts of this country that would have been devastated over the last 25 years because of free trade, because they didn't just lose their jobs, they lost their towns.
Yep.
So I think President Trump is taking the attitude, free trade is great, but GDP isn't just a number, it's people. And there are whole parts of this country that have suffered terribly. Mm-hmm. And we have the freest markets in the world, and he wants to reorder it.
Yeah, which could explain why Gretchen Whitmer again was at the White House today, and it had to do with the shipbuilding deal and keeping open that Air National Guard base.
Without a doubt.
So
without a doubt, manufacturing coming back. We've seen $7 trillion in investment coming back to the States. You look at the trade deficit with China. I think it was somewhere near $1 trillion that China made off us. That has to end. It just has to.
Yeah.
Speaking of tariffs and trade, while we're on it, because I forgot yesterday. Aaron, who's the clip of the guy I had testifying yesterday who dealt with all the hysterical Democrats in just a fantastic way? Greer, I think was the last name. Yeah, I think it's Ambassador Greer.
I didn't see the clip.
I got a couple of clips from him that if we have some time, we'll get to. He was in front of the, I think it was the Senate committee yesterday, talking about tariffs and President Trump's, and he's got all these hysterical Democrats like Elizabeth Warren and some others. I could have picked any one of them.
The burly bearded guy?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's good.
He was masterful in just handling all of these absolutely hysterical, nonsensical comments from people who can barely even articulate what it is they're trying to say, because they don't know what they're trying to say. They have no idea how to approach this. They don't even know what's going on. They have no idea how this works. Well, he did a fantastic job in disarming them and making them look, as stupid as they do a pretty good job of doing themselves. So if we have some time, we'll get to those as well. Live from Studio 6B. On a Wednesday, we're back right after this.
cooking rice just isn't nice.
Hi, Chef Daniel Green here with Rice Robot, the 1, 2, 3 rice cooker. Watch. 1, add the white cup for rice. 2, add the blue cup for water. 3, click it and let Rice Robot perfectly cook it.
The secret is perfect cook technology that surrounds the rice with controlled heat for even cooking. Then Rice Robot senses when it's done, auto stops, and keeps it warm to serve.
It won't burn, overcook, or undercook, guaranteed.
And rice is just the beginning. Make mac and cheese, frittatas, oatmeals, soups and stews, even ramen dishes. And with a ceramic, ultra non-stick interior, cleanup's a breeze.
Get the complete Rice Robot cooking system with the steamer tray and 1-2-3 recipe guide, all for just $39.99. It comes with a 90-day money-back guarantee. We'll even ship your entire order free. Order now.
1-800-575-5956.
Are you having trouble hearing your TV or listening to conversations in loud spaces?
I think as my hearing loss has gotten worse, I'm not as engaging as I was before.
Then it might be time to consider nano hearing aids. The days of expensive hearing aids are over. Recent changes in the law have allowed for over-the-counter hearing aids sold direct and shipped to your home, which means no more having to go to a doctor and spend thousands.
The fact that you're able to go direct, the pricing was phenomenal. It just was a win-win all the way around.
Nano hearing aids are incredibly affordable and deliver outstanding high-quality volume with superior noise reduction.
When you put nanos in your ears, it truly amazes me that you can hear so much better.
Don't mistake nanos for cheap amplifiers. Nanos are FDA-registered OTC hearing aids. They are lightweight and simple to use, and their tiny in-ear design makes them nearly invisible. And best of all, they are rechargeable, saving you hundreds of dollars on batteries.
They are so small and so powerful. Just makes my life so much better.
Don't be fooled by overpriced hearing aids. Prescription hearing aids could cost $3,000 or more. Order now and get 2 Nano CIC rechargeable hearing aids for only $397. You get a free portable charging case, a $79 value, free 24/7 lifetime telephone support, and free shipping. Plus, all Nanos come with a 45-day money-back guarantee. Try them, and if you're not happy, return them for a full refund.
Just so easy, so affordable. Just go ahead and do it.
Nano hearing aids are only $397. But wait, we are so confident you are going to love your Nanos, we are offering $100 off through this special TV offer. Order now and you'll get 2 Nano CIC rechargeable hearing aids for only $297. Call and order your Nano hearing aids right now and get all the benefits of being able to hear again without having to spend thousands.
Call 800-226-2107. That's 800-226-2107.
All right, 13 to the hour, live from Studio 6B on a Wednesday night. Glad you're in. Real America's Voice and across the airways of 103.9 LI News Radio. Slickster's in the house. Slickster, look at that.
Big D, come on.
How you doing?
I'm doing good.
How was your whatever you were at?
It was a very nice event with the airport, and it was good stuff. Good, a town of Islip, doing my government work as I normally do. Great stuff.
Did people notice you?
Yes. The woman who runs JetBlue noticed me. She was, the guy in the pink suit. I'm like, hey, come on, Big D. They don't miss me.
Now, is that pink satin? What is it?
Yeah, that's satin.
Pink satin, yeah.
Pink satin. Yes, sir.
Looking good. How was your day, Slick, other than that? Good?
It was terrific.
Terrific?
Yeah, it's a good day. I had a good day.
Okay.
Play on
All right,
words
very
there,
good.
Big D.
We'll get to some sports with Slickster here in a second. But let's do some news with Paul Nolan. He's here on a Wednesday night. Mr. Nolan, what's going on?
There's a bunch going on. Did we mention the tariffs yet?
We did.
I wanted to talk about some of the stupid people on the planet.
We don't have that much time.
Yeah, well, people with a microphone. I'll keep this quick so the audience doesn't throw up and quit. You guys might remember the has-been DJ Moby.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he said he asked Trump voters, "Can
Moby,
you finally
Porcelain.
admit
That great song, Porcelain,
you
back
were
in the
wrong?"
early 90s.
This constant Donald Trump critic, and sometimes DJ Moby has returned to his favorite pastime of dismissing the Republican president who support him. Can you blow me up? Nobody cares. So to double down on that, Joy Behar, the dumbest person on earth, she's chiming in. Joy Behar tells her co-hosts Wednesday at ABC The View that President Donald Trump is intentionally destroying the U.S. economy. He's doing it on purpose. because he could create chaos and he could declare martial law to become the dictator he wants to be.
Mm-hmm.
So I was going to read the quote, but I started to like gag as I was saying it. So I'm avoiding it, but the stupidity keeps going. They keep doubling down, and I'm finding it extremely enjoyable, to be completely blunt.
He's gonna introduce martial law.
Yeah, of course he is.
Uh-huh.
I don't know if you saw, speaking of the stupid department, immigration activists have sued to block President Trump's deportating alleged Venezuelan gang members using wartime authority. The Trump administration has invoked the Alien Enemies Act of 1798, as you guys know. Supreme Court ruled the Trump administration could continue the use of the century-old authority to deport illegal Venezuelan immigrants. The Trump Justice Department spokesperson said that the department has vigorously defended President Trump's policies and will continue to do whatever and whenever challenged in federal court by rogue judges who think they can control the president's foreign policy. Lee Gerland, a lawyer for the American Civil Liberties, I didn't know they were still in business. The ACLU is.
Who's heard from them?
Where have they been? I mean, when free speech was getting slaughtered and riots were everywhere and bombing the daylights out of every Middle Eastern country. Okay, I'm glad they're active again. Meanwhile, grandma says, please don't kill a baby in front of an abortion clinic, and she's doing 6 months in jail. But contrary to the administration's wishful characterization, the Supreme Court emphatically rejected the government's position that they could whisk people away without giving them an opportunity to challenge their removal to a foreign prison. The court simply issued a technical ruling that challenges that should be by habeas corpus, but in no way remotely suggests the Trump administration would win these challenges. So let's be honest, it's not official he's going to win this, but in the meantime, it's going okay. But until it's codified to law, we know that this could be a problem, but I still don't understand what the mentality of these wackadoodles is, that they don't want gang members with tattoos on their face saying MS-13 on it, and then teardrops to identify how many people they whacked. We don't need them. Just move on. You're an illegal immigrant. We'll worry about it later. Stop. We don't care about your feelings. So that's what I got for now.
All right, very good. Jake Sherman over at Punch Bowl tonight is reporting about 40 minutes ago that the House has delayed a vote on the budget resolution. After waiting 80 minutes, the GOP needs to go back to the drawing board. So I'll try to look for a follow-up to that, but that was about 40 minutes ago from Punch Bowl News, saying that the Republicans are not ready to take a vote on this, probably because I would assume they think they don't have the vote still. So that was about 40 minutes ago. So we'll take a look at that. Slickster, you want to do some sports? You ready?
Yeah, I can jump into the scores and stuff. Sure, absolutely.
All right, let's do some sports. Sports is brought to you by Mike Lindell. LFS6B is the promo code to use. We were supposed to be doing a live taste test of the new Rev 7.
What happened? Oh, what happened?
Well, Big D left it in the old refrigerator at home. That's what happened.
So then we're going to do the live taste test of the bourbon.
I said to Aaron, Aaron was asking me something, and I said, just text me to remind me, because if you don't, I'll never forget.
Now it's Aaron's fault.
Aaron texts me.
Oh, Aaron.
And I still didn't do it.
Oh, Aaron did come through.
Oh, yeah, no, she did. Of course she did.
Oh, yeah, I texted him.
Yeah, she texted me. Yeah, she texted me. And I actually responded to the text saying, thanks for reminding me, and then still forgot.
Well, you're probably on the way to pick up bottled water and things like that.
Yeah. So.
And batteries and other things that we might need
we have
to
creamer.
do the show.
Creamer we have. We have creamer.
Sports is brought to you by Mike Lindell. LFS6B is the promo code. So we'll do the live taste test tomorrow.
Sure.
Yes.
Of course we will.
Because Friday night we'll be over at the warehouse.
Yes.
That's
Slick,
great.
what's going on in
That's
sports?
great. I'm glad you'll do it tomorrow.
Absolutely.
That's great.
All right, Mr. Nolan, to the ice we go. NHL action getting down to the wire. That Islander game last night, I'm telling you, man. That was one. I couldn't have the heart to text Vin Buda, but I called that one because that was the biggest blow game that they've ever seen.
I got to be honest with you.
That was incredible.
I couldn't believe what I couldn't believe what I was watching.
Unbelievable.
I'd rather chew on a pile of tinfoil than watch that game.
It was one of the most horrendous performances I've seen as a 45-year fan.
They just didn't care.
Yeah, well, this is what happens. But there's some guys who do care, and that'd be the Toronto Maple Leafs right now beating the Lightning 2-1 in Amalie Arena, end of 2. We got 7:51 to go in the second. Flyers and Rangers tied at 1. Well, Islanders and Rangers tomorrow, and I can't imagine who's going to win that one. Wild 2-1 over the Sharks, end of 1. And we got the Blues, sound like the Blues right there, Big D in Edmonton, taking on the Oilers at 10 p.m. And Flames in Anaheim to take on the Ducks, also at 10 p.m. Puck drop there. And NBA action also getting down to the wire. Playoffs are going to be starting before you know it, folks. We got the Magic leading the Celtics 88-67, 7:23 to go in the fourth quarter. The Sixers, oh, good Lord, up 89-79, end of 3 over the Wizards. What could possibly go wrong there? Stay tuned. We're going to talk about that in a little bit. Raptors 67-54 over the Hornets, 7 to go there in the third. And at the half, the Lakers over the Mavs, 60-57. Heat leading the Bulls 39-36, about 6 to go there in the second quarter. And a number of games coming up west. We'll get those scores a little bit later on this evening. Major League Baseball, you ask. Sure, full swing now. Baseball rocking and rolling. We got the Blue Jays and Red Sox tied at 1, top of the 10th. End of 6, Rays over the Angels 4-3. No score, Phillies and Braves through 5. Bottom 5, we have the Twins and Royals 1-0 there. Minnesota winning that one in Kansas City. Brewers and Rockies, no score, bottom 1. Earlier today, we've got some finals in 13 innings. Good one in Pittsburgh. Pirates defeat the Cardinals 2-1. Marlins blank the Mets in Citi Field 5-0. Yankees edge the Tigers, Rick, 4-3 in Detroit. Good win for the Yanks there. Rangers 6-2 over the Cubs at Wrigley. Padres down the Athletics 2-1. Orioles get blanked by the Diamondbacks 9-zip. Cincinnati Reds lose again in 10 to the Giants 8-6. Dodgers ed the Nationals. Dodgers look like the team to beat this year. 6-5 they win that game in Washington. The Astros fell to the Mariners 7-6, and the Guardians, were edged by the White Sox 3-2. And of course, that news continues to come out of the Dominican Republic. This is Pedro Martinez now weighing in. Pedro Martinez says family members missing after roof collapse. ESPN News Services from earlier this afternoon. Hall of Fame pitcher, the great Pedro Martinez, said on social media that several of his family members were inside the nightclub that collapsed in the Dominican Republic early Tuesday. I still have family members that are still in the rubbles, and we don't know what happened to them, Martinez said in a video posted on Instagram earlier last night. At least 124 people have been killed, with hundreds more injured from the collapse at the Jet Set nightclub in Santo Domingo that occurred around 1 a.m. Tuesday. They still don't know the exact causes as far as what I've saw earlier today. So terrible news there for Pedro Martinez's family and some of the other ball players that lost their lives as well. And that's a wrap, Big D. Back to you.
All right, it's a wrap on Hour 1. Hour 2 coming up live from Studio 6B. We're back right after this.
Hello, Americans. Pat Boone here. You know, the markets are getting a little crazy, and now is the time to protect yourself from economic turmoil. Silver is in the headlines and creating a lot of excitement, as the price of silver is very attractive compared to that of gold, of course. Call Swiss America for the scoop on whether this silver opportunity is for real. See, today, silver faces a huge shortage due to rising demand by military, solar, and electric cars, which all depend on silver and can increase prices. So, to help you get started, Swiss America is offering beautiful United States walking Liberty $50, minted from 1916 to 1947, in 90% silver for a special introductory price. Limit of $250 per customer while supplies last, of course. So call or text the number on your screen to take advantage of this offer. Rediscover silver today.
Do you have stains in your carpet that won't come out? You need Horsepower Bullshot, the all-new hands-free carpet cleaner and deodorizer. Just spray, and the stain and odor go away. Got pet messes? This black light shows a urine stain is gone in just seconds. The advanced foam action formula penetrates deep to emulsify and neutralize stains and odors. It erases blood stains, makeup, juice, coffee, and more. For older and tougher stains, just give it a little rub and watch as Bullshot works its magic. Red wine spills? They're no problem for Bullshot. And watch up close as burnt bacon grease stains are obliterated right before your very eyes. Get Horsepower Bullshot for only $19.99. But wait, due to rising costs, this may be your last chance to get yours. And there's a strict limit of 3 at this low, low price. So don't wait. Order now.
Call 1-800-690-6127 or visit buybullshot.com. So call 1-800-690-6127 or visit buybullshot.com now.
Hey, Real America's Voice family.
Are you on Getter yet? No?
What are you waiting for?
It's free.
It's uncensored, and it's where all the biggest voices in conservative media are speaking out.
Download the Getter app right now. It's totally free. It's where I put up exclusively all of my content 24 hours a day. You want to know what Steve Bannon's thinking? Go to Getter.
That's right. You can follow all of your favorites. Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec.
And so many more.
And the best part?
You can watch Real America's Voice right there on Getter.
Live.
So join the conversation.
Hop on the Getter chat room.
Engage with patriots who are just like you.
Good morning, Getter friends.
We're breaking news, we're delivering the truth, and we're doing it on Getter
every single day.
So don't wait. Download the Getter app now.
Sign up for free and be part of the movement.
It isn't just an app. It isn't just a social media platform. It's a community.
All right, hour two, live from Studio 6B, Real America's Voice, and across the airways of 103.9 LI News Radio on a Wednesday, April 9th, 9 p.m. on the East Coast. Glad you're in, everybody. Slick Rick's going to do some sports in hour two. Rick Delgado's going to have some news. Paul Nolan's going to have some news as well. Glad you're in, of course, the live from Studio 6B audience. Aaron and Fran holding it down. As always, lots to talk about. We're talking about tariffs in hour one. Let's talk a little bit about something that's going on at the FBI. And I feel motivated to talk about this story, specifically to this audience, because this audience has been very vocal, very attached to, very much invested in, it's probably the best word, to the January 6th cause and the J6ers. Yeah. And I saw this headline over at the Blaze Media. It's been other places as well. Kash Patel's surprising appointment of a top J6 inquisitor to head the D.C. FBI office. New assistant director in charge of the Washington field office, described as the organizer of the entire J6 roundup. The surprise appointment of a hard-line critic of January 6 protesters to lead the FBI's Washington field office has set the conservative political world ablaze and put new FBI Director Kash Patel in the line of fire from a vocal group of President Trump's supporters. News first broke. I did not hear this, by the way, till I saw this article.
I didn't hear anything about that.
News first broke April 4th in the New York Times that Stephen J. Jensen was named assistant director in charge of the most powerful of the FBI's 56 field offices. Conservative critics and pundits who were expecting to see the FBI gutted and reformed under President Trump took the news of Jensen's appointment extremely hard. Jensen built the construct for the January 6th witch hunt. After the Times published an article about Jensen's appointment, the Gateway pundit called it fake news. On April 6th, Blaze News confirmed Jensen's appointment to the key FBI job. Debate raged on social media whether Jensen's appointment was real and why the FBI had not made a formal announcement of the promotion. Such major appointments are typically announced via news release. Tom Fitton from Judicial Watch said this guy was a key figure in this domestic terror push against January 6ers. He treated them all as terrorists and was one of the key instigators in pushing the narrative within the bureaucracy that these folks needed to be jailed and ferreted out. The FBI's National Press Office declined to comment on Jensen's appointment and referred Blaze News Media to the homepage for the Washington field offices, where Jensen is now listed as the assistant director in charge. Jensen was associated with some of the worst rights abuses at the FBI, according to Mike Howell, president of the Oversight Project. Steve Jensen should not have a job at the FBI. He was on the bleeding edge of some of the worst abuses at the FBI. The coordinated pushback on those calling him out is unfortunate, but it's already had to backtrack on key points. For instance, first, it was that Jensen was not promoted. That turned out to be unequivocally false. He was. Now we're at the stage of people pretending it's somehow a good thing that he was promoted. George Hill, retired FBI National Security Intelligence Supervisor, called Jensen the leader of the J6 roundup of domestic terrorists. In testimony before the Select Subcommittee on the Weaponization of Federal Government, Hill said he took part in regular phone conferences led by Jensen and former FBI Director Stephen D'Antonio. So this goes on and on and on and on, basically saying that this guy's really the key cog in the wheel of let's go get these guys. He built the construct for what was the January 6th witch hunt. He had a ready-made buffet of never-ending domestic terrorists to go after, and he went at every one of them very aggressively, quote unquote. So Delgado, I'll come to you first. What's with this appointment?
I have no idea. The only thing, and this is just a theory, I'm just going to throw this out there. I don't know if it's true. It's just a theory, David.
You're winging it.
I'm winging it. Yes, I'm spitballing, as they say, throwing it up against the wall, see what sticks. Could be that because of this guy's, what do you call it? His involvement in being basically the center of this universe of J6 tormentors and rounding people up, that he knows everything about everything, and he flipped.
You know, that's what I was hoping for too.
And maybe he's like, look, I will tell you everything I have, and we will, maybe he turned into a white hat.
But he wants diplomatic immunity.
Right, exactly. And maybe that's the underlying thing here that we don't know.
Because when you look into that, it was a Fedsurrection from Jump Street.
Yeah.
I watched the podcast debate this and discuss it, and it wasn't as much optimism as you and I have. I am hoping.
Who would you watch debate it?
It was Tim Cast, URL, IRL, I don't know. But he had Tim Pool had a couple. I don't even know the names of the guys, but it was a good discussion. It was interesting. Nowhere near as optimistic as I hope to be on this. I am hoping that somebody's going to blow the whistle, because that to me, it was such a false flag operation. And those rubes who went in thinking it was, they were going to stay inside those velvet ropes, who were doing a year or 2 years in prison, and the craziness outside, and the bombs that was set for Kamala outside, and there's just so many fake things. Remember how many videos when that happened we showed of Antifa and people saying, I just videoed that bus coming off.
Right.
Where's all that footage?
Yeah.
The billion hours that came in, and where is that footage? There was so much chicanery that day, for the lack of better words. I almost might have close to curse there. It was just so much BS that day. So I would really like the truth to come out. I could not believe this appointment.
Tom Fitton said he's troubled at the lack of discussion so far about reforming the FBI overall and the Department of Justice. What I am not seeing out of the FBI yet, and what I'm not seeing out of the Justice Department yet, is a radical remaking, or even talking about a remaking that we've seen, the kind that we've seen with USAID, that we've seen with the Department of Education. There's nothing the FBI is doing that another federal agency or local or state law enforcement can't do. FBI Deputy Director Dan Bongino, apparently responding to growing impatience for change, but without directly referencing the controversy, asked for continued forbearance as the process unfolds. Quote, when you see something happen and the entire story isn't public and the underlying facts aren't all public, it may appear counterintuitive to our reform agenda. I promise you it's not an accident, Bongino posted to X on Sunday evening. I realize asking you to trust me is a waste of time. Watch what happens. Continue to demand results. Be cautious of narrative traps. Let time put the puzzle pieces together, and what we are doing will make sense. I see and I hear you and your feedback.
I still believe that Dan Bongino is above reproach.
100%.
Oh, yeah.
I just don't think he can be bought or sold at any level.
No way.
I have the ultimate amount of faith in him as a patriot and a fearless man, a man's man.
So, I totally agree with that.
Totally.
But still an interesting appointment and what the reasoning possibly could be, because it certainly doesn't go with the reform idea.
No, it doesn't go anywhere near it. It runs in the opposite direction. Yes. Unless, of course, there's something... again, a lot of this stuff, we just don't know what's going on in the background. We don't know, what deals are being made, what cards are being played, what this guy has in his pocket to say, look, here's how I can be helpful to you. Here's what here's what I want.
To weigh in on that and to piggyback on what you're saying, we know that the media is going to eviscerate Trump on whatever he takes down. I mean, they found all that fraud, and somehow or another he was the devil at Doge. How anybody could be against waste, fraud, and abuse is beyond me, right? But they somehow or another made him out to be the devil. If he takes down people inside of J6, which is the ultimate chew toy for the liberals, it's the last thing they can hold on to say he's an insurrectionist, he's a felon, It's like their greatest weapon in their feeble little arguments against him and him being a dictator or an oligarch, or all the BS we have to hear. He needs ironclad proof, unequivocal, endless amounts of data and evidence so that it can't be debated, because even when it is black and white, he'll be eviscerated, he'll be debated, he'll be called a liar, the media will mislead. It's got to be ironclad. So that's why I'm trying to be patient.
And another question is, because, okay, what's this guy's story? I mean, let's face it. When you work for one of these agencies, you have bosses, right? You listen to your order. What's your order? You got to go do this. Okay, and you do it.
Yeah.
Do you have to fear being prosecuted and everything? Possibly. Or maybe it was his excuse, hey, I was given this task. I did it the best of my ability. This is what they wanted. This is what I gave you. I know everything. Here's what I can give you. I don't know. Maybe that's the deal they struck.
Your lips to God's ears. That would be ideal.
Right. Because he'd be the worst person for the left. To be like, they were probably praying he got fired.
The only thing better would be like a gallon of sodium pentothal, a roll of duct tape, and Nancy Pelosi tied to a chair. Because that's the only way we're really going to get the truth. So,
yeah. All right, 11 minutes past the hour, live from Studio 6B. Let's do some news. And here with that is Rick Delgado. What's going on, Delgado?
All right, well, a little Barack Obama news for you with Big Mike, as Michelle Obama responds to divorce rumors, Damon. But stops short of denying that they're true. The former First Lady has lashed out at swirling rumors that her marriage has collapsed, but she stopped short of confirming that she's not getting divorced. As Slate News reported, rumors that she and the former president, Barack Obama, are getting divorced have been circulating for months. Several insiders have claimed that the Democrat power couple have long been separated, but continue to charade as a display of unity during the 2024 election. During her terrible podcast, published on Wednesday, Michelle Obama responded by complaining about the interest in the rumor, but failed to confirm or deny their truth. Michelle has attracted attention, of course, even prompted questions about her marriage after skipping recent high-profile events. She failed to join her husband at Donald Trump's inauguration and late President Jimmy Carter's funeral as well. Both events attended by Barack Obama as he went stag, hanging out. Just hanging out with the fellas, as they say.
Yeah, he's hanging out already.
Without the big fella with him. Anyhow, there you have it.
Swing low.
All right, 13 past the hour, live from Studio 6B. We'll do some more sports with Slick News with Rick Delgado coming up right after this.
FBI calls it house stealing, the latest scam where a cyber thief transfers the title of your home out of your name and steals your hard-earned equity.
It's roughly 60 to 90 days for that person to even figure out that they're the victim of this crime. You start getting foreclosure notices and you realize you've got 4 mortgages on your house that you didn't even know existed.
Unfortunately, it's on you to protect yourself. You might already be a victim. Check your title status now at HomeTitleLock.com.
Are you having trouble hearing your TV or listening to conversations in loud spaces?
I think as my hearing loss has gotten worse, I'm not as engaging as I was before.
Then it might be time to consider nano hearing aids. The days of expensive hearing aids are over. Recent changes in the law have allowed for over-the-counter hearing aids sold direct and shipped to your home, which means no more having to go to a doctor and spend thousands.
The fact that you're able to go direct, the pricing was phenomenal. It just was a win-win all the way around.
Nano hearing aids are incredibly affordable and deliver outstanding high-quality volume with superior noise reduction.
When you put nanos in your ears, truly amazes me that you can hear so much better.
Don't mistake nanos for cheap amplifiers. Nanos are FDA-registered OTC hearing aids. They are lightweight and simple to use, and their tiny in-ear design makes them nearly invisible. And best of all, they are rechargeable, saving you hundreds of dollars on batteries.
They are so small and so powerful. Just makes my life so much better.
Don't be fooled by overpriced hearing aids. Prescription hearing aids could cost $3,000 or more. Order now and get 2 Nano CIC rechargeable hearing aids for only $397. You get a free portable charging case, a $79 value, free 24/7 lifetime telephone support, and free shipping. Plus, all Nanos come with a 45-day money-back guarantee. Try them, and if you're not happy, return them for a full refund.
Just so easy, so affordable. Just go ahead and do it.
Nano hearing aids are only $397. But wait, we are so confident you are going to love your Nanos, we are offering $100 off through this special TV offer. Order now and you'll get 2 Nano CIC rechargeable hearing aids for only $297. Call and order your Nano hearing aids right now and get all the benefits of being able to hear again without having to spend thousands.
Call 800-226-2107. That's 800-226-2107.
Are you over 50? Would you like to get up to 33% more income in retirement? Call now and get this free book, Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers, from a leading financial firm on maximizing your income in retirement. And if you call right now, as a bonus, we'll throw in a free annuity rate report. Don't miss out on this opportunity because supplies are limited. Both books are yours free, just for calling Annuity General today.
Call 800-899-6246.
All right, sound like the blues on a Wednesday night live from Studio 6B. Well, you know, tariffs have thrown the global economy into chaos. Potential widespread inflation tied to massive supply chain disruptions weighing heavily on all of us. But there is a silver lining that most people missed. President Trump specifically exempted gold and silver bullion from these sweeping tariffs. While these new policies are triggering significant financial chaos, the administration preserved your ability to diversify into precious metals. If you're concerned about your savings, I would encourage you to have a free consultation today with our friends from the Birch Gold Group and their precious metal specialist. The first step to do that is to text the word America to 989898 and receive your free, no-obligation information kit on gold. Learn how to hold gold and silver in a tax-sheltered account. Birch Gold will help you convert an existing IRA or 401k into a gold IRA for no money out of pocket. You can buy your gold from Birch Gold, and it's probably finally time that you look into it and maybe even do it. With an A+ rating with the Reddit Business Bureau, thousands of thankful customers, text the word America to the number 989898. Again, text the word America to 989898 and claim your free information kit from our friends at Birch Gold right now. Text America, send it to 989898. Talk to our friends from Birch Gold and see how precious metals can maybe fit into your portfolio. All right, 18 past the hour. Let's do some sports. Slick's here with it. Sports is brought to you by our friend Mike Lindell. LFS6B is the promo code to use. Slickster, what's going on?
All right, big deal. Well, a story that's gotten a lot of national attention. Senator Ted Cruz launches investigation into USA fencing over trans inclusion policy. This is Catherine Hamilton of Breitbart. Senator Ted Cruz on Monday launched an investigation into USA fencing over its policy allowing transgender identifying men to compete against women. Cruz, who is chairman of the United States Senate Committee on Commerce, Science, and Transportation, is demanding the governing body change its policy of allowing sex-confused men to compete against women, according to a letter first obtained by Outkick. Cruz sent the letter after female fencer Stephanie Turner, we reported on this last week, refused to compete against Redmond Sullivan, a male fencer who claims to be a woman. USA Fencing notably has a policy allowing athletes to compete on teams according to their gender identity rather than biological reality. It has come to my attention that USA Fencing is still permitting men to compete in women's fencing in violation of federal law, Cruz wrote. While USA Fencing does not receive federal funds, they are a national governing body, NGB, for the sport in the United States. According to the report, given that fact, the organization must comply with federal law, which includes President Donald Trump's executive order barring transgender identifying men from women's sports or risk losing NGB status, Cruz wrote. The letter states, to remain the fencing NGB, the organization must comply with the U.S. Olympic and Paralympic Committee rules and procedures, its statutory obligations to protect women, and President Trump's recent executive order, EO, on keeping men out of women's sports. If it does not, and instead continues to put women at risk, Congress may be forced to terminate USA Fencing's NGB certification. USA Fencing would not comment to Outkick about whether male fencers possess biological advantages over the female counterparts, but Cruz pointed out in his letter that male fencers naturally possess inherent advantages over potential female competitors. What does he do? He points out the obvious. So good to see Ted Cruz coming on, goes in a little bit more about the policy. We'll see where this goes, but that woman took the knee, and boy, that really raised quite a ruckus, which is what we're seeing more and more in sports. Rick, you and I have always talked about it, so great to see that happening. And Fran mentioned it earlier in the in the break there. We had, I guess it was Rumble, where we got I guess some kind of gift there, but about LeBron and his Ken doll. Barbie announces creation of LeBron James's own Ken Bassett doll. He's the first professional athlete to be recognized as a Barbie Ken doll. This is Dylan Gwynn at Breitbart.
Why would you want that?
He hung out with
that?
Too much baby oil at Diddy's house.
Really?
I have no idea, but in all likelihood, LeBron James will not be holding the Larry O'Brien Trophy at the end of this year. However, if it's any consolation, he can comfort himself by holding the Ken Bassett doll, the Barbie doll created in his likeness. Barbie has announced the creation of a new doll in the likeness of NBA star LeBron James, the first of Mattel's new Ken Bassett doll series. Well, maybe there'll be more dolls. As a young kid, I was fortunate to have role models who not only inspire me, but also show me what's possible through hard work and dedication, James said. Now, as an adult, I understand how vital it is for young people to have positive figures to look up to. That's why partnering with Barbie to release the LeBron James Ken Bassett doll. Well, you might get a Ken Bassett doll, though. I can see a Delgado doll. You never know.
He could have went anywhere. He could have said, no, look, you know what? Hook me up with the people who make G.I. Joe. I'll do that. Because I want, I want to come off as a man, not as an appendage to a Barbie. Jeez.
Look, Rick, the doll also features gear from several of James's sponsors, such as Nike Dunk High retro shoes and Beats headphones. The doll will be available in person or online April 14th. Guys, get online for $75 at select Target stores or online at Target, Amazon, Walmart, and other liberal stores. It is unknown whether the doll flops. Or flips, for that matter. And that's a wrap in sports. Big D, back to you.
Probably complained.
All right, Slick. Very good.
Well, yeah, you rebound from
the
that.
Masters is this week, right?
Yes, sir. We'll get
We're going to make our Masters
and Frozen
picks.
4 tomorrow night, too.
Huh?
Oh, that's right.
Yes, sir. We're going to get to that, too.
Okay, very good. 22 past the hour. We'll make our Masters selections. I guess we're just going to pick the winner, right? We got to pick a winner.
We're going to try to put a handicap on a guy. Yeah, we're going to have to just pick the winner.
Didn't you pick 3 or 4 last year?
That's what I was wondering, if we picked like the top 3.
I'll get involved with that. But you pick 3.
I think we picked 3, yeah.
All right. By the
That's
end
what
of
we
the
should do again.
I would love that. Good.
Any one of them can win.
We got to do that tomorrow as soon as we.
No, we're going to do it tonight. It's Wednesday night. First round.
Last segment.
Morning.
We'll do it. Last segment.
23 past the hour, live from Studio 6B. Let's do some news, and here with the news is Rick Delgado. What's going on, Delgado?
Well, there's a bunch of different things happening that I want to point your attention to, one of which has to do with, of course, everybody's talking about tariffs. Here is Scott Jennings, one of your favorites, Damon, as
Scott Jennings.
as he responds to Bill Ackman's criticism of Trump's tariffs on CNN. It's cut number 4, Scott Jennings.
Bill Ackman's been hammering Trump on tariffs? He works at the White House.
I guess he had a different response. Some criticism of it. Here's Scott Jennings. Here's Scott Jennings, cut 4. Check it out.
Yeah, I like Bill Ackman, by the way, and think he's an important voice. But he's not the only voice. And, the president's getting a lot of advice from a lot of different people. But I tend to just listen to the Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, who was on television late this afternoon talking about now there's 70-plus countries that are calling up, wanting to discuss how we're going to deal with them in the future. And what I really hope that they wind up doing with those 70-plus countries, and it'll probably be more by tomorrow, is this. Listen, you need to understand, we're trying to do something different here. We think we've been taken advantage of, and we're responding to the working class of this country. If you will help us, if you will understand that we can have a fairer system here that's fair to the United States, we can align ourselves against the true enemy, which is China. And if you want to get in bed with China and think they're a trustworthy partner, that is a complete, ridiculous, stupid, terrible idea. Stick with us, be fair to us, and stick with us, and we'll align ourselves against China because they cannot be trusted.
Yeah, there he is talking about that.
Seems reasonable.
Yeah.
Seems like what we're seeing, exactly.
Right. And then a second clip from Steve Eisman, who I played earlier. Here he is talking about, the tariffs and how countries are responding and why it could possibly benefit them. Here's cut number 6, Steve Eisman on the Trump tariffs.
If countries are rational, Canada and Mexico would come to the United States and basically beg, we'll do what you want. Because of the 35% that Mexico and Canada have of their GDP from exports, 25 points of that 35% is just exports to the United States. Those two countries hold no cards. Now, Europe is not much better. And so I think if everybody's rational, they'll lower their barriers. Now, that doesn't mean everybody's rational. There's politics. People might be, some of the politicians might be afraid if we give in, we're going to lose our jobs. Mm-hmm. That's the wild card. If reasonable heads prevail, Trump will get pretty much what he wants.
Yeah.
Bingo.
All right, 26 past the hour, live from Studio 6B. A little more news with Paul Nolan, sports with Slick, more Delgado. We'll wrap before we wrap tonight. Julie Kelly has a little piece out tonight on, guess who? Steve Jensen. Are we overreacting to this appointment at the FBI? I'll tell you what she thinks when we get back right after this.
It's just like our new house. I hope you have an American Home Shield warranty. Leaky toilet? Fixed. Oven beyond repair? If AHS can't fix your covered item, then replace it, no matter its age. Sign up today at ahs.com.
What do you do when your tire goes flat and there's no air anywhere? You reach for Bullseye Pro, the smarter, faster, hands-free way to fill it up with air. Bullseye Pro is equipped with a rechargeable power plant, smart pressure sensor, and custom nozzles. It's like the power of an air compressor in the palm of your hand. Get your complete Bullseye Pro inflation system for just $79.99 and get free shipping. Plus, we'll give you a 50% discount on a second one. Order now.
Messes happen every day in every way, but who wants to drag out a bulky vacuum? Introducing Horsepower Duck, a super compact vac with ultra powerful suction. Watch as it effortlessly crushes this large bottle. This is a small but mighty duck, making it quick and easy to clean any mess. Just duck it up. The compact design can reach the tightest places. It's smaller than a water bottle, so store it in any drawer where it's always at your fingertips. Plus, it dumps out with ease, so it's ready to clean again.
I used to have to drag out this huge thing they call a portable vacuum cleaner. Now I keep the duck in my kitchen drawer and I clean up messes in 2 seconds.
The turbocharged motor is engineered to create a powerful vortex of suction, while the HEPA filter helps remove dust and allergens. We attach the duct to this tube, and the powerful suction lifts the water all the way to the top. Clean up that mess in the kitchen, the spill on the sofa, even sawdust and screws in the workshop. Plus, it's rechargeable. Got messy pets? Duct powerfully picks up pet hair from anywhere and cleans around that dish in a flash. You can even store it in your glove box for the ultimate car vac. Clean seats, the floor, and deep into those hard-to-reach places. Other bulky hand vacs sell for up to $150, but get the horsepower duct hand vac for just $39.99. Order right now and we'll upgrade you to the Duct Pro package, a $30 value, yours free. You get the bendable tube to get into tough spots like under appliances, the crevice nozzle to reach into those cracks and crevices, and the soft brush nozzle to vacuum gently with no scratches. You'll get the duct with all the deluxe attachments, but supplies are limited, so there's a strict limit of 3 per order. This may be your last chance to get yours at this low price. So don't delay. Duck it up today.
To order, call 1-800-692-0144 or visit duckback.com. So call 1-800-692-0144 or visit duckback.com. Order now.
The bathroom of your dreams is only a phone call away with BCI Bath and Shower. We can make your ordinary bath and shower extraordinary. This is not a cookie cutter design. This is a complete custom build that will fit your every need, and discounts for seniors and military.
All right, 30 minutes past the hour, live from Studio 6B on a Wednesday night. Real America's Voice and across the airways of 103.9 LI News Radio. Glad you're in, everybody. Slick's going to do some more sports. Delgado's going to do some more news, along with Paul Nolan's news as well before we wrap it up on a Wednesday. Aaron and Fran holding it down as always. But right now, please welcome back to the show the CEO of the wellness company. That's Peter Galuli. Peter, how are you?
Good. Thanks for having me back.
Oh, it's always great to have you back. Thanks for giving us a few moments tonight. And obviously, it's timely because tariffs are obviously big in the news. Obviously, with President Trump today putting a pause on most tariffs except for China. And when you think about the Trump tariffs on imported pharmaceuticals, they've raised some concerns by doing that on prescription drug prices. Do you see any impact that the tariffs are having on medication costs and maybe more importantly, any availability problems?
Yeah, it's scary, guys. I mean, much like the American automotive industry, the American pharmaceutical industry offshored long ago. And as much as we like to think that these things are made in America, they're not. Most of our drugs come from China and India. In fact, if you look at all the prescription drugs sold every year in the United States, over 90% of them are coming from those two countries. So, yeah, it's a very big concern when Donald Trump says that we need to raise tariffs on pharmaceuticals because people rely on these things for their health every single day. So I'm very concerned that, prices could rise. And even if the tariff isn't enacted on pharmaceuticals, ultimately it's going to cause the production of these pharmaceuticals overseas to be a little bit constricted. Countries are going to hoard them. These companies are going to see an opportunity to preemptively raise prices, and that's going to restrict access to Americans who need it.
Well, speaking of all that, and I mean, you're the CEO and you're obviously in the business, and this lands right on your doorstep. So if you can, and I don't know if you want to, but I'm going to ask anyways, can you talk about how this would affect even what you guys do, these tariffs? Are you guys ready for this? How do you approach this? Is this something you have to pass on to the consumer? How do you guys handle something like this?
Well, it wasn't pretty for my bank account, but we bought every pharmaceutical that we could that's in our medical emergency kits because we want to hold prices down as long as we can. It's going to come if Donald Trump's tariffs are enacted. And to be honest with you guys, I think it's probably about time that somebody sticks up for American production. And we really need to have the production of critical drugs here in our homeland to make sure that if there ever is a war or something that we have access to these things. But nonetheless, until that day, I wanted to stockpile as many drugs as I could so our customers can buy medical emergency kits and be prepared for whatever cold, flu, or sickness comes down the pike.
Yeah. So semaglutides is obviously big in the news, and everybody obviously hears them, thinks Ozempic. But compounded semaglutides reportedly are being curtailed. Access to them, I guess, is being curtailed. Can you elaborate a little bit on that, and maybe on them, and maybe is there any other affordable alternatives to Ozempic or these GLP-1s? Tell me about that.
Yeah, GLP-1s is a fascinating subject. And to be clear, there's a lot of news headlines about GLP-1s and side effects. That's a whole nother topic for a different conversation. But on the whole, let's face it, guys, Americans are fat. We're huge. And we need to lose weight. And GLP-1s can really help.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Peter, Damon resembles that remark.
I'm going to be wearing a sweatshirt that says GLP-1 on the back pretty soon if I don't cut off the...
He looks like a semi-glued tight.
Shut up, Delgado.
Semi-truck.
1 in 6 Americans have been on semaglutide, guys, so probably one person on this call has started it at some point. I'm just saying. But nonetheless, semaglutides are a drug that many Americans take, millions, tens of millions take. And the FDA is now taking them off the shortage list, meaning that pharmacies can't compound their own semaglutide. So if you want semaglutide or tirzepatide, you need to go back to the brand name, the Ozempics, the Wegovy's that are made by Lilly and Novo Nordisk. And that's going to result in a significant price hike to Americans, again, hitting us in our wallet. And I think these drugs do a lot of good. They help people lose weight, and weight loss is associated with a long and healthy life. So I think there's a lot of good that can be done there.
Yeah, I mean, I had a friend of mine who said he was at his doctor, or maybe it was his cardiologist recently, and the cardiologist actually said to him, hey, have you thought about doing it? And he was kind of taken aback that a cardiologist would actually be pushing this to them as something to work into their daily life. But like you said, they've really become part of the conversation. So many people seeing good results, but some people really abusing them too and going kind of over the edge with it. So let me ask you about New Year's resolutions. We're well past most of those probably being dumped, obviously, as summer approaches. Many Americans are obviously seeking safe weight loss methods. Can you introduce TWC's new product, Drop? Tell us about that and what the benefits are.
Yeah, we have a ton of customers asking about all these injectables. And honestly, they're not the best way to take these medicines. Taking a high-dose injectable to the abdomen once a week to lose weight, it's not a fun experience. You're prone to errors. It's unpleasant and painful. We created Drop, which is an alternative GLP-1 that you take orally. You just add it to your water in the morning. And we've had fantastic results. We've had so many people come to us and say in the first month they've lost 5-10 pounds without the nasty nausea and side effects that you historically experience with something like semaglutide. So we're thrilled to be offering this, and it's flying off the shelves.
Now, besides sending 10 bottles here immediately, is this something?
Listen, I'm at max fat. I think he should send me some, you some, and we'll have a fat off.
Yeah.
And we'll promote the company by being less fat a month from today.
Now, when people talk about GLP-1s, though, and Ozempic, they say, besides the side effects, like you talked about, you've heard some things about vision and things like that. But the other thing is they say once you start, you really can't stop, even though it's, I guess, acts as mostly a suppression to your appetite. You really can't get off of it unless you're, overly disciplined. So how does that, talk to me about Drop. Is it something that once you achieve a goal that you can easily come off of it if you're willing to exercise and kind of maintain that weight at that point?
Yeah, absolutely. Look, lifestyle changes are paramount to losing weight, right? And that's where a lot of people fall short, is that they're able to lose the weight, but they can't keep it off because they're still reaching for the cake. They're not going to the gym. They're still doing the bad habits that made them fat in the first place. So we're doing a lot of things to help with that. We have a full supplementation program that you can follow alongside Drop. We give you weekly diet and exercise advice. And I will say right now, guys, I will personally sponsor a Studio 6B weight loss competition for you boys. And we can see here over the summer who can lose the most.
Let's do it.
All right. I got
Slick, you're out already because you're about 130 pounds soaking wet. So you take any drop, we weren't going to be able to
Delgado,
find you.
And Delgado looks like a college wrestler. Keep this guy out.
Delgado's out.
Yeah.
Paul, it's me.
All right, game on, fatso.
All right, I like it. We've been speaking with Peter Gillooly. He's the CEO of the Wellness Company. You can go to twc.health/voice, twc.health/voice. You and use promo code VOICE upon checkout. They've got great stuff. You know about the gold standard kits. Obviously, you heard about Drop tonight. If you're interested in any of it, go to twc.health/voice, twc.health/voice. Peter, always fun to have you on the show. You got a great sense of humor. Thanks a lot, and all the best.
Have a good night, guys.
All right, there you go. Peter Galuli from the Wellness Company. He's the CEO, of course. He's the man. He's the decision maker, and so
he's a nice guy too.
Man, he was smart, right? Getting ahead of the tariffs. That's how you have to do it, especially in his industry.
Great question, by the way. Are there side effects when you come off? Because that's
what you hear about them. You hear like, I don't want to get too personal, but me and my wife were just talking about this. Someone we know who
the Ozempic stuff.
I saw her for the first time in a long time, and I had to keep looking at her, and I was thinking, what in the heck? What has changed? And then it took, once we were in private, I was like, what is going on? And she said, yeah, I think she's doing Ozempic, but it's like nonstop. It's just like her face looks like it's caving in.
Well, the one thing about Ozempic is it also destroys your muscle tissue first.
Yeah.
And muscle tissue burns fat at rest better than anything. And so, to me, I can't believe people will take these kind of drugs to do it.
Well, I think it's just some moderation. You got to know, like you said, you have to be able to get off of it. So I think that's why I asked them about Drop. If you can take it, achieve your goal, and then you can easily get off and then maintain yourself and keep that.
If you can wean off it,
that healthy look, then that's a big difference, at least from what I can tell so far. So good stuff.
Yeah, I've also seen some psychiatric effects too.
On the GLP-1s?
Yeah, on the GLP-1s.
I believe it.
Depression, suicide, this extra anger that wasn't there.
Yeah.
It's like people don't realize that stuff.
Yeah.
They just jump on it thinking, "Oh, I'm going to look great for the summer." Well, you might be experiencing some other stuff too. Be careful.
Well, it's like all those commercials for anything.
Yeah. Oh my God! All the disclaimers.
This has been found to do this. Now, some side effects. Here comes the list.
Right. 50 seconds of a 60-second commercial spent on side effects.
Right. Some of the side effects are like the psychotropics is suicide and
sudden death.
Sudden death.
But don't worry, it's great.
The doctor's
the side effect on Ozempic is impossible weight gain. What? What do you?
Yeah.
Right.
So if you feel suicidal, contact a doctor.
Right. Doodle-ria.
Yeah.
All right, let's do some news here before we get to the final segment tonight, which we'll do sports with Slick and news with Delgado. Paul Nolan's here. What else is going on in the news that you caught today?
Well, the Hollywood Reporter is saying that the U.S. film industry has so far escaped direct retaliation from countries hit by the tariffs, as we know, thanks to the theatrical releases and streaming platforms being categorized as services rather than physical goods. But Hollywood's luck in China, the second largest film market, could soon run out. Trade relations have obviously been Washington and Beijing are spiraling, and the two countries are going head to head. And there are reports that China is talking about reducing the distribution of U.S. films in their country. So maybe we'll see, maybe we'll see this hit a different level, and possibly. Really hurt Americans who have no idea what's going on politically. So that we'll see how that might have a slight impact. I thought this story was interesting from the Post. Teen whiz kid with a 4.0 GPA made $30 million off his startup last year, but he was still rejected by 15 colleges. The 18-year-old with a near-perfect GPA founded a business which made him $30 million in his first year. At least that's what Zach Yadagari's experience was when he was rejected by 15 out of 18 schools, despite his 34 on his ACT and his 4.0 GPA. The 18-year-old business founder started a string of college rejections to X, and he posted up more than 27 million views. And he was shocked by his exemption from higher learning. So it's another example of how stupid the college system is today.
Yeah,
and good for this kid.
Total scam. You don't need a kid.
He's from Roslyn, New York. It's a public school. Obviously, Roslyn's a great neighborhood, but
beautiful.
Apparently, and his family. I wouldn't be surprised. You live in Roslyn. His family's probably worth $1 billion because it doesn't get richer than that, does it? So anyway, I thought it was a cool story. The kid gets rewarded for his brains and his whats, and good for him. And the colleges lose out on another good kid.
All right, we'll wrap it up for a Wednesday, live from Studio 6B with some more sports from Slick, news from Delgado. We'll do it when we get back right here, Real America's Voice, and of course, 103.9 LI News Radio. Suffolk County, New York. We're back right after this.
My back got injured very bad. I was off work for about a year. I heard about Relief Factor from my wife. I took it every day, 3 times a day for 3 weeks. I looked at her and I said, the pain is gone. And she said, I'm glad it helped. I said, no, you don't understand. It's gone.
You too can feel better every day with Relief Factor, a daily supplement that fights pain naturally. Call or go online now for our 3-week quick start, just $19.95.
When a cyber thief transfers the title of your home out of your name, it's a race against time to stop the theft of your hard-earned equity.
Many people don't know this has happened until long after it's done.
You as the homeowner think you still own a house. 3 months later, you start getting foreclosure notices and you realize you've got 4 mortgages on your house that you didn't even know existed.
So when's the last time you checked on the title to your home? Find out if you're already a victim at HomeTitleLock.com.
Cooking rice just isn't nice. No matter how hard you try, it always comes out stuck on and dry. Until now.
Hi, Chef Daniel Green here with Rice Robot, the 1, 2, 3 rice cooker.
It's the easiest way to make fluffy, delicious rice every time.
Watch. 1, add the white cup for rice. 2, add the blue cup for water. 3, click it and let Rice Robot perfectly cook it.
White, brown, jasmine, pilaf, basmati, even sushi rice, all cooked just right. The secret is perfect cook technology that surrounds the rice with controlled heat for even cooking. Then Rice Robot senses when it's done, auto stops, and keeps it warm to serve.
Rice Robot's so smart it won't burn, overcook, or undercook, guaranteed.
Watch this. Add rice, water, olive oil, salt, 1 large tomato in the center. Click it, cook it, and look, amazing Mediterranean rice that's just bursting with flavor. But how about an egg fried chicken rice meal for the whole family in just minutes? And rice is just the beginning. Make mac and cheese, frittatas, oatmeals, soups and stews, even ramen dishes. For a healthier choice, make quinoa, couscous, or cauliflower rice. Throw in turkey, rice, vegetables, potatoes, broth, and bring leftovers back to life. Elevate your party with a melty queso spinach or a s'mores dessert dip. Rice Robot is perfect for apartments, dorm rooms, and RVs. And with a ceramic, ultra non-stick interior, cleanup's a breeze.
Call or go online now and get the complete Rice Robot cooking system with the steamer tray and 1-2-3 recipe guide, all for the special TV discount price of just $39.99. It comes with a 90-day money-back guarantee. We'll even ship your entire order free. You get it all at incredible value for one low price. Order now.
To order, call 1-800-575-5956 or go to buyricerobot.com. So call 1-800-575-5956 or order online at buyricerobot.com today.
Oh, I guess we're on. All right, 13 to the hour, live from Studio 6B on a Wednesday night. Real America's Voice and across the airways of 103.9 LI News Radio. Glad you're in. Slick's doing sports. Delgado's doing news. Paul Nolan did some news. Aaron and Fran holding it down as always. Let's do some sports, and we'll start sports with a Masters.
Yes.
The Masters kicks off tomorrow. Best weekend of the year, in my estimation.
That's fantastic.
And let's make some picks here, boys. 3 selections.
Look at this.
Wow.
Par for the course.
Whoa. That's like really fancy.
Wow, look at that.
Look at Harry driving a golf cart. Harry.
Wow, bravo.
Harry on the fairway.
I don't normally like surprises, but I love that one.
Harry says, I love that go-kart.
Oh, man. One more time. Let me see that one more time.
Wait a minute. Harry
Roll
in the golf cart. Look at that. I like the little.
Oh man, that is great.
I like when it cups. I like that.
All right, let's hear it. Aaron, is that you and Fran together? What is that?
Fran made that last year.
Yeah.
That is.
Oh, really?
I don't remember that.
When you save your projects, it's amazing you can use them again.
It's amazing.
The question is, how do you find them?
The night the show is over. That's the way I clean up things.
I can't find my kids' social security numbers on my computer. How does he find that?
All right, here we go. Masters time. Aaron, I'll come to you. Are you and Fran picking as a team here? Are you picking for both of you, or are you each going to have separate picks?
Paul's going to pick for me.
Oh, you're not picking?
No.
Oh, okay.
All right, I represent.
All right, Paul, you're representing the control room, Aaron and Fran, and yourself here in the Masters.
All right. Wow,
all right.
All right. Who is your first selection of your three?
It's got to be the best player in the world. Scotty Scheffler is number one for me.
That's a good pick.
Scotty Scheffler.
Plus
Paul's pick
475.
number one. Who's number two?
I was thinking about DeChambeau. Obviously, he can bomb it away, and he's a Trump guy, but not enough finesse and touch around the greens for this one, so he's out for me.
Really?
And I'm going to go with John Rahm as my second pick.
Oh, okay, John Rahm.
Nothing wrong with him.
Very fine player. Also a live player.
Yep, best. Right, he dominated the live, did he not?
He's playing well. He always plays well.
Number three, Rory.
And who's your third?
I'm going to go with Russell Henley, the hottest player in the world right now.
Oh.